As a major trauma center, one of the two in the state of Oklahoma, we handle everything that comes through the door. The mantra here at Ascension St. John is take care of all people, all comers.
Trauma team to the trauma room, 5 minutes. Dusty, Erica, Katie, Jake, 5 minutes, trauma room.
At 5:15. This is a 27-year-old male, status was gunshot wound to the abdomen. He's been hypotensive in the ER. FAST was positive. He's gotten a unit of blood already. When a patient comes in, they're at the worst moment of their life. They're scared, they're vulnerable, they may not even be awake, and they need to know that they're in a place where they're gonna be taken care of completely. Sir, we want you to lay really still here. They need to have the confidence in knowing that we are gonna fight for them, our staff is gonna fight for them, we're gonna do everything that we can do to get them better.
We're considered a high volume center because we do handle between 2,800 and 3,000 level 1, level 2 activations a year.
Trauma is what we do. We have all the OR facilities, the equipment, everything that you will need. So no matter what you come in with, we will be able to take care of you.
We can handle those patients because we have all specialties here at Ascension St. John. Neurotrauma, orthopedic trauma, hand surgery, ophthalmology, ophthalmoplastics. We also can do ENT work, face trauma. Basically everything that comes in the door, we can handle.
Our trauma team at Ascension St. John takes the multidisciplinary approach, meaning physicians, nurses, residents, techs, paramedics, and the IMSA crew are all a part of the care.
So what's special about the trauma department at Ascension St. John is that we are the only ACS verified trauma center in Tulsa.
The gold standard for all trauma centers is the American College of Surgeons Committee on Trauma National Verification.
We are a level 2 trauma center, and we are only one of 2 in the entire state of Oklahoma.
What this means for our patients in Tulsa and the surrounding communities is they're gonna come to the best facility to get the best care with the best outcomes.
One of my favorite parts about my job is seeing patients have amazing outcomes. A lot of times I'll be in the ICU and someone will walk by to come say hi to the nurses, and you don't even recognize them because they have gone from night to day in their outcome, and it's just unbelievable.
Ascension St. John is a teaching hospital, and what that means is we intentionally invest in the education of these residents because we know that they're the future. We educate internal physicians through advanced trauma life support. We educate nurses on trauma nursing course. We educate paramedics. We educate all of the staff that touches a trauma patient internally. We also take it into the community and do rural trauma course. We educate paramedics in the community, nurses in rural hospitals. We want to educate everybody out in the community on how to take care of a trauma patient as well.
If you're looking for a place to work as a physician or a nurse, Ascension St. John is amazing. You will be in a place where you are surrounded by people that will support you, that you know that you are doing everything that you can to help patients, and that you are having all the resources available to you being a level 2 ACS center. Saving lives just feels incredible. There's no real words that can describe it. You just know that you've made such a difference, not only in that patient's life, but in their families' lives, that it ripples beyond just that one person.
I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to our symposium. This is the Ascension St. John 13th Annual Trauma Symposium that we hold every spring. And again, my sincere welcome for you to join us today. So I'm Michael Charles. I'm the Trauma Medical Director here at our facility in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And again, we're glad you joined us virtually today. The program committee and I have put together what I believe is a very informative and educational event today, and I think you'll enjoy it. A few words about our shop before I get into today's program. We're Ascension St. John Medical Center. We're located in Tulsa, Oklahoma, northeast corner of the state, and we're actually one of 2 trauma centers in this great state of ours. Oklahoma City is a level 1 trauma center. Excuse me, we're a level 2 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Both centers are verified as ACS verified trauma centers from the American College of Surgeons Committee on Trauma. So today's Trauma Symposium is our 13th annual year that we put this program on. This is an annual educational event that we do. It's our passion, it's our joy, it's what we do. And it's also, I think, very important from our standpoint to promote good trauma care and good care in general. So again, thank you for registering so much, and I hope you enjoy it. A little background information first. Dr. Wynn Yeary was our founding medical director, since retired several years ago. But most of us think of him as our mentor, and he began this trauma symposium in 2009. Each year we've grown in size and scope and even in participation. So again, thank you for joining us. And we always want to comment about Dr. Yeary. He started it, and he's in our hearts and minds every day. So a little bit about this year's program. It's an entirely virtual platform, similar to the program we did in 2021. But unlike 2021, this one is totally pre-recorded. So it's not an ideal option, but it's the reality, and we're going to make it work. Since the program that you're going to see today is entirely pre-recorded, we cannot accept questions and even comments during the broadcast and the event. But we do want your participation. We do want to welcome your comments, your questions, advice, so forth. At a little bit later date through the symposium, you're going to see my email, Krista Norrid's email, both at the bottom of the screen. And if you'll send your questions and your comments in during the program, we'll do our best to answer those. Again, one day I hope we're back in person again, but until that day, this is what we're doing. So again, a little bit more about today's program. It's shortened. I think we've condensed the program to get all of the content that we wanted to get in and share with you today, but we shortened it a bit so we're not sitting in front of a computer screen the rest of the afternoon. But on a positive note, we can reach a wider audience. In 2021, we reached over 500 participants, mainly on the Ascension Health intranet web. So again, we want to thank them for that opportunity. And again, one of the advantages of this platform is that we can reach a wider audience. So anyway, until we get back to in person, and that day will come one day, then this is our platform we're working on today. Now, again, one day when we do get back to an in-person or perhaps some kind of a hybrid in-person virtual platform, I want to welcome each and every one of you back to Tulsa. I want to show you our shop. Chris and I are very proud of what we've done here with our trauma symposium and our trauma service, and actually show you this beautiful city that we live in. Okay, let's move on to this year's program. Again, this is the 13th annual Ascension St. John Trauma Symposium. And like years past, we seem to develop the program around a particular trauma patient, one that's captured our heart, captured our spirit of what we do, and basically build that story around what's called a trauma survivor story. Later on in the morning, I think early afternoon, I'm going to present this year's trauma survivor in detail. And if you've done that, you know that's a passion of mine. Matter of fact, one of the things I do enjoy the most each and every year about this program and this life that we live is to present the survivor story, their goals, their wishes, how we make them better, and so forth. But more to come on that. I don't want to give too much away about the survivor story, but I think you'll find it interesting and hopefully educational. Other than that, though, we have other things built into the program which I think are going to be of interest to you. We're going to have specialty physicians talk about everything from plastic surgery to trauma of the chest, trauma of the abdomen, neurotrauma. Now, some of these relate to our survivors, some don't, but again, it's all very educational, and I think what will happen is I think at the end of the day, you'll realize that taking care of the trauma patient has some semblance of organization, in spite of what you may see in the trauma bay when you're down there. It looks chaotic, looks crazy, but in reality there is some organization to it. Okay, so again, I don't want to give away too much of the survivor story, but we are going to have different specialties talk about their contribution. In addition to that, though, I'm going to have a couple of different speakers that we'll introduce to you. They're going to talk about their particular areas of interest. One of them, one of the policemen here in town is going to talk about active shooter situations. Then we're going to have another speaker mid-afternoon talking about it's a motivational speaker. Again, it's a little bit a twist on the theme, but I think you'll enjoy each and every one of them. Before we begin on our Trauma Symposium, I want to put a special thank you out there for our 2023 Trauma Symposium sponsors. They've generously underwritten the cost of this program, and in doing so, they've allowed us to offer the program at no cost to those that attend. So you'll see their videos during lunch breaks and during the in between the sessions of each of the speakers. So let's get started on our 2023 Trauma Symposium, shall we? So let's kick it off with Michael Eckert from the Tulsa Police Department. Mr. Eckert is a captain with the Tulsa Police Department. He's been with the TPD since 1992 and has served in a variety of positions throughout this 30-year career that he's had. The positions include patrol officer, patrol supervisor, shift coordinator, and he's even had assignments in specialty care units, foot beat, street crimes, training division, and so forth. Since 1995, Mike has been a member of the Special Operations Team, serving as a team commander since 2014. He holds numerous law enforcement certifications relating to tactical field and regular coordinates and teaches a wide variety of topics. Mike is a specialist in teaching active shooter preparation and response to officers as well as civilian audience for 20 years in this very timely issue. Mr. Eckert's topic today is going to be law enforcement and pre-hospital perspective on traumatic injuries with an active shooter event.
Hello, my name is Mike Eckert. I am a captain with the Tulsa Police Department, and I have been with the Tulsa Police Department for 30 years. There's a unique perspective that I can offer to you from my years of service, that being the active shooter event that took place at Columbine High School back in 1999 was very early in my career. I became a member of our Special Operations Team, or our SWAT team, in 1995, and as a result of that, was part of the initial planning and response ideas for the Tulsa Police Department to respond to active shooter events. So I can literally offer to you and speak from a perspective of being involved in active shooter preparation and response, both on the instructional side as well as the operational side, for over 20 years. Unfortunately, I was also present and was the incident commander for the active shooter event that took place at St. Francis Hospital here in Tulsa back on June 1st of last year. And what I would like to offer to you today is some information about that shooting. I'd like to give you some background on the St. Francis shooting. I would also like to offer you a little bit of perspective from the law enforcement side of things on trauma, how we are training our officers to respond to those type of events, what our goals and objectives are, and just give you a little bit of insight on the training side of what law enforcement is doing to prepare patients to get them to you as quickly as we possibly can. So with that in mind, let's go to St. Francis Hospital and have a discussion about the shooting at the Natalie Building. The Natalie Building is part of the St. Francis compound located at 61st and Yale in Tulsa. The Natalie Building itself is not physically attached to the St. Francis proper hospital. It is an auxiliary building. It has a surgical center on the first floor. It has doctors' offices on the floors above it. And the building itself was challenging from a law enforcement first responder perspective because of the size of the structure and the number of people that were there. If there was maybe a possibly good thing from the perspective of those first responders, is that this shooting happened very late in the day. A lot of people had already left and gone home for the day, so that helped in reducing the number of possible targets or victims that were present at the building when the shooting took place. Our suspect, and maybe I should apologize to you, we do not use his name. We are believers in the fact that active shooters, people that perpetrate these types of crimes, don't deserve any kind of recognition. So we don't even refer to him by name, and I won't through this presentation. I'll refer to him as suspect because that's probably the nicest word I could think to use for a person that does this kind of violence. So again, going back into a little bit of a timeline, our suspect had surgery, spinal fusion surgery, by one of the victims that was a doctor, a surgeon, and the surgeon performed surgery on our suspect on May 19th. It was a fusion surgery. You in the audience know a lot more about that than I do. I won't try to qualify that other than to tell you that I understand it's a very invasive surgery, painful surgery, and it comes with a degree of complications that I would, I guess, put into a category of normal just because of the invasiveness of the surgery. So I understand that he was struggling with a lot of pain, a lot of discomfort, and a lot of things that were a problem for him post-surgery. He stayed in the hospital for several days. He was released from the hospital on May 24th. And then ultimately, upon his release, began a very heavy interaction effort with the doctor and his staff that were housed out of the Natalie building. Constant phone calls, sometimes multiple a day, requests for opportunities to come see the doctor again. He was really having a difficult time. And eventually, after this event was over, he did write a note that we found on his body, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that here in a moment. But in that note, he dated it on May 28th. So again, the shooting actually took place on June 1st. He literally could have put any date on there, so as much credit as you want to give that, I will leave that to your imagination. But he did date the letter 5/28. So just a couple days after getting out of the hospital, dealing with a lot of pain and other issues, he wrote the letter, again, that we ultimately found on his person after the event was over with. On the 29th of May, our suspect, who lived out of town in a neighboring town called Muskogee, he went to a pawn shop in Muskogee and was able to purchase a pistol, a .40 caliber pistol. People have asked the question, so I'll see if I can answer it before it's asked. The suspect was able to go fill out the proper paperwork. There was nothing illegal about his purchase of the firearms that he used. He was within his rights, if I can use that expression. There was nothing nefarious, and there was no crime being committed by him purchasing the firearms. So a couple days after he was released, after supposedly writing this letter, he went and bought a pistol. Again, continuing to make the phone calls to the doctor's office. I'm not sure who all he talked to, but ultimately he came up with several people that he was focusing his anger on, specifically Dr. Phillips, the surgeon, but also his staff. And when he came to the Natalie building, his goal was to find Dr. Phillips as well as many of his staff as he possibly could. So on the day before the shooting, he called Dr. Phillips' office, or after calling multiple times to Dr. Phillips' office, he was granted a visit that was not originally scheduled, so they fit him in, and he came in the day before the shooting for another consultation with Dr. Phillips. I don't know the content of that meeting, of that appointment. I don't know what came out of it. I've never made an effort or found out any notes that Dr. Phillips took, but we do know that our suspect saw Dr. Phillips the day before the shooting. On the day of the shooting, June 1st, the suspect again calls Dr. Phillips' office with complaints. I don't believe he talked to Dr. Phillips, if I remember correctly. I think he talked to staff, and by staff, I'm assuming nurses, but I don't really know that for sure. But during the course of that conversation, it appears that our suspect did not get the results or the answers he was looking for. So eventually he went to a gun shop here in Tulsa. This gun shop happens to have an indoor range attached to it. He went to that range and bought an AR-15 style rifle. He purchased that rifle. He took it to their indoor range and shot a few rounds. And that was in the early afternoon on June 1st. And it appears that he left from that gun shop and went directly to St. Francis and the Natalie building. So again, keep in mind that he had already been in that office several times. In fact, the day before was the last time that he was there. He knew the area where Dr. Phillips and his staff were housed out of. And here in a few moments, I'll show you a photograph or a diagram of the floor plan on the second floor, and possibly be able to point out some things to you on that floor plan. The Natalie building has a parking garage attached to it on the east side of it. If you have an appointment on the second, third, or fourth floor, you can literally park on that floor, walk across a sky bridge to get from the parking garage into the building. And that's what our suspect did. He went to the Natalie building parking garage, parked on the second floor, which again is where Dr. Phillips was housed out of. He walked directly across the sky bridge. We're assuming carrying the rifle, and we know that he had the pistol with him as well. And walked into the building and went directly to the area where Dr. Phillips was located, and that's where the assault began. This is actually a photograph of the suspect's car, and if you're looking at the rear of the car, as this photograph allows us to do, immediately to the left of the car, you can see a lighter colored door. That is the doorway that will go straight into the reception area for the doctor's offices, the doctor's office complex, where Dr. Phillips' staff and Dr. Phillips worked out of. A little bit of a timeline on the sequence of events here. And one of the reasons I think it's important that you pay attention to the timeline is understanding that these types of violent events, they tend to happen relatively quickly. There's not a buildup to this. He walks in and almost begins shooting, or begins shooting in a very short amount of time. And from beginning to end, the event is less than 10 minutes. I'm not offering that to minimize it, because certainly there was a lot of violence that took place in a very short amount of time. But understanding that especially these targeted events, and we believe this was targeted, that he solely went to the Natalie building to target Dr. Phillips and his staff. These things can happen relatively quickly and be over relatively quickly as well. So you can see by the timeline, 1651 was the first 911 call that came in, and this has a little interesting twist to it because there was a doctor in the Natalie building on the second floor that was having a video conference call with a patient. And in the process of working through that call and working through that issue, our doctor starts hearing shots being fired within the building. So his response to that is he asks the patient on the other end of the line to hang up and call 911 because shots are being fired at the Natalie building, and he offers that direction and disconnects the call. Well, our patient on the other end of the video conference call is actually in another jurisdiction, a neighboring city to Tulsa. And so when she hangs up the phone and dials 911, she's actually connected to a dispatcher for another police department in another jurisdiction. So there's a couple awkward moments there of trying to describe the Natalie building and the incidents that were taking place there. The dispatcher not quite understanding where she was talking about, and they finally did figure out that the jurisdictional issue could be fixed by transferring this call from that dispatcher to our Tulsa police dispatcher here within the city limits of Tulsa. So that was maybe just a few moment delay because in the first 3 to 5 minutes we received and handled over 26 911 calls related to the Natalie building shooting. We had a lot more phone calls than that. But even with a jurisdiction our size, our police department is over 800 officers, and we serve 450,000 people. We still don't have 50 dispatchers answering phone calls. We have 5 or 6. So with the number and the volume coming in, we got great information. We're able to dispatch a lot of information very early on in this. But the number may sound low. The number was more than that, but we just had a specific number of dispatchers that were able to actually answer those calls. So 1651, 4:51 p.m. is when that first call came in. And like I said, I think there's maybe a benefit, if I can use that term, that it happened so late in the day, because a lot of people had already left to go home at the end of the workday by that time. So I think there's a benefit in that. Again, in the first 4 to 5 minutes, we got approximately 25 phone calls that were handled. And at 16:53, about a minute and a half after that first phone call came in, the call was dispatched to law enforcement, to our police department, to our fire department, and to our ambulance service, EMSA. So help was on the way. Within the first minute to 90 seconds, we had a ton of resources headed towards the Natalie building. At 4:56, the first officer arrives at the Natalie building. He was accompanied and followed in by a second officer, so we basically had two officers arrive on scene at the exact same time. We have patrol rifles assigned to a very high percentage of our patrol officers. Both of these officers had patrol rifles, so it took them a couple moments to park their car, get out, grab their equipment. They had a short conversation with some security members that were outside, and into the building they went. The last shot was fired at 16:58. At 4:58 p.m., the last shot was fired, and that last shot was the suspect taking his own life. In about half of our active shooter events, and without trying to be overly specific with statistics, because statistics can be deceiving depending on who's collecting them and what their criteria are, but I feel comfortable in telling you that about half of our active shooter events, the end of that event includes the suicide of the suspect. I'm telling you that because we actually build that into our active shooter response plan. We make an assumption or have a belief that if suicide is part of our suspect's plan, then we want to help facilitate that plan. If they're going to commit suicide when confronted by law enforcement, we want to get to them as quickly as we can. There's another part of our active shooter response here plan I haven't spoken to yet, and the June 1st date of our event was just about a week and a half after the shooting that took place in Uvalde, Texas, and I feel comfortable and confident that most of you, if not all of you, know the circumstances of that shooting. In my opinion, law enforcement did not have a good response to that. In my opinion, based on reading the after-action reports from the Uvalde shooting, the delay came from a lack of leadership. Nobody or not a single person wanting to step forward and take responsibility or take command of that scene, because there were so many different law enforcement entities that were on scene. Again, in my opinion, if we would had a law enforcement official step forward and say, "This is my scene, I am running it, I am incident command," and given the command for officers to move down the hallway towards the classroom where the students were found, that would have ended much sooner than the 70-something minutes that it took for law enforcement to actually go to that door and force entry and confront the shooter. So a little bit of a side note there. The Tulsa Police Department received very positive remarks and feedback on our response, and I'm very proud of the response that our first responders gave to that event. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that we were probably being compared a little bit to that Uvalde, Texas response. So with all that said, I'm pointing out the fact that from the time our first two officers went in the door of the Natalie building, made their way to the second floor, gave announcements that the Tulsa police were on scene, and then the suspect firing that last shot was 39 seconds. So rather than 70 plus minutes that we saw in the previous shooting, certainly by comparison, I think we were more effective in our response. So within 39 seconds, we got from the front door to the second story, to the second level, and I like to believe that our announcements of advising the suspect, or the suspect being aware that the police were there and confrontation was imminent, that is when he actually, in effect, took his life. This is a floor plan of the second floor at the Natalie building, and it's difficult for me to orient you very well. I'm going to try. If you look on the right side of that photograph, the kind of circular part of that diagram, that's an open area, and immediately above that is the elevator bank and where the stairwell from the first floor would empty out to. So if you were a patient coming into the doctor office facility, most likely that is where you're going to enter, and in fact, the parking garage is attached to the top side of this diagram, which would be to the east of the building as it sits. That's where the suspect came in. So that front area there is where law enforcement as well as the suspect entered in. The employees on the second floor of the Natalie building referred to those patient and exam room areas as pods. I would offer this to you as medical professionals seeing patients on a daily basis, and the possibility of having some kind of a violent encounter with one of those patients. the expectation is for law enforcement, at least we want you to expect us to be there as quickly as we can. And we will get there in as timely a fashion as we can. But once we get on scene, finding where that suspect is at and having good information to locate that suspect is extraordinarily important. One of the 911 callers actually told us that the shooter was in Pod F. And I would challenge you, as you look at this diagram, Pod F could literally be any of those office areas. So it was very challenging for the officers to locate it. You can't tell it on the diagram, obviously, but the walls are all white. The doors are all white. There's very small placards that are beside most of the doors. But that's a difficult task when you are moving towards sounds of shots with a rifle in your hand and your heart rate up over 180 to 200 beats a minute to read small signs like that. So things that will work better if we painted doors a certain color. If Pod F had red doors, we probably would have gotten to that area a little bit faster. So doing things that are big, recognizable, and easily understood may or may not be an assistant to your patients when they come to see you, but certainly law enforcement with some urgency and exigency trying to find you in a short time, those types of landmarks would really make a difference. So I want to take an opportunity to point that out. Within this pod system, we can locate the suspect, where he was located at when he took his life, the victim's locations and things like that. But the main reason I wanted to show you this photograph or this diagram is the challenge that first responders are going to have coming into an office environment where you may be working at, and it's confusing like this. This second floor is over 40,000 square feet, has over 100 rooms, and because I'm a nerd, I counted them, so I'm telling you that with certainty. And most of these 100 rooms had 2 doors going in and out of them, extremely challenging. If I would try to draw an analogy to the medical profession, I'm confident that there are extraordinarily complicated surgeries and medical treatments that you're tasked with providing. This will be a very much a tactical challenge for us, that going into a house is one set of circumstance, and on a difficulty scale, I would say relatively low, especially when you compare it to a facility like this that is expansive as it is, with a number of rooms, doors, things like that. This was a tactical nightmare. This was a true challenge. So the response, I think, was a quality response. It doesn't minimize the pride that I have in the officers that responded to this, and the firefighters and the EMSA paramedics that responded to it. Very proud of all of that. But if there's something post-incident that we can discuss that may make a difference on the next one, that would be something I would offer to all of you as medical professionals. Take a look at your workspace and see how easy it is for people not familiar with that floor plan to get to where you are. I like showing this photograph as well. This is actually about an hour to an hour and a half into the incident. So most of our resources are already inside the building doing things as a follow-up to the incident itself. But this photograph helps to illustrate the preparation that first responders have put into these mass casualty events. And as you look at the photograph, immediately in front of the car that you see, but by the way, that's my car, that the group of people directly in front of that car is our unified command. And within that is myself. I was the incident commander for this. I have the command staff from the fire department, the command staff from our ambulance service. I have supervisors or commanders from the rest of the police department, as well as some of our federal partners that were there. So just again, by title, Unified Command, we are literally standing in a huddle size, in a football size huddle. And when we have a need, when we need medical personnel, or we need firefighters to evacuate, or we have literally any need that comes up, I can look across that huddle, find the proper resource to get those people to us, and give that request and have it met immediately. So that, again, is by design. If you look a little bit to the top left of that photograph, you'll see a group of firefighters that are staged there. Our firefighters are tasked with casualty evacuation as well as initial treatment after law enforcement clears the area. So we stage our firefighters outside. If we need to have them come in to evacuate patients, then we are going to put uniformed officers with them escort them to the location where the injured people are, and then we're going to use our firefighters to transport them out. As soon as they come out the door, in between that unified command huddle and the firefighters that you can see in the photograph are ambulance services staged. You can see a number of backboards there, as well as backpacks and things like that with supplies. That would have been our casualty collection point, our triage, if you will, where when we bring these folks out, we're going to let our EMSA paramedics look at them and categorize them and get them moving as needed, to prioritize them, if you will. And then the other people you see in the picture are uniformed police officers that you see in the bottom left corner, and then just above them are non-uniform officers. That's actually part of our planning as well. If you find yourself in an active shooter event or a mass casualty event like this, when you look down a hallway and see a uniformed officer coming towards you, we're hoping that you're going to find some comfort in that and maybe a realization that your day is getting a little bit better. Conversely, if you look down the hallway and you see a person coming towards you in blue jeans and a t-shirt, if you look in this photograph, that's what you will see in that non-uniform group of people. T-shirts and blue jeans can be policemen as well, but certainly your view of those people coming down the hallway will be greatly improved, and you'll find greater comfort in a uniformed person. So as we get to a point where immediate action is not required and we start staging people, we'll stage them in groups like that, so that if I need more law enforcement inside, I can grab a group of 3 to 5 non-uniformed officers, put them with a group of 2 or 3 uniformed officers. And again, there was a large-scale response to this. The training that we put in beforehand allowed us to organize and structure that response, and I think this photograph illustrates it pretty well. We get into numbers. We had 327 by our best estimate of first responders responding to this event. 243 of those were Tulsa police officers. I won't read each number to you, but you can see that we had a lot of different representatives from federal agencies, our tribal police, our state highway patrol, and to be truthful about these numbers, these are people that we recognized or attributed to by watching body-worn camera videos, because none of them can talk to us on our radio, so we don't have that type of a signature for them. We're just going by what we saw or numbers that they volunteered as responding to our scene. You see 9 fire department units. That's a lot more people than just 9. Those are 9 stations, and we had, I can't even put a number to it, probably closer to 50 firefighters there. Our EMSA medics and the number of buses that were there, it says 4. We had more, but we started canceling them relatively early because we were able to discern the number of wounded that we have, and we only had 1 viable patient at that moment. We had 3, including our suspect, making 4 that were showing no signs of life. And I also want to give a shout out, if I can, real quickly to our dispatchers. We include them in this number, even though none of them came to the scene, because that is, to me, one of the most difficult jobs as a first responder or in the first responder world is the dispatching job. Simply being relegated to sitting in front of a computer screen, talking on the phone, typing information in, and passing information on. A very challenging job, and certainly in an event of this magnitude, an all hands on deck type of a response, we had dispatchers performing a myriad of tasks. And when you see photographs of the scene, you see the policemen, you see the firemen, you see the paramedics, but what you don't see are those people behind the scenes. And so, again, we included them in the numbers here because they're as integral and important to us as any other person. So their numbers are included as well. So with that said, with that background on the event, I think it's important that you know and understand that our preparation for active shooter response is ongoing. We don't ever stop planning and training and preparing for this. Sometimes we get more of an opportunity to do that than others. And during this year's mandatory in-service, which all of our officers go through, we are including 16 full hours of active shooter response training, and that's good news for us. We always want more training, and I'm going to make a guess that that's probably similar to working in your world as well. We do a lot of time responding, a lot of repetitions on response, but the actual debriefing, looking for ways to improve, and training different ways, that time becomes precious. So during our 16 hours, we're looking at a whole lot of different components to active shooter response, but that's one of the reasons that I'm here speaking to you today, to give you a little bit of insight from the first responder, primarily the police department side, of what we're doing medically to get our trauma victims to you as quickly as we possibly can. So I'm going to offer a disclaimer to you real quick. I'm very comfortable talking about active shooter response tactics, the nuts and bolts of how to go after the active shooter. That's kind of the world that I work in. The medical side is not. So these slides that I'm going to offer to you are actually part of our training, but we have medics on the police department that facilitate this training. So I'm stealing their thunder just a little bit. I know I don't have to explain what's on these slides to you from a medical perspective, but I'm not used to teaching or showing these particular slides, so I'm going to ask you for a little bit of grace moving forward. We teach all of our officers the MARCH response, MARCH being an acronym: M for mass bleeding, A for airway, R for respirations, C for circulation, H for hypothermia. Not all this is necessarily applicable to active shooter response, but this is a generic overview of the first aid medical response that we teach all the way through our academy class and our rookies to officers that have been on the department for a career. We spend a lot of time working with tourniquets, and my full-time job is I'm over our special operations team, which is our SWAT team. On a daily basis while we're doing our training, we look for opportunities to insert a medical need into our training evolution. So we will simulate a gunshot, and we'll point at one of the operators and say, "You just got shot in the leg, go down." They have personal first aid kits on their person, as do our uniform officers on patrol. So they have the ability to do some self-care, but we also provide that equipment from the city to the officers so that they can provide assistance to crime victims as well. Certainly that played a part in our training, or does play a part in our training. We spend a lot of time working with tourniquets. So hitting the high points, we talk frequently about high or die. We understand the importance of getting the tourniquet high on the limb. That's where it's going to work best. We teach about looking for the slowing down or stopping of blood flow. And if we don't see that, then we either need to reapply or add another. Kind of the rule of thumb that we use, as you can see in the PowerPoint, is 1 on the arm and 2 on the legs. And then also the need to really pull that tourniquet hard to set it up, so when we spin the windlass that we see a difference in blood flow. Spend a lot of time talking about this, and we do a lot of repetitions on it. Last I was told, and that's been about a year ago, we were well over 50 saves, life saves, and that's coming from trauma and ER docs telling us that if we had not applied a tourniquet to this shooting victim, car crash victim, whatever the causal injury was, that blood loss would have taken this person's life. Over 50 times officers have applied those tourniquets and saved lives. We're very proud of that. And the reality is that if you see a uniformed Tulsa police officer, there's a very high probability and chance that officer has a tourniquet on their person. If it's not on their person, there's a 100% chance that there's a tourniquet in their police car. And most officers, including myself, I've got a fanny pack type medical bag that I have 10 tourniquets, 10 compression wraps, medical shears, and 10 halo seals. And I carry that with me anytime I'm in my police car. It hangs off the back of my driver's seat, and that is part of my active shooter response kit. For the airway, we focus just on recovery position. We don't do much more than, in fact, we actually talk to each other about our Boy Scout, Girl Scout first stage stuff. We're not going to try to get too far into the weeds with medical treatment. We have lots of people around us that are way advanced on their training side and certification side. We're looking for things, especially in an active shooter event, that can extend life a little bit longer, that we can get them off of that X where the injury took place and get them to trained medical professionals that can help. With the respiration side, I'm kind of fond of this diagram. I think it speaks well to the layman. We're looking for any holes that the patient didn't wake up with. I think that's an easy way to articulate it. And if we can put a tourniquet on it, we want to do that. If we can seal it with a halo seal, then we have the ability to do that. And if we need to pack a wound, some of us have that ability or that knowledge, and we have the opportunity to do that, we will do that. But again, ultimately, we're trying to patch in order to transport. We want to get them moving to you as quickly as we can. Circulation is, as it speaks to our training, it's mainly for the medics. We don't spend a whole lot of time on this on the explanation nor the training side, but as part of the March protocol. And hypothermia the same way. We understand that with blood loss, we can see body temperature drop, and that's not a good thing. Ideally, especially based on severity of injury, we're not going to do a whole lot of this treatment in place. Our effort and our goal is to get them moving as quickly as we can. We do have a color coding system, which I'm pretty sure is universal, and I'm certain everybody watching this has a much better working knowledge and understanding of it. I don't need to explain this, but one of the things that I like that our medics do with us is to break this down. They offer it in this sense. I'm just going to go through each one of them to further explain it. So when we first come into a scenario and there are injured people there, if we yell out to them and we get no response from them, chances are they're probably going to fall into this red category. We're going to do minimal treatment. We're going to try to move them as quickly as we can. And based on the fact that they can't speak or move, that obviously elevates the severity of their injury, and that's how we're going to recognize that level. If we can't put a tourniquet on it or put them in a recovery position to make a difference, then moving them is what we're going to do. Probably will get a tourniquet on them first if that blood loss is coming from a limb that we can slow down or stop that bleeding. But if they're unable to communicate, unable to move, we're going to make the effort to move them quickly. That's how we're going to prioritize them. We talk a lot about tachyvac inertia, and that's a medical, our medics use that term. The terminology makes sense to me, but the last thing I'm going to do is try to explain that to you as medical professionals. Here's the part that I think is most beneficial for officers to understand. 20, 60, 90. We all understand what that is, and we all understand what that means. 20 minutes off of the X, where that injury took place. We want to get them moving towards a critical care facility as quickly as we can, with the effort to get them there within 60 minutes and into surgery by 90 minutes. So we understand the 20, 60, 90 rule, regardless of if we understand the dynamics of medical care. We don't need to understand that. We just need to understand how that priority lies and what our responsibility is within it. We embrace it fully, and then we train all of our officers on it. With the category yellow, if we yell out to a patient and we ask them to come towards us and they can't, but they're conscious, they can recognize the interaction, perhaps wave or raise a hand to us, we're going to drop them from red into yellow. Doesn't mean that they can't go to red, but that's one of the ways that we're going to distinguish between the color coding system, is if we can have interaction with them, then our belief is that their injury is a little less severe than a category red person. With yellow, we still want to get them moving as quickly as we possibly can, but if we have to find ourselves with mass casualties and we have to prioritize by putting somebody in that yellow category, we're going to put people ahead of them. So again, it's just a stepping stone system of trying to decide who we're going to grab and carry out and move out first. And then we have the greens. Greens, as our medics refer to them, as walking wounded. Our medics speak to us frequently about using the green to actually help us move the reds and the yellows. So when we come into the room and make the announcement, if we ask them, if you can hear us and walk, we want you to come towards us. Again, that's just a distinguishing aspect or opportunity from green to yellow to red. And obviously we understand that some people we are unable to help. We also have a discussion about the fact that if we spend a lot of time with somebody that is in condition black or obvious severity of injury, that life is no longer present, the more time we spend with that black, the less time we're going to have with the reds, yellows, and greens. So that priority system, again, is based on our observations, not necessarily a medical procedure, and without being too dramatic, an obvious head wound that we can go, yes, that person is no longer living, but there's people over here that I can assist. We're going to ask those officers to push past the blacks and go to those reds and yellows to offer aid. Sometimes that first responder, especially as it relates to medical treatment, can get ugly. And how it looks and on the scale of pretty or not, we don't really care. If we have the opportunity to grab you and go, then that's absolutely what we're going to try to do. As I mentioned before, our medics talk to us about using greens to help move others, so that could be a very real possibility. Mega movers, I'm not sure if that's a universal term or not. That's what our ambulance people call, basically I would call it a fabric or a cloth sled that we can unfold, put a patient on. They have handles on it, and we can either carry or drag patients out. We tend to acquire, I think that's the nice word to say, mega movers from our ambulance service. They're very happy to provide them to us, and we keep those in our car for specifically these types of events. And again, the reminder of TAC-evac inertia, 20-60-90. That is a real focus in our training because we want to stay in our lane, and we're not going to try to delay movement of a patient so that we can render some kind of aid. If they're really hurt bad, then our goal is to get them moving. That's the priority. So in conclusion, when we talk about the medical side of things, our primary focus and our primary goal is to get patients to you, the professionals, as quickly as we possibly can. Obviously, the safety side of things is going to factor into that. And in our training, we have a lot of training focusing on the first couple officers that respond, because their primary goal is to get to the threat and eliminate that threat as quickly as we possibly can. Because immediately after that threat is neutralized by whatever means necessary, whether that is intervention by law enforcement, gunfire, if you will, or by suicide, or by escape, or by barricade, or barricade with hostages. The point being is once that threat is eliminated, our immediate transition and focus becomes rendering aid. And because that becomes such a high priority and becomes so important on these mass casualty events, we do spend a high degree of our training time talking about and working through that medical care philosophy and response. And again, we're not trying to take policemen and make them medics or medical professionals in any way, shape, or form, but we look at it from a very elementary and rudimentary stance. If it's bleeding and we can slow it down or stop it, we may take the opportunity to do that. But the more severe the injury is from our perspective, the quicker that person is going to get moved, and we're going to try to get them to you as quickly as we possibly can. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. I would love to answer questions for you if questions do come up. The planners and organizers of this broadcast and this presentation have all of my contact information. I would be more than happy to answer questions for you, but more importantly, I just appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. Thank you very much.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg, and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
What masterpiece are we working on today?
I'm drawing a heart.
Where did you come up with that idea?
Right here.
Do you know what that heart means?
No.
Well, this little heart is a symbol of love. And because someone gave me this gift through organ donation, I'm able to run, play, and read with you. It is the greatest gift anyone can give.
Our next speaker is our trauma neurosurgeon on our staff at our hospital. Dr. Tyler Oshowitz is, again, a neurosurgeon and the trauma medical director of neurosurgery and neuro-oncology at Ascension St. John Health System here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Dr. Oshowitz's training includes neurosurgical residency program at the University of Tennessee, Memphis from 2009 to 2015. He went on to do advanced fellowship training in minimally invasive neurosurgery in Sydney, Australia, 2014. Specifically, that area included skull-based endoscopic and neuro-oncology fellowship. And he also holds a special advanced training and degree in vascular and endovascular from Tennessee in 2015. Dr. Oshowitz's topic today will be neurosurgery perspective and trauma surgery.
Welcome everybody to the 2023 Trauma Symposium. Dr. Charles must have been really desperate when he asked me to speak. I spoke about 7 years ago at this, and I guess it's back to being my turn, but I really do appreciate and am honored to be here to speak to you all today. My name's Tyler Oshowitz. I am a neurosurgeon at St. John's. Myself and 2 other partners are the neurosurgeons who cover the trauma call for our group and for Ascension. So again, a pleasure to be here, and I hope you all get something out of this talk. So when I thought about this talk, it could have been a wide variety of topics of what I could speak on, and there's a wide variety of people here today. So I wanted to try to kind of keep it in a talk where a lot of people could understand it. So really, I'm going to kind of look at a neurosurgical patient. And my goals for this talk is that you all have a better understanding of the pathology that neurosurgeons treat in the trauma setting. So injuries neurosurgeons evaluate and treat. We all know we have head trauma. We can also interchange that with traumatic brain injury. We treat spine trauma. And then some that people forget about that neurosurgeons treat as a peripheral nerve trauma. And we'll touch briefly on that at the end of the lecture. So when we first see a trauma patient, our exam begins when the patient comes through the door into the trauma bay. A lot can be learned from just looking at a patient. Are they intubated? Are they moving? Are they combative? Neurosurgeons have a universal language. And can anyone care to guess what that language is? Hopefully narcissism did not come to mind, but that language is the Glasgow Coma Scale. So what's the Glasgow Coma Scale tell us neurosurgeons? Well, like I said, it's a universal language. I can describe somebody's exam in 4 words, where the other neurosurgeon he could be in Washington, D.C., Australia. They'll know what that patient's exam should look like. So the Glasgow Coma Scale is based on 3 different responses, 3 different behaviors. You have the eye-opening response, you have verbal response, and then you have motor response. The scale of the Glasgow Coma Scale goes from 3 to 15. You can never have a score of a 0, a 1, a 2. It's either going to be a 3 all the way to 15. So what does a 15 look like? 15 is a normal individual, just like myself right now. I'm talking, my eyes are open, everything's spontaneous, and I can follow commands. It goes all the way down to a 3, where there's no eye opening, there's no response verbally, and there's no movement. So if you look at that on the right-hand side, the eyes, you can be graded from a 1 to a 4. Being a 4, being open spontaneously, you walk in the room, the patient's looking at you, or if you say their name, they open them, that becomes a 3. If you have to stimulate them painfully, that becomes a 2. And if they don't open them at all, it's a 1. The verbal response is somebody that's communicative and that is oriented. They know what's going on. Somebody that's talking but they're confused, that's a 4. Inappropriate words, or inappropriate meaning they're just not saying the right thing. And then incomprehensible sounds, groans, a moan would be a 2. And then no response is a 1. And then for motor response, we have somebody that obeys commands, they get a 6. All the way down again to no response would be a 1. And you can see what the other ones are listed there. So traumatic brain injury is any injury that results in trauma to the scalp, skull, or brain. We'll touch on the last 2. Traumatic brain injury encompasses a broad range of pathologic injuries to the brain with a varying degree of clinical severity that results from the head trauma. Head injury and traumatic brain injury are often used interchangeably. So traumatic brain injury in the United States, there's at least, they approximate 1.5 million of these traumatic brain injuries or head injuries occur in the United States each year. 60,000 of these result in death. 373,000 result in hospitalization. About 1.1 emergency room visits are due to traumatic brain injury. And the other traumatic brain injuries, people don't receive care or some other sort of medical care. So what's the leading cause of traumatic brain injury? You can see this kind of diagram that they lay out here. Almost half, or 47%, are due to falls. Somebody falls and they hit their head, or they fall into the wall and hit their head. 14% being traffic accidents, 15% being struck by or against. That could be football, that could be, athletic injuries. Assault is 9%, and the other 15% come from either unknown or other sources of injury. So as neurosurgeons, we deal with head trauma or traumatic brain injury. In the definition of traumatic brain injury, though, we also talk about the scalp, which neurosurgeons usually are not involved in unless a skull fracture or something else is involved. Those are usually dealt with by the plastic surgeons or the trauma team. So we're going to look today just on skull and brain traumatic brain injuries. So the first thing we're going to look at are skull fractures, the types and appearances of skull fractures on CT, and the treatments that we do, the way we treat skull fractures. So skull fractures are more serious than any other bone injury if the brain is injured. A lot of times you can have skull fractures with no underlying trauma to the brain. And these fractures can be classified into different categories. Closed, if the skin overlying the fracture is intact, or compound, or open, if the skin is affected and open. Then there are linear skull fractures, which is a single line across the calvarium. Stellate is almost, if you think of a star-like pattern, where you have a fracture that then expands in multiple lines. Depressed skull fracture or non-depressed skull fracture is all defined by how the skull margins line up, and you'll see that in future CTs. So here's just a quick overview of a few of the things we just talked about. On the left side of the animated skull, you can see the different types of fractures. The linear skull fracture is a single linear line. Stellate is one that starts in the middle and then accentuates out with multiple lines. And then you have depressed. When we look to the right at the CAT scans, those are CAT scans we're looking at in bone windows. The bone is white. You can see very bright. On the first one with the box yellow that says linear, you can see the single break in the skull. And then in the one to the right, we see a depressed skull fracture with the fracture line going into the brain below the other parts of the bone. So that's kind of where we'll stop with skull fractures and head now into the traumatic brain injuries or brain trauma in regards to brain bleeds. And now there's brain trauma with brain bleeds, and there's brain trauma without hematomas or bleeds. The brain bleeds we'll talk about today are epidural hematoma, subdural hematoma, intracerebral hematoma, and then a traumatic subarachnoid hematoma. On the diagram you see there, we'll start at the top left. It says epidural hematoma. It goes skull, and then the blood, which is in red, and then the blue, which is the dura. The dura being the outer lining of the brain, which is a tough lining. So there you see the compression of the brain getting compressed by the blood pressing on the dura, then pressing on the brain. In the right-hand side, you see subdural hematoma, which is underneath the blue lining, compressing the brain. Intracerebral hematoma, and we'll talk more about each of these here in just a minute. When we talk about brain trauma without hematomas, we usually talk about concussions, which we will not discuss today, or a diffuse axonal injury, which we'll touch on also. So epidural hematomas. What is an epidural hematoma? Well, this occurs when blood accumulates between the skull and the dura mater, the thick membrane which covers the brain. Again, if you look at the CT scan, that's the left side we're looking at with the bright white that's compressing on the brain right there. You can see that it has a convex type of appearance. It is very bright. We know on CTs, new blood is bright, so this is a new bleed. And they typically occur when a skull fracture tears an underlying blood vessel. Most commonly, epidural hematomas are caused by a middle meningeal artery injury due to a skull fracture. And epidural hematomas are about half as common as subdural hematomas. So what are the symptoms? Well, you can have confusion, dizziness, you can be drowsy or an altered level of consciousness, you can have an enlarged pupil in one eye, headaches. The main thing people differentiate epidural hematomas, which is kind of the board question or what you learn as a neurosurgery resident. It's usually a head trauma where the patient becomes unconscious for a brief period of time, then they wake up and are normal, but then they deteriorate rapidly to unconsciousness. And they also can have nausea and vomiting. What is the treatment of an epidural hematoma? Well, you can always have surgery or observation. I'm going to show you two cases here which will kind of illustrate both of those. On my left, you see the smaller bleed, the smaller white. And then on the right, the larger white. Let's start with the one that's smaller. So this patient comes to the emergency room and has a slight headache. We get a CAT scan and we see this small bleed. The way I treat these, and most people that I know or am trained with would treat this, the patient's neurologically stable with a slight headache. If that CT was done at 2 p.m., but the accident occurred at noon, we know it took about 2 hours most likely to get that much blood. So we would then repeat another CAT scan in 2 hours to figure out if it's growing or if it's stable. Now when you put that against the other larger one, that one is large enough, already causing brain compression with a midline shift. That's a medical emergency. And that patient versus the one who had a slight headache is sitting in bed with a slight headache, a much more severe headache with nausea, vomiting. That is also a neurological condition that neurosurgeons will gauge, is nausea, vomiting. So subdural hematomas. Subdural hematomas occur when a blood vessel in the space between the skull and the brain is damaged. And we can see that here on the two CAT scans that we're looking at. There's the one with the bleed on the right side, one with the red arrow, which is causing compression. Again, the blood is bright, that's white, letting us know that it's new blood. And then the one with the blue arrow has, again, bright blood beating new subdural and compression on the brain. Subdurals, though, can be categorized into three types. You can have acute, which means something that happened within the first day or first hours. up to about 10 days. And it's going to be this bright blood, and we'll show the differences here in a minute. You can have subacute, which is usually about 14 days to 4 weeks, and then chronic. So how do you tell the difference? Here is a CAT scan showing the 3 different types of subdural hematomas. Far left one having the bright blood, hyperdense blood, hyper meaning bright, has this white effect, letting us know that it's acute. The one that's approximately a month old, and these are tough sometimes to even differentiate the blood versus normal brain. That's called isodense fluid or a subacute subdural. And then the far right ones, you can see that the fluid becomes a little more dark, more hypodense. This is what we'd call a chronic subdural hematoma. So how do you treat subdural hematomas? It's a lot like epidurals. It's observation versus surgery. And again, I kind of give 2 examples. The one on the left with the 2 pictures shows a small left-sided subdural hematoma that outlines the brain. And then the scan on the right, which shows a much larger acute subdural hematoma with compression of the brain with midline shift of the brain. This is one that would be emergently taken to the OR and evacuated. How do we do that? So again, here's pictures, CAT scan on the top left, showing a large subdural hematoma. There's midline shift. When I talk about midline shift, I talk about where the ventricles are, which are the black things in the middle. They should be straight in the middle of the brain. These are shifted over. So this person would need emergent surgery. And when you look at the pictures, B is an outline of what the incision would look like. A trauma flap or a trauma craniotomy is what we call them. It's usually a backwards or a question mark incision planned. The C image shows the bone already taken off, and that is the dura you're looking at. And then D showing the dura open with a large blood clot sitting on top of the brain. Well, what about subacute and chronic subdural hematomas? Again, treatment's observation versus surgery. Some of these times when you have hematomas, subdural hematomas, which you observe for a couple weeks, like this one on the left, can grow larger. But once they grow larger, they become more liquefied. And you're able to then do surgery through a much smaller incision like the one that's labeled A, which is what we drill a hole into the head for a burr hole to drain the fluid out. You can imagine there's no way to get this large blood clot that we see out of that small hole. That's why if we can wait and let them liquefy, it's a much smaller surgery to do to then drain the blood out of the brain. So some people say they have a hard time differentiating subdurals and epidural hematomas. They do sometimes look alike. So what are some of the things we can think about when we're trying to differentiate between a subdural and epidural hematoma? So a subdural hematoma is concave. If you think about a crescent shaped, these usually happen from a bridging vein on the brain that goes to the dura that rips and it causes a bleed. These happen in elderly and also alcoholics because as our brain shrinks, those veins become stretched. Then you have a trauma that occurs, either being a fall or a motor vehicle accident where the brain shakes, it can rip a vein, causing a bleed. So some people would think about that concave shape or subdural and think about a banana shape. That's how you can tell it's a subdural versus an epidural, which is more of a convex type shape. Again, what I talked about earlier, these can come from the rip of the middle meningeal artery. They have a lucid interval. And then they go down here and they say epi equals pi equals lemon, epidural. Just another way to try to remember what the differences are of the two. So what about intracerebral hematoma? The two previous bleeds we talked about are outside the brain, causing compression on the brain. An intracerebral hematoma occurs when blood pools in the tissue of the brain. And not always are these going to be traumatic. These can be caused by other medical conditions, such as high blood pressure, small vessel disease, a tumor could bleed. So sometimes, we get called to the emergency room from the trauma department where they see a interparenchymal hemorrhage and where in fact it's a medical issue, not a traumatic issue. But again, in a trauma setting, they are due to areas of contusion coalescing into a contusional hematoma in trauma. Again, the 3 CTs you see with this large hyperdense lesion or contusion versus the one on the single on the right, which is most likely from some sort of hypertensive emergency. So treatment again in these is just like the other ones, observation versus surgery. What about non-hematoma traumatic brain injuries? Well, we said concussion was not going to be talked about, but we'll talk about diffuse axonal injury, or DAI. I'm sure a lot of you have heard or seen the acronym DAI and wonder, well, what is that and how do you treat that? So DAI is actually the shearing of the brain's long connective fibers, our axons, which connect our brain to different parts of the brain. And this is injured in a trauma when the brain shifts or rotates in the skull. If you think of your skull in a bowl of jello, or the jello in a bowl, that's your skull, and when you shake it, it goes back and forth. That shearing can then shear the axons, which then can decrease our mentation because our connectivity is bad. So DAI people usually can come in and coma injury with many different parts of the brain being injured. I put that left-sided CT up, which really, if you look at it closely, it almost looks like a normal CT. So DAI people can come in a comatose state with almost a normal-looking brain CT. The ones on the right are usually people with DAI that are probably a week later, where they get micro contusions from those axons that have bled, or the shearing of those. The best way to pick up on DAI is with a MRI. So on an MRI, in different types of sequencing, on the far right is our MRI. You can see almost little holes, and those are the axons that have been sheared and have gone on to die. So patients who come in DAI are usually, again, have a low GCS, and those usually less than 8, meaning they're not able to communicate, usually intubated. So the way we treat those is sometimes you can place an intracranial pressure monitor to monitor the patient's pressure to make sure their brain doesn't swell, since we don't have a physical exam to follow. That picture there is just many different types of monitors we can place in the brain to monitor patients' ICP, intracranial pressure. So that's kind of the head trauma category of this talk. We're going to now transition to spine trauma. As neurosurgeons, we treat the spine from the cervical spine all the way down to the lumbar spine into the sacrum. There's approximately 12,000 new cases per year of spine trauma. Average age is about 40.7. 80.7% are males, so it puts us males at a much higher risk category of having a spinal trauma. There's increased incidence amongst African Americans and Asians, and the most common cause of spine trauma is motor vehicle accident, followed by falls and followed by violence. Here's a quick anatomy review of our vertebral column, or our spinal column. You can see the green being our cervical vertebrae. We have 7 of those. They label 8. We have 8 cervical nerves, but 7 cervical vertebrae. Our thoracic vertebrae, which we have 12 of, and then our lumbar vertebrae, which we have 5. Our sacrums are 5, and then we have our coccyx, which is our butt bone. Most of these vertebrae from the cervical portion down to the lumbar are shaped pretty much similar. And that plays true unless you're looking at the C1 and C2. Here's an anatomical view of C1 and C2, C1 being the bottom. We call it a C1 ring because it's shaped like a ring. And it's also what we call the atlas. C2, which is the one above it, almost looks like a thumb. If you think of your thumb, this is the dens process, or odontoid, and then the back part is our vertebrae. So those are the 2 vertebrae that are a little bit different than others. And that's important too, is because our atlas, which is our C1 ring, is attached to our skull with ligaments. So if you have an injury to this is injury to the ligaments, and that almost always requires surgery because there's nothing now attached to it. Sorry. So workup for spine trauma. You can see this gentleman in the trauma bay on a backboard with a cervical collar on. In our trauma workups, we do a CAT scan, which covers the whole CT, thoracic, and lumbar spine. That's performed, but as always, you assume injury until proven otherwise. What are some mechanisms of injury? Well, you can have a distraction injury. If you start in the right-hand corner at about 2 o'clock, we'll work our way around. So you have distraction extension when you extend your neck and it gets distracted. So extension and distraction. You can have just an extension injury. You can have an extension with a compression injury. You can have just a compression injury that goes down on the bones. You can have a flexion injury, which is more of this. Another, if you go down to about 9 o'clock, that flexion injury, that's one we see quite a bit of in people who dive into a shallow swimming pool. And then up to about 11 o'clock is a flexion distraction injury. So fracture dislocation or injuries to the cervical spinal cord. You can have atlanto-occipital dissociation. So when you hear those two words, you put those two together, atlanto or atlas being the C1 ring, occipital being our occipital bone here. So occipital, atlanto. If it's dissociation, it means there is distraction or a rip of those ligaments. This usually creates complete injury or complete spinal cord quadriplegia, and a lot of times is associated with death because of our breathing center being in that area. You can have atlantoaxial dislocation. So again, atlanto being C1, axial being C2. Remember the atlas sits on the axis. If it's dislocated also, or ripped or stretched, that usually results in a complete injury or death also. Then we can have jumped and locked facets, which we'll show in a picture here in a minute. A lot of times this requires reduction, getting them back over in the correct alignment. But once they are jumped, a lot of times this can impinge on the spinal cord, causing severe spinal cord injury and instability due to ligamentous injury to be able to get those bones in that abnormal position from trauma. So here's a couple pictures of fracture dislocation. We'll start from the left going to the right in the one of 3. That white and black arrow represent distraction. So if you go to the next one, that black arrow, that's kind of what a facet, that's a facet joint we're looking at in the cervical spine should look like. But go back to the white, to the one to the left where the white and black arrows, you can see the whiting in those facets. The one that's labeled B is what we call a perched facet. So facets, if you think about them like shingles, should line up one on top of another very nicely. Here in that middle one, you see that point is on top of the other point. That's a perched facet. Now go to the C one, that's a true jump facet. You can see that one shingle is now on top and went in front of the other one. So that's a jump facet. Go even further over to that CAT scan, you can see where that alignment is now abnormal and where the spinal cord lives down the middle is almost cut in half. Again, due to the jump facet. So facet fractures, there's a high incidence of cord injury in the cervical spine. And then when we look at our odontoid fractures, these usually very rarely cause any type of cord injury. Can usually treat these conservatively in a collar, but there are different types of odontoid fractures, and some do need surgical reduction. So when we move our way down to the thoracic spine and lumbar spine, we have 3 different types of fractures we look at. You have compression fractures, burst fractures, or chance fractures. And if you can see, these circles they overlie each other because you can always have you can have compression burst fractures. You can have chance fractures with a burst component or a chance fracture with a compression component. And that's why you see that overlap in there. When you look at that CAT scan to the right, you can see that I always tell people that your vertebrae are built like Coke cans, one on top of another with discs in between. And you can see that there's a fractured vertebrae there with a portion in the front and a portion in the back. That's called a burst fracture. Here are 3 different types of fractures we just talked about. We'll start in the top left corner and work our way down. You've got a compression fracture that's just seen there by X-ray at labeled L1 with about 10 to 12% or 10 to 20% height loss. And the one in the middle, that's a burst fracture. It's a burst, you can almost say compression fracture, with fractured of the anterior portion, fractured in the middle, and then fractured posteriorly into the spinal canal. And the third one being a chance fracture, which is a distraction type injury, going all the way through the body, through the pedicle, with a distraction on that bone. So how do we determine which fractures need surgery and which ones don't? Sometimes you can look at a film and know for sure, yes, that patient needs surgery, or do they need surgery? And then sometimes becomes a clinical decision. They published a thing called the TLIX score, which is 3 independent predictors to determine if people would need surgery. This is something that you don't have to use, but if it helps you sometimes gauge one way or the other. So what is the 3 independent predictors? One is morphology or type of fracture. So the ones we just talked about all have different scores. Compression fractures have a score of 1. Burst fractures have a score of 2. Translation, rotation 3, and distraction is 4. Distraction being a chance type of fracture. Then they look at the integrity of the posterior ligamentous complex, or the PLC. And the way we do that is with MRI. So if you get an MRI and it shows it to be completely intact, that's a 0. And then if you think it's injured, you get a 2, or if it's grossly injured, it's a 3. And then you look at the patient's neurological status, meaning are they intact where there's no abnormal movement, they have full strength? Is there pain or some sort of nerve root injury? Is there a spinal cord injury, an incomplete injury, meaning they still have some function, or cauda equina, which deals with the lower lumbar area? So what gets you to a surgical number? Anything greater than 4 is surgery. So let's say you have a chance type fracture, which is a 4, and you suspect the posterior the posterior ligamentous complex being disrupted. That right there is already a 6. So that would be a surgical candidate. You have an elderly lady who falls, 90 years old, and has a 25% compression fracture. MRI shows her PLC intact, and her only neurological issue is pain, which does not get you any score. So she's only a 1. She would not need surgery. But with compression type fractures in elderly, there's other things you can do besides surgery, and we'll show that. One being a kyphoplasty, which is putting cement into the bone. So as you can see on the one that says before and after, before you see the compression fracture, after showing a kyphoplasty with cement in the bone. Go to the right, we see a burst fracture with the fractured portion going anteriorly and into the spine. That right there, if we go back, burst fractures are a 2. The PLC was injured, so that gives it a 3, which is a 5. And they had an incomplete cord, so they were an 8. So that was a surgical candidate that had surgery with screws and rods. Sometimes as neurosurgeons we get called, usually in pediatric population, where the child has a definite injury, but there's nothing evident on anything that we do. We do a CAT scan, it looks normal. We do an MRI, it looks normal. So what do we call this? It's called sciora, which is a spinal cord injury without radiographic abnormality. Again, it's most common in children, and that is because they have ligaments that are more lax, so they can injure themselves and pulls it back together without any radiographic evidence of fracture or instability. So I'll close and we'll finish up with peripheral nerve trauma. So peripheral nerve trauma, the most common reason that people have that is vehicular accidents. We can have penetrating trauma due to knife wounds, stab wounds, falls, gunshot wounds, car accidents involving getting hit, sports related, and then others. So this is kind of just a diagram of what a nerve is. We have an axon which runs through the middle, then it's wrapped with endoneurium, perineurium, epineurium, all that covered with the myelin sheath, or the myelin sheath over the axon, and all that covers the myelin. So there's different types of nerve injuries. You can have a neuropraxia, and if you think about praxia, it's just almost like a paresis, meaning it will come back. Something's just blocking the conduction of that nerve. You can have axonomesis, which they are labeled 2, 3, 4, and 5. When you have an axonomesis 2, you do have damage to your axon. So damage to the axon, those can repair themselves. You can have axonomesis 3, which actually damages the endoneurium, the most inner portion of the nerve. Then axonomesis 4 is damage to both the endoneurium and the perineurium. And then neuromesis 4 is complete severed of the nerve. You've cut through all of that. So how do neurosurgeons deal with this? Kind of like when do we get called the trauma setting? A lot of times the trauma setting is when they have an open injury and you can see the nerve, or they've had a knife wound and you can see that it could have affected a nerve. So when you have an open injury, you look and you see, is the nerve in continuity? If the nerve's in continuity, there's nothing to do. You just conservatively manage it. You get serial EMG and imaging. If the lesion is in discontinuity, so let's say you have a knife stab wound, that's a sharp laceration, then that goes to the operating room for immediate repair where you sew it back together. If it's a blunt injury or a blunt transection, or it's severed or shaved, that's something you delay for 2 to 3 weeks, let the nerve kind of repair itself, and then you go back and sew it back together after you resect the intraluminal scar. So I kind of went over a few things that neurosurgeons do. Really, it's kind of all we do in a trauma setting. So for us as neurosurgeons, we're not always just a trauma neurosurgeon or a brain tumor neurosurgeon or a spine neurosurgeon. We get to deal with a lot of different types of injuries, which makes our jobs fun. But I appreciate your all's time. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg, and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
When Carson received his driver's license, he registered as an organ donor. So months later, when he was involved in a tragic car accident, we were able to save lives through organ donation.
By us following Carson's wishes, he was able to save 5 lives.
One short conversation gave me clear direction of what to do, and I'm not sure that direction would have been there if there hadn't been that conversation.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
For our next speaker, we're going to hear from Dr. Robert B. Lim. He's a retired United States Army Medical Corps surgeon. He's currently Vice Chair of Education in our residency program here at the University of Oklahoma School of Medicine in Tulsa, Oklahoma. An Associate Professor of Surgery, Department of Surgery, again, in University of Oklahoma here in Tulsa. His training, Dr. Lim graduated from medical school at the New York Medical College. His residency was at Tripler Army Medical Center in Hawaii, and his fellowship was at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston. Dr. Lim has been on many combat missions. He's speaking from experience. His discussion today will be one on chest trauma and blast injuries, but again, he's speaking from experience. He's multiple deployments and combat zones. So again, Dr. Lim is going to be joining us remotely, and I hope you enjoy his presentation.
Hello, my name is Robert Lim. I have the honor today of talking to you about blast injuries to the chest. I am currently a general surgeon with OU Physicians here in Tulsa. I'd like to thank Dr. Charles and the program committee for giving me the honor of this presentation. My only disclosure is that I do provide consulting for up-to-date on bariatric surgery and obesity care. It is unrelated to this particular project. I was a military surgeon for 23 years, and I've seen a fair amount of chest trauma. And I should also disclose that I am working and giving you this lecture from Kiev, Ukraine, where I have been working with an entity called GSMSG. And we've had the honor of working alongside the Ukrainian citizens and military in their fight against the Russian invasion. And that's where I'm recording for you today. This is the outline of my talk, and we'll go ahead and get right to it. So there are about 252,000 traumatic chest injuries annually in the United States, but it does count for a quarter of trauma deaths. However, only about 3% of all injuries, thoracic trauma injuries, require surgery. However, if they do happen to penetrate the mediastinum, in stable patients, up to 60% of patients require surgery of some sort. And of course, unstable patients with a penetrating injury in the mediastinum all need surgical care. Chest and blast injuries, there are multiple forces from a blast, and therefore there are most likely to be multiple injuries, and they're only both blunt and penetrating. This little diagram kind of shows that. The primary injuries come from a blast pressure wave, if you will, which causes a lot of blunt trauma and barotrauma. Secondary injuries come from penetrating shrapnel and flying debris. And then the tertiary injuries come from the propulsion of the wave knocking its victim back or causing him or her to fall from height from a car or something like that. And so there are, again, a second hit of blunt injuries, in this case, that can occur. And so you might get some extremity, cervical, neck, and head injuries as a result. So this table just kind of sums that up. And on the far right kind of shows you what can happen as a result of that. So the primary wave blast can give you a blast lung, can rupture your tympanic membranes, and then perforate hollow viscous organs, and also give you TBI. Secondary are penetrating again, and of course they can hurt any part of the body. And tertiary injuries result from the fall and can be head and neck again, as well as extremities. And then the quaternary ones are not due to the previous three mechanisms, but are a result of the trauma. For instance, burns. You may be near the explosion, close enough to get burned, in addition to getting fractures from the fall and penetrating injuries from the blast. Inhalant is another common one. So these pictures are from soldiers from the battlefield in Ukraine. And you can see that, again, the blast can affect anywhere. On the face, there's often not protection. You can see up in the upper right. And so that's particularly susceptible to injuries. What's probably understated is that there is lots of tissue loss with these blast injuries. You can see in the torso on the left and the leg on the lower right-hand part of the screen. In addition to the injuries that are occurring, I mean, both blunt and penetrating, and there's really some burn in there also, there is just massive amounts of tissue loss, or there can be with these blast injuries. A word about blast lung injury. It's called, the pressurization wave that occurs with the blast. It causes the alveoli to distend massively, which causes parenchymal hemorrhage around the alveoli and prevents it from exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide. At the same time, the damage to the pulmonary veins there can lead to air and fat emboli, which can be immediately fatal if it goes to the right spot. In general, care is mainly supportive and the long-term outcomes are good. This has also been seen in the military data. However, I would submit to you that the data on this is somewhat understated, again, because patients who die from blast injuries, they may have had significant blast lung underlying, but they've had so many other injuries that it tends to lose influence as to what actually caused the victim's death. And so it's probably an underappreciated part of the blast injuries. Thoracic injuries also have been followed along with a database, in this case, the Joint Trauma Theater Registry. So this is the 10-year data, and noted that the incidence of thoracic injuries is about 8.6%, most of which were penetrating. Most of them were due to IED blasts. And some of the oral majority, 86%, were able to be successfully treated with tube thoracostomy. However, the overall mortality was still 8%, which is pretty high. Compare that to the blast civilian experience using the trauma registry, and this run by the American College of Surgeons. Prevalence is much less at 0.3%, and mortality, although it is still pretty high compared to the incidence of the thoracic injuries, 2%, not as bad as the mortality in the military. Most of the time, these injuries are due to fireworks or gas pressurized containers, meaning that one reason that the military mortality is higher is likely because of the power from the munitions that are used in IEDs or rocket or missile attacks. In Oklahoma, using the trauma registry again here, we see that in particular cardiac injuries, which can lead to hemopericardium, cardiac tamponade, as well as other injuries, isn't very common, only about 0.4%. However, there is a very high operative rate at 17% and a very high mortality rate at 37%, meaning, again, not very common, but it does happen. It's very fatal. And this particular study comes from our own host, Dr. Charles there. He's the second author. And the OU physicians, and particularly Dr. Tran, one of our residents at the time, Dr. Howard, and Dr. Korigami. The lethal 6 chest injuries that can occur are tension pneumothorax and open pneumothorax, massive hemothorax, cardiac tamponade, failed chest, and airway obstruction. And again, one understated piece about all this is the amount of tissue loss that can occur and complicate the management. The tissue loss itself is not a cause of the death from thoracic trauma. However, it may certainly complicate the management. This is our algorithm. We'll go on the stable side first. So patients experience either penetrating or blunt trauma from the blast, because they can have both. If they present hemodynamically stable and you think there's a chest injury, then you would get a pretty standard chest X-ray and extended fast scan, which would include an ultrasound of the chest looking for a pneumothorax. Again, hemodynamically stable patient. The first move would be to put a chest tube if you thought suspected of pneumothorax or hemothorax. If you suspect a pericardial tamponade, though, from the EFAST, then the next intervention would go into the operating room. In particular, the pneumothorax, most will be treated successfully with a chest tube. If there's a persistent pneumothorax, however, you have to consider a larger part of the airway being injured or extensive lung disease. The first move in that case would be to do a CT scan, and this could be followed up with a bronchoscope. And then because, especially in the case of penetrating wounds, the aerodigestive tract is injured concomitantly, you might consider doing an endoscopy to rule out that injury. In case of a hemothorax, again, most would be successfully treated with a chest tube. However, there are some indications for a thoracotomy, or at least a VATS exploration after a chest tube is placed for hemothorax. That's if there's more than 200 cc's an hour or 4 hours, or there's a return of about 1,500 immediately. There's a little caveat that most time when it goes over 2 liters, you're going to have to do some kind of surgical intervention, either a full thoracotomy or at least an exploration with a VATS technique to help stop the bleeding. A quick word about retained hemothorax just persist on. Most people recommend early intervention. It's within 72 hours. 7 days of doing a sort of a time-sensitive thoracoscopy to drain out the hemothorax. And in fact, there's a more obvious benefit if you do it within 4 days in terms of length of stay, hospital stay, infection after this procedure. In the case of cardiac tamponade, this is diagnosed with ultrasound of the heart. It used to be suspected that you could do a pericardial window. And in case of a multilayered trauma patient is unstable, you have to go to the operating room quickly. If you presume that the trauma is in the abdomen, say, or perhaps even in the pelvis, but you want to rule out that, you could do a pericardial window. There is a lot of data about laparoscopic guidance, but that's only with chronic tamponade from either like pericarditis effusions or congestive heart disease or something else that might cause fluid to build up. Fluid to build up in the pericardium. A little clinical pearl. Cardiac tamponade patients will usually respond to fluid. So they may come in tachycardic and hypotensive, and you give them a couple of liters of fluid or even whole blood, and patients will usually respond. You think, oh, this patient's doing okay. But then they very quickly show signs of cardiogenic shock and hemodynamic instability. We all hope you remember the medical school Beck's triad. When you start to have distended jugular veins, muffled heart sounds, and hypertension, that's a surgical emergency. And patient requires a thoracotomy to relieve the blood from the pericardium to allow the heart to beat effectively, and to also close the defect so that it doesn't continue. So going back to our algorithm for stable patients, again, chest X-ray and EFAST are done first. If those are both negative, if you suspect, however, you do suspect someone is concerned for a transmucosal injury, i.e., a bullet looks like it goes on both sides of the chest. Then the old school therapy teaching, was to do rule out injuries to the aerodigestive tract as well as the great vessels, and so that would be esophagoscopy and bronchoscopy. We can actually be selective now. Most data shows that if you do a CT scan up front, you can identify the tracheal and esophageal injuries that may occur, and then adding angiography onto your CT scan can show injuries to great vessels. All right, so again, this is the transmucostinal portion of things. Again, if you suspect transmucostinal, then you would do a CT scan and then a CT scan with angiography, and then pending the results of that CT scan, you may need to do esophagoscopy and bronchoscopy. Now, specifically injuries to the esophagus, it's pretty rare, only 0.37% of the time. Mortality, however, is pretty high, and the ISS score is usually pretty high. That's usually, again, because there are associated other devastating injuries that are likely to cause of death, and they just happen to have an esophageal injury along with it. This happens much more often, these esophageal injuries, with penetrating mechanisms as opposed to blunt. But again, in the case of blasts, they can be both, so they should be suspected. If you think there is one, the first move would be to do an EGD to look for an esophageal injury. And if it's small enough, you might consider just doing endoluminal therapy, just either clipping or stenting it. The data is not extensive, I will give you that. But however, as we improve our endoluminal techniques, and let's say this was a knife wound to the chest, penetrating the chest, then you certainly may be able to just do endoluminal clipping on it. However, in the case of blast injury, it just won't be multiple, and you may have to do extensive resection again, if that patient has survived to that long. If there is an esophageal injury, obviously you'd like to know where it is exactly, which is where the EGD helps, and it also helps direct where you might do your thoracotomy incisions. Lower esophagus is more easily accessed on the left-hand side, specifically the left posterolateral thoracotomy, and the upper and mid-esophagus is better accessed through a right posterolateral thoracotomy. Whatever kind of repair you might do, or if it's also, let's say it's repaired at the time of doing another repair of another injury in the chest, then don't forget to patch that esophageal repair. There's no serosa on the esophagus, so it needs the extra tissue in order to heal up and not have a persistent leak afterwards. Again, there's only case reports about using endoluminal therapy for them, but in this particular report, the patient had a tamponade and some lung injury after multiple stab wounds to the chest. So he was taken for a left thoracotomy. They did not see any tracheal bronchial injuries in their exploration, but they thought there might have been an esophageal one. So rather than open up the right side, they instead did endoscopy and saw these two penetrating wounds where the arrows are marked in the mid-esophagus, and were able to clip these only. And the patient did well after both the thoracotomy and the esophagus injury with just, again, endoluminal therapy. The bronchi is a little bit different. Again, it's pretty rare. The mortality is very high, and the ISS score is also very high. Again, this is because there's concomitant injuries that occur with them. One of the bigger differences is usually from a blunt injury and not necessarily a penetrating injury. This study is another database study. This is from the German Trauma Registry, and again, there are usually other devastating injuries that cause the problems or the patient to succumb. To evaluate, bronchoscopy is recommended. And again, location is important. And if you see significant tracheal or bronchial injuries on the otherwise stable patient, there are several incisions you can make depending on where the injury is. The upper to mid trachea, you may be able to do a transverse collar incision and extend it to a median sternotomy. If it's on the distal trachea or right main, you're going to need to do a right posterolateral. And then the left main, you can do a left posterolateral thoracotomy. An interesting note, they do make a distinction about the smaller tracheal injuries, and these are injuries that are less than 4 centimeters, less than a third of the circumference of the trachea, and if there's no associated distal loss, oftentimes you do not have to do any surgical repair on them or even any endoluminal repair on them. You can just observe them, make them NPO, make sure their other parameters like oxygenation and blood pressure are adequate, and it ought to heal up. So in this particular case on the left is a picture of a pretty large, to me anyway, tracheal injury. But if you measure it, it's about 3 tracheal rings, which the authors said was less than 4 centimeters. And that's about 1/3 of the way around the trachea. And so they elected not to operate on this one. And this is the picture 15 days later, just 15 days later, you see it was mostly healed. So there is a role for conservative management with bronchial injuries. Now, again, with blast injuries, it's not like to happen. If you're going to have a tracheal injury, it's probably going to be pretty big. However, if it is small, you, again, don't necessarily have to operate on that. Now, this is the part where everyone gets more excited about because, again, esophageal and tracheal bronchial injuries are pretty rare, but vascular ones can be more common. Sort of the good news, bad news about vascular injuries is that the devastating ones, usually the patients don't make it to the operating room. They usually succumb pretty early. So then you're left with sort of the mid to moderate injuries. And as a result, there's a role and there's time to consider endovascular therapy. Now, in addition to any penetrating injuries, there's a shear injury that can happen because the aorta is sort of tethered at the diaphragm and at the left subclavian artery, which allows any blunt forces to cause a shearing effect on it and may cause a disruption at that point. Again, distal to the left subclavian. The arteries that we're looking for in vascular injuries are the aorta, the carotid. These are the most common. So the aortic injury, carotid intimal injury, subclavian intimal injury, and then azygos, hemiazygos injuries. Those are the most common vascular injuries that occur. Now, we can debate all day which is better, open, endovascular, when, what time, what place. And there are multiple factors that go into it. But CT angiography, again, these patients will typically have time to do a CT angiography to help locate where the injury is, because the sicker ones have probably already died. If you, however, need to do access the openly anyway, the innominate artery, the heart, the vena cava, left common carotid, then mediastotomy is probably your incision of choice. The left subclavian, as it goes more posterior, you're probably going to do a left posterolateral thoracotomy, and the right subclavian, the right posterolateral thoracotomy. These are the injuries that you're looking for, and they're graded 1 through 4: an intimal tear, intramural hematoma, C.D. aneurysm rupture, and you can see there on the right the management principles: conservative, meaning non-operative and non-endovascular therapy, probably just high care, monitoring, sedation, antihypertensive, and anticoagulation. Intraluminal hematoma may not need any endoluminal therapy either, but you're probably going to want to look at that again with a repeat angiogram or CT angiogram in a few days to see if it's getting any worse or needs to have some surgery or endovascular repair. A pseudoaneurysm can again be both surgical or endoluminal, and depending on where it is and the extent of it, and again, does not always have to occur right away. There may be some time. Now, a complete rupture of one of the aorta, and I should back up. These are aortic injuries. Complete rupture, of course, needs open emergent repair because that needs to be done as quickly as possible, obviously. In the other great vessels, the carotid and subclavian, this is more likely with blunt injuries. You can have grades 1 through 5 of injuries, and you can read them as well as I can for you. But again, when you do open and when you do endovascular is up to the resources and the skill you have locally. Most of these patients, again, die before the hospital. And so the patients that do make it to the hospital is usually time to perform that angiogram, which will direct therapy. As I said, you can devote a whole time about whether you do endovascular or open repair, and there's advantages and disadvantages of both. This slide shows some of the advantages. They're on the left of endovascular therapy: lower mortality, less spinal cord ischemia. You would hate to fix somebody's aorta only to leave them paraplegic afterwards or on chronic hemodialysis while they would be alive. That obviously has a significant impact on their quality of life. One of the other things, the advantages are less blood loss and less effect on associated injury. So, let's say they have a pretty bad lung injury and a maybe even in one of the proximal arch vessel injuries, and you have to do all of that. The dissection alone to get to all those injuries is pretty significant. But if maybe you could put a graft across the pseudoaneurysm, and then you can devote most of your dissection and time on the lung injury, say, then it may lessen the amount of dissection you have to do. Endovascular therapy also has been shown to have shorter operative time and hospital length of stay. And you also don't need to go on cardiac bypass when that occurs. Some of the challenges with endovascular therapy, though you have to have the right person, and sometimes it's the person has to be taking call, and sometimes they're not there. One thing that always bothered me is that they call them hybrid rooms, but usually you think hybrid, you think maybe compromise. I see that the general surgeons have the ones who are compromising everything because the hybrid doesn't move. It doesn't go up really much at all. And so it's a very awkward way to operate. And oftentimes what you need isn't in that hybrid room because that's mostly for vascular cases. Not a knock on the vascular people, is just that I understand the need for a hybrid bed, but it's usually not very advantageous. It's not a great bed for the trauma surgeons to work on. If you don't have a landing spot, proximal and distally, because of the lesions or the proximity lesions, then you may not be able to do endovascular therapy, even if you have people there available to do it. Open surgery is clearly the quickest way to the aorta, and including the proximal vessels. But there is a higher mortality with it, 16%, and there's a risk of spinal ischemia. And again, to the surrounding organs that may need to be dissected to get to the aorta, there's more risk of injury to those. So maybe the answer is a combined therapy. You may do some of the injuries endovascularly just to stabilize. And I'll throw a word in about Roboa, even though the data on Roboa is not very robust. It may be just enough to stabilize so you can do something else and then repair the vascular things endovascularly later on. And I will say that the data on this idea is not robust either. But there may be some efficacy of it because, again, you're limiting the open dissection that you would require for an open procedure. All right. Now, when we talk about vascular injuries, again, I said before that any number of things can be injured. Any number of things can cause the hemothorax. The lung parenchymal itself can be the bleeding source. Let's not forget the vena cava, the other very large vessel that's in the chest. The pulmonary artery can be particularly challenging because it's one of its location. It's usually more posterior, but also because of the effect if you cannot control or you have to ligate the pulmonary artery, then you obviously may have to take out that vein, that associated ipsilateral lung to do that, which is a pretty morbid procedure. The pulmonary vein, usually you can get away with just either doing a primary repair or ligating it. The same thing with the azygos and hemiazygos veins. But just again, remember those are fairly large vessels and they can bleed pretty quickly. If it's the lung that's the bleeding source, usually you can do something like a tractotomy, which is a staple across the two sides. That kind of leaves you a little open gap. I don't have a picture of it. Once you staple off both sides, and you have to throw several sutures in that gap to close off any bleeding parenchyma that may occur. In the case of a pulmonary artery injury, again, they're more posterior. You got to go find them and identify the bleeding source, but you may not be able to. So maybe not be able to control it without compromising blood flow to the lung. So then you could do a staple pneumonectomy like this, which is basically throwing a big TA stapler across the pulmonary hilum, as seen in the picture on the left, and then firing and then doing your pneumonectomy that way. So that's all stable patients. And I know I've described people who are bleeding and people who have significant injuries to the chest. But in general, you have a little more time with those patients to do your endoscopies or your CTAs or your bronchoscopies to rule out disease, and hopefully you can get away without having to do morbid procedures in doing so. However, lots of patients will present unstable too. And again, I labeled it penetrating trauma, but that can be some of the case with blast injury. A lot of times you'll have multiple holes in the patient, multiple injured sites, and you just don't know where they might go. Those missiles might go. In the case the patient presents unstably with penetrating trauma to the chest, then they will go directly to the operating room. Now, of course, which approach should you do? Just a quick word about the emergent thoracotomies. In general, if witness penetrating thoracic trauma within 15 minutes of pre-hospital CPR, there is good data that suggests you proceed with that. I will say that's usually stab wounds and usually single gunshot wounds. In the case of blunt trauma, within 5 minutes of pre-hospital CPR, you can consider it. Witness penetrating non-thoracic trauma with less than 5 minutes, and then witness blunt trauma with less than 5 minutes of pre-hospital CPR. Now, in the case again of blast injuries, you're going to have both blunt and penetrating. You do not know which one is the cause of the cardiopulmonary arrest. So your threshold for doing a thoracotomy may be even lower in the blunt patients, just because you're probably worth it to find out which of the mechanisms cause the injuries. And in the case of it is a penetrating one, there may be something that you can repair as a result of that. How were the results of ER or emergent thoracotomies? This is a little older data from 1998, but bottom line is about 5% of people survived, and the majority of those who survived did not have neurologic sequelae. Now, this is a review article. Again, it's a little bit older, but really the rate hasn't changed a whole lot in the last 25 or so years. The one reason why the indications for the thoracotomy haven't changed is because it can be futile, or it can be a last-ditch effort, especially for people who die in front of the providers. Now, which incision that we talked about? Well, left anterolateral, the middle one there, C, is probably the most common one. That gives you the quickest access. Remember, when you're talking about hemothorax especially, you want to try to preserve blood flow to the heart, lung, and brain. So regardless of where the injury might be, you're still going to clamp that descending thoracic aorta in order to preserve blood flow to the heart, lung, and brain. With the patient in the supine position in order to gain access, if you think there is injury over to the right subclavian or the right bronchus, then you can extend to do a clamshell. You may need to do that to see the whole arch of the aorta. So that's the incision kind of lower right on E. This trapdoor incision up here in B, it's a pretty morbid procedure. In general, if you thought you had to access the subclavian artery there, you can do a supraclavicular incision or an intraclavicular incision to access it that way, and not do a trapdoor. Those are fairly morbid procedures. The advantages of a left anterolateral thoracotomy is very quick. It's the gold standard. It's pretty quick access to the heart and to the aorta, as well as the hollow regions. It does not require any special positionings, and again, you can extend to a clamshell if you need to. As I said before, getting to some of the posterior arteries, posterior structures, including the left subclavian artery, can be difficult though from the left anterolateral approach. The posterolateral approach does give benefits, but again, this patient usually has to be fairly stable and has to be have to identify where that injury is. And so it's good for those particular ones, and you don't have to go to the other side, for instance, so it's not a great option for emergent or unstable patients. The median sternotomy does have advantages of exposure to the anterior cardiac and the great vessel injuries that are there, but it is difficult to identify the distal peripheral injuries and the posterior ones, and it's almost impossible to access the posterior mediastinum and the esophagus from a median sternotomy. So we talked about hemothorax, we talked about pneumothorax and cardiac tamponade, Yeah, a little bit far back down. Sorry. And then one of the other causes of death is the flail chest. And so, strict definitions: 3 more consecutive ribs with 2 fractures each, showing paradoxical chest movement, which you see here in this video, and usually as underlying pulmonary condition significant enough that can be lethal. The therapy for it is supportive initially, intubation, and supportive to ensure oxygen donation. And then at least on the flail chest data, there is pretty good data that shows that, again, it is fairly deadly, about 6 to 17%. And even though the article down there says less deadly, still 6% is pretty deadly in my mind. There is definitely data that early rib fixation reduces mortality, as well as reduces hospital length of stay and cost within the hospitalization. That's been proven over several articles over the last few years, and including a meta-analysis, and early fixation in patients who are obese, who may be more compromised with their pulmonary mechanics because of their obesity. Now, if you have rib fractures that are non-flail, the data isn't as clear. It doesn't necessarily favor one over the other, even including epidural pain management. There are some cases where it may be beneficial in patients who are elderly, and by elderly I mean frail. And there is some benefit in obese patients also, but these are, at least in the case of the obese patients, is a case control study, a relatively small case control study. And so I think the jury's still out on whether you need to do rib fractures. Rib fracture stabilization in isolated rib fracture, or at least in non-flail rib fractures. You always have to consider with penetrating injuries to the thorax about associated abdominal injuries. This gray-blue shaded area here is another box. There's lots of boxes in the chest. I'm sure everyone's gone over a bunch of them. But this is basically lippal line extended all the way to the costal margin on both sides, and any penetrating injury in there can damage both the thoracic organs, but also the abdominal organs. So in the case of unstable patients with these injuries, you would do a laparotomy to rule out intra-abdominal injuries. In the case of a stable patient, I would recommend considering a laparoscopic approach for this. A CT scan first of the abdomen and pelvis to try to rule out injuries, specifically retroperitoneal ones. But if that shows minimal pathology, or even if it does show pathology, I would still favor a laparoscopic approach in a stable patient, because if this is just an anerotomy or a gastrotomy, or even a hole in the diaphragm from the penetrating injuries, oftentimes those can be repaired with 1 or 2 sutures and does not need extensive reorganization of the anatomy or a sleeve gastrectomy, for instance, to take care of them. Now, there is a pretty well-defined rule well-defined operative plan for laparoscopic exploration. You need 4 ports. You cannot do it with 3, and you have to have very systematic. So once you enter with your 4 ports, you do exploration of the abdominal organs, including running the bowel. You got to open up the lesser sac to see the posterior stomach, as well as the upper posterior stomach. Look at the spleen. Look at all injuries. You're going to have to move the patient around too. So it would be head up, head down, right side up, right side down. And again, using 4 instruments to do an adequate exploration of things. And again, in the case of at least stab wounds anyway, those may only require 1 or 2 sutures to close up, which any surgeon ought to be able to do assuming they've passed FLS. Now, in an unstable patient, laparoscopy is not recommended. So those patients get a laparoscopy. In the case of blast injuries, if you remember those first pictures I showed, lots of injuries can occur, and with that amount of force that causes that amount of tissue loss, then you should expect that it's going to be a traumatic brain injuries. There was an attack on the Al Assad Air Base in Kuwait toward the end of the Iraqi war, and there were no deaths or penetrating injuries, but there were about 34% of patients who had a TBI from those multiple rocket attacks that occurred. So again, TBI is something that occurs, and because we're more focused on the obvious and clear thoracic injuries that may be overlooked, at least initially. Along with head injuries, you got to consider cervical spine injuries. And because, again, the mechanisms I talked about, those tertiary mechanisms where the patient gets thrown somewhere, they may land and break a leg or an arm or something like that. Or the micelles themselves may fracture an arm or a leg. So extremities should be considered to be injured with blast injuries. And incidentally, in the military, there's no protection for your extremities. The body armor covers your thorax and abdomen, front and back. So in summary, blast injuries to the chest are very lethal, especially on the battlefield. In the civilian world, not as much, but still have the potential to be lethal. There are often associated injuries. There are multiple mechanisms, of injury, including blunt from the initial pressure wave penetrating from any vessels that explode out, and then blunt from the fall. And let's not forget things like burns and inhalation injuries. Tissue loss also cannot be understated. Associated injuries inside the chest, besides the ribs, there's esophagus and the tracheal bronchial tree, and then lung parenchyma. And then other associated injuries have to do with either the quaternary injuries or injuries to any other parts of the body. These are my references. Thank you for your time. Apologize for the screen falling a couple times. Wish I could be there with you guys. But please take care. And again, thank you for the honor of presenting.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
What masterpiece are we working on today?
I'm drawing a heart.
Where did you come up with that idea?
Right here.
Do you know what that heart means?
No.
Well, this little heart is a symbol of love. And because someone gave me this gift through organ donation, I'm able to run, play, and read with you. It is the greatest gift anyone can give.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
Our next speaker will be Dr. David Duvall. Dr. Duvall is our newest addition to the trauma surgery as a trauma attending here at Ascension St. John. His medical school was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He did general surgery residency at Dallas at Parkland, and he went on then after that to do a fellowship in trauma surgical critical care at USC in Los Angeles. His topic will be abdominal trauma.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, thank you, Dr. Charles, for that introduction. My name is David Duvall, and I have been trauma surgeon for a little bit of time, but I'm the newest hire here at Ascension St. John's trauma program. So as the new kid, I get to be the one who talks about abdominal trauma today. Very happy to be here at St. John's, and let's get started. So, abdominal trauma, when you're tasked to give a 30-minute talk on a subject you've spent 5 years learning how to take care of, it's hard to winnow that down to something that's meaningful. You can do it, but it becomes a PowerPoint presentation basically filled with 30 charts and slides with different degrees of injuries from all the organs that are in the abdominal cavity. And again, you could do it, but you would hate me and I would hate myself if we had to sit through that. So instead, I thought it would maybe be more helpful as far as trying to get into the mindset of what we are looking for when we see a patient that we're worried has a trauma to their abdomen. Of course, patients have multiple injuries and multiple cavities and extremities, but specifically focusing on the abdomen, I wanted to talk about our evaluation and some of the things we are thinking about to look for these problems that could be both life-threatening and life-ending if not found appropriately, found quickly, and treated appropriately. So we'll get started here for abdominal trauma evaluation. And again, thank you for being here and for listening. First, I'd like to say that I have no conflicts of interest. It's one of those things you always have to say. But I'm always willing to gain a conflict of interest if someone is interested in paying me more money. So we can talk after the presentation. I've learned from a good source that when you're giving a talk to people that have to listen to 7 or 8 talks all in a row, they're really only going to get one take-home point that you can give them. So this is my offering to you. The greatest commandment in the evaluation of abdominal trauma, if you're listening at home, repeat with me. Thou shalt not be afraid to perform the tests you need in order to make the diagnosis. And I'm hoping I can make that more clear as we go forward. So, the abdomen in and of itself. Some say it's God's greatest handiwork. And that seventh day of rest came when He looked upon the visage of the abdomen of the human being and said, "It is good, we're done here." Of course, the abdomen is, for someone who's trained in general surgery, this is our livelihood. This is where our gallbladders and appendix for our general surgery, our hernias are all taken care of. So we, as general surgeons and trauma general surgeons, live in the abdomen. And again, of course, there are so many things that could be injured with a trauma that I don't think it'd be meaningful to go through each one of these organ systems. But one thing we can do is talk about what is the abdomen in definition. And this is one of those things that when you're a first-year surgery resident, you get pimped on because it's not quite as clear as you may think. And I'll apologize for the picture due to HIPAA laws. We just had to use pictures of ourselves, so forgive me with this. But often people will think when they are first getting into medical school that the abdomen ends at the rib cage, and that's actually not the case, and we'll talk about that. The abdomen, for our purposes, ends at the nipple line. Same way, again, apologize for the picture, but when you're looking at someone's back, the question is, where is the abdominal cavity? What is the extent of it when we're suspecting that there could be an injury? And that's down to the inferior border of the scapula, and I'm going to show you why. So here's an x-ray, and of course the chest cavity and abdominal cavity are divided by our diaphragm, and anything that is below the level of the diaphragm can be injured as far as the abdominal cavity can be injured if it's below the diaphragm. So the level of the diaphragm really dictates where the contents of the abdomen is. If you can see here, it's a little tough to see, but I've highlighted it for you. This is the scapula edge here, and indeed it goes down to where the dome of the diaphragm begins on this picture. So if you're looking at someone inferiorly and they've had a gunshot wound and it goes to that tip of the scapula, you do have to think about a possible injury to intra-abdominal organs. And likewise, I've taken the liberty of placing some markers where the nipples are likely to be, and of course that's again at the area of the dome of the diaphragm. So anything below these markers, depending on whether the patient is taking a deep breath or a shallow breath, those contents of the abdomen can be quite high and higher than you typically think. This is especially relevant when you have something like a gunshot wound and you're just thinking, oh, it's just the chest, we may just need a chest tube. But if it's high enough to get to the nipple line or higher, you have to think, is there a possibility that there's been an injury to abdominal contents? And of course, that's treated much differently. So let's talk about types of abdominal injuries. There's really three categories that the ATLS book talks about, and that is a lot of what this talk is based on. And very fortunately, Dr. Lim has already covered one of the three, so I'm going to defer to some of that. So the reason we all get into trauma as trauma surgeons is to talk about the gun and knife club, right? Penetrating injuries, although are not nearly as high as blunt injuries, they do carry a higher risk of needing something done surgically to them. Penetrating injuries most frequently we see are from gunshots or from stabbings. Sometimes you get a little combination of both. So you just have to be on your feet with trauma and not assume what people are telling you of what happened is actually the complete truth. But penetrating injuries, again, the question is there a violation of the peritoneum? And that often needs something done surgically. So when you suspect a penetrating injury, your guard is up. Then, of course, our bread and butter is the blunt abdominal injury. These are things not only like car wrecks, which we do see and carry a high mechanism of injury, which that energy can be transmitted to your abdominal organs and cause blunt injuries, but also things just as simple as like falls, not falls from height, or even ground level falls if the patient is frail enough, can cause significant abdominal injuries. Then finally, as we spoke, there is a category called blast injuries that ATLS talks about, and there's concussive injuries and overdistension injuries, and often a combination in blast injuries of both a blunt injury and penetrating injury from shrapnel. Again, Dr. Lim is going to touch on this, and because we are not in a military setting, we don't see it quite as much, and I think it would be not as fruitful to spend as much time. So we're not going to focus on blast injuries, but really more on penetrating and blunt injuries of the abdomen, how to work them up, what's our thought process, and how to take a scary situation into a manageable system that you can go step by step. So, penetrating injuries. Again, this is a thing we all are excited about. And there's really only one question. Does it violate the peritoneum? Does it actually get into the abdomen? When you have an injury, you have a wound on the abdomen, the question we want to know is, did it actually get inside, or did it just stay at the skin and muscle level where we really don't need to do anything but wound care? And how do we find out? Remember our greatest commandment. Hint, hint. So this is it's not meant to be memorized, but it's really just an example. When you go to trauma systems, we all have some sort of flow sheet that pretty much mimics this about this is the workup of penetrating abdominal injuries. And it's a busy slide. Again, really the slide, we're going to break it down piece by piece. The point is there should be a systematic way to think about how to address a patient that's been stabbed or shot, and it looks like it's in this abdominal area, and we want to know, do they need surgery to fix something? Are they going to be okay without surgery? And that's really the main question. I will give a caveat that there are, based on expertise and places of training, some of these things may not sit as the right answer to you, but I'm going to give very general, very broad answers that I think are applicable unless you've had specific training to say otherwise. But it shouldn't be that controversial. I wanted to focus on the middle of this slide, right in the middle square. It talks about further diagnostic studies if warranted. Every book you see on ATLS or every flow sheet like this at whatever trauma it goes to is going to have these three things listed: CAT scan, FAST exam, DPL. We're going to talk about that. And then the dark box at the bottom is really what I want to talk about with penetrating injuries, as well as screening laparoscopy, just to draw your attention to those. So for us, or at least for me, I will say that often penetrating injuries to the abdomen are pretty easy. They don't take as much thinking. It's either it's this or that. There are three ways to divide up a patient. One, is it obviously fine? You look at the patient and they just have a simple wound. It was what was called a gunshot, was not that, or it's obviously just in the skin. Again, obvious is a tough word to use in medicine, but there are those patients you see and you say, okay, this was oversold. This patient is fine. They have no peritonitis. Their blood pressure is fine, and the wound does not line up with what I was sold as what was going on with them. These patients, again, this kind of broad, I know there's nothing wrong, I would bet my house on it. They can be observed and later discharged. And then on penetrating injuries, there's the other obvious, right? There's the obvious, like, this patient is dying. We need to get to surgery right now. Do not stop at the CT scan. Do not get a consult. We need to go, get some blood going and let's go now. And these are, again, it's obvious, so you hate to belabor the point, but things like, oh, there's something sticking out of this patient. That's not right. We need to go fix that. You think you have to be smart to go to medical school. You don't. You just have to recognize when you need to get more information. And again, this is a situation when they've been stabbed and there's stuff coming out. You know that stab wound got to the inside, so to speak. The other obvious is they are sick. Yeah, their exam is such that they hurt all over, that you're worried that there's something wrong inside. Their blood pressure is wrong. These sick patients, they need to be explored. So again, for penetrating abdominal injuries, there's this kind of obvious category, obviously fine, obviously bad shape, obviously needs surgery. Now, but there are these patients that we're just not sure. It's like, well, they don't seem too bad, but that is deeper. You know, notoriously you'll get this report about how long the knife was, and well, how far was it in? And again, I don't think that's ever meaningfully changed anything that I've any patient encounter that I've had, because who really knows when you've got something sticking out of you? Well, I think it was 4 or 5 centimeters, you know. So as much as we like to get that information, I think it goes for better storytelling than diagnostic accuracy. But when you have these patients you're not sure, again, every ATLS book will give you 3 things: a CAT scan, a DPL, diagnostic peritoneal lavage, or a FAST exam. Let me address this once. You'll never see a DPL. Don't do it. Don't mention it. Don't think about it. It's written there for a generation past where that's all they had. And we don't use it. It's been replaced. There are caveats where it's been largely replaced. Yes, don't do it. Don't think about it. We're not going to waste time on it. Then a FAST exam, which is essentially a trauma ultrasound where we're looking for fluid in a penetrating injury, is not as helpful. Again, this is one of those caveats where there are places that use it. There are people that will swear by it, but by and large, its role in penetrating abdominal injuries is still replaced. Either they are obviously sick and there's something wrong and they need to go to surgery, or if you're not sure, they wind up getting a CAT scan, and that's what we're going to talk about. And a CAT scan can tell you, one, is there fluid? Is there obvious injury to organs? Is there free air, meaning is there something that was punctured, like a piece of intestine or the stomach or the colon, that is now releasing air that was inside the intestine now into the abdominal cavity? All these things are, hey, it looks like it got inside. We need to go take a look. And often you can try to see the track. CTs have gotten more and more advanced and more clear in their imaging, that you can see actually on the abdominal wall the track of injury and see if it goes all the way, or sometimes, again, it kind of falls into this obvious category. Yeah, it didn't get near the peritoneal layer, it didn't get to the musculature. And those people, it's like, well, let's just watch those patients to take them to the OR. So CAT scan has become invaluable, by far has replaced the other modalities in penetrating abdominal injury. Now then there's this group of, okay, the CAT scan's equivocal, I'm not sure, maybe some blood, it looks like it got close. And so what do you do with those people? You can just watch them, you can take them for surgery and do the old-fashioned, hey diddle diddle down the middle, or this last modality, which I personally like quite a bit when there's a question of penetrating abdominal injury, is laparoscopy. And what that means is we go to the OR, so you have to use general anesthesia, but you're in a controlled environment in case if they do start getting worse physiologically, you can convert and fix something if you think that's what's going on. But the laparoscopy is really a test. Think of it more like a CT scan. And again, some people use it therapeutic, but think of it just as another test to answer a question. It takes about a centimeter incision to poke a hole into the abdomen. We think those don't have any risk of causing hernias. And you can put a camera in and see, hey, do I see holes on the inside layer of the abdomen, or do I see blood, or do I see, taco contents inside the abdomen that alerts you to know that there's something that made it on the inside. So this is some images of what a laparoscopy might look like. Again, so with your mind's eye, imagine I've put a camera in by the belly button and I'm looking up towards the organs on the most cephalad portion of the patient. So this is a picture looking to the liver, and that arrow indicates blood. So if there's a pool of blood in the abdomen, something got in and caused that. This is a patient again, depending on your training, and that this patient probably needs to be opened up and find out what's bleeding. Again, laparoscopy is more of a test to answer a question, just like a CAT scan. And then this is another thing we look at. We will flip the camera up and look at the muscles of this front anterior part of the abdomen. And look, can we find a hole? Is there something that indicates that knife actually made it into the abdomen? And if that's the case, at least in my hands, we still go and take a look, open it up, run all the intestines to try to find, is there some pinhole of that knife that I know got into the abdominal cavity that actually poked intestine and has a chance of leaking out intestinal contents? Needs surgery. So laparoscopy is a wonderful tool. When it was first being looked at, as far as, is there a chance that we're missing injuries or causing patients to die because we're not doing the traditional take a look, exploratory laparotomy without being sure that there's actually something to fix? And these studies were robust, no difference in missed injuries because it's such a good tool and we have such good cameras now. No differences in mortalities because you're using a smaller incision just to take a look. And these are people that you feel like don't need to have surgery as opposed to doing an exploration to figure out if there's something wrong. These people have less wound infections. They have shorter hospital days by about 5 days. And the amount of people that you save from the traditional incision is significant. Only about 25% of the patient you take for laparoscopies need to actually be converted to open. I can't ever imagine what it was like to practice before good CAT scans or good laparoscopy when all you could do is just go in and take a look. You can look at data from like Vietnam War or previous that talks a little bit about what it's like, and the negative laparotomy rate was high. It could be 40, 50, or even 60%. But that's all you could do. That's all you knew. And we just have such better tools to answer the question. So again, I sometimes have residents that don't want to take people to do a laparoscopy because they're afraid, like, well, I don't want to have a negative surgery. But think of it, this is a diagnostic tool. It answers a question, and if it answers that question for you and you know they're going to be safe or you know that they need something more aggressive, then that test was successful. In other words, thou shalt not be afraid to perform the test you need in order to make a diagnosis. So we'll keep going on. Now we'll talk about blunt injuries. We're going to cover some of the same diagnostic tools that we have in blunt injuries. But the question really with blunt is not, did something violate the cavity, right? That's not the case. We know there's a blunt injury, a force of impact. And we know that there are times that patients have injuries to, say, the spleen or the liver that even have some bleeding but don't necessarily need surgery. And so blunt becomes more of a mixed, how do I determine who really needs it? And we use some more of these tools we talked about. This is in particular is a busy slide. Again, it's not meant to be memorized, and it really just serves as an example of some of these flow sheets that we think about or trying to put our line of thinking in some sort of ordered procedure. But what I wanted to bring up on this picture in particular, in the top left, if you're looking at the screen, is the patient hemodynamically stable? No. And basically to the far left, it says this person needs a laparotomy. They're dying, we do a fast, and we see fluid, they need surgery. So that becomes that obvious category. But then the not obvious is everything else on this slide. And what I wanted to highlight, CAT scan, CAT scan, CAT scan, CAT scan. It all comes down to getting a CAT scan. I do want to briefly talk about fast exam, which again in trauma is essentially our ultrasound that we perform in the trauma bay when the patient arrives. That helps us to distinguish, is there fluid in the abdomen, which to us means blood, or is it not? And that's a real deciding point for us. I won't go into all of what the FAST exam includes, but this is a fairly standard picture that you can see. What we're looking at is this is the space between the liver, which is the larger gray homogeneous image on the left, and the kidney, which is the darker black oval type image on the right. And we're looking for something in between that space, which would indicate fluid. This next slide, again, is what we'd call a positive FAST. So this free fluid indicated by the arrow is blood until proven otherwise. And we assume in the patient who's had a trauma, when I see fluid there between the liver and the kidney, that means there's blood in the abdomen, and I need to be thinking about what this patient's need. If they're unstable, that becomes, okay, they're obvious, they're bleeding, need to go to surgery, or if not, again, generally winds up in a CAT scan. Briefly, when we're talking about FAST exams, every trauma surgeon you talk to will say, oh yeah, it's 99% sensitive in my hands. 70 to 99 if you actually look at it hard, but we do practice on every patient. I think that it's important if you want to start utilizing it, just do it on every patient. And that's how you get better and get more clued into what abnormal is by looking at multiple normals every day. And again, in trauma, fluid means blood till proven otherwise. So we talked about this. Again, this kind of, is the patient dying? Something is wrong. We do our FAST. Is the FAST positive? OR, easy. Everything else, try to get a CAT scan, okay? If they're not dying, get a CAT scan. If they are dying, but the FAST is negative, you need to figure out what else is going on, and often that is through a CAT scan to figure that out. Unless they have something like peritonitis. Again, caveat, but unless they are dying, all roads lead to the CT scanner. And again, we've talked about this a little bit. If we see air, needs to go to surgery. If we see active bleeding but the patient is stable, we can ask our radiology colleagues to see if they can stop the bleeding using interventions where they go through the blood vessels. And then we can talk about the other injuries, whether they just need to be watched in the ICU or do we need to get more pictures. But it all really comes down to getting that CAT scan. The overwhelming majority of patients get CAT scans. This comes from our, what we call TQIP. The only contraindication to getting imaging of the abdomen is if you know they need to go to surgery. Otherwise, probably going to get one. Or another way to put it, thou shalt not be afraid to perform the tests you need in order to make the diagnosis. So, I wanted to close with this thought is, are there patients we shouldn't scan? And inevitably, if you ask this question, there's generally two groups of patients that come up. One is patients that have kidney disease. And you kind of learn that early on in medicine that a patient with kidney disease is at higher risk of worsening their kidney disease if they get CAT scans. And particularly not the radiation itself, but the contrast we use to look at the blood vessels or look for potential bleeding. So why does it happen? I'm not going to belabor the point, but we basically think it can squeeze down the blood vessels to the kidney, or there's some direct cytotoxicity to the nephrons. Caveat, there are some newer thoughts that the old way that we used to get, the old agents that we used to get our images are no longer used and are much less toxic. A lot of the literature that showed that patient had worsening kidney function was after like a cardiac test where you were putting contrast in on the arterial side above the kidneys. And so the kidneys would see this high load of contrast that went directly from the arterial system to the kidneys. And there's evidence that if the patient has a GFR greater than 30, then there really isn't much of a risk with an IV contrast. I wrote that incorrectly. This is a particular study out of Taiwan that was interesting, but starting to change the way some people think about this. And I actually heard this on a national talk about the fear of giving patients contrast if they have kidney disease. It's a Taiwan study. Basically, Taiwan has one of the largest uses of dialysis, percentage of population that are on dialysis. And what they did a study where, okay, we have all these patients with kidney disease and we know they got contrast. Let's review the patients that had to go on to get dialysis after their CAT scans. And they put them in a group with people that did get contrast and people who did not. And funny enough, the groups without contrast at least had hard numbers that were higher than the group that did get contrast to go on and need dialysis, and their death numbers were higher. And they did some variable analysis and basically came out even. They looked at the less sick patients that got CAT scans, so that was categorized as people that didn't go to the ICU. Again, dialysis numbers were not insignificant, but it was funny that it stayed true that the people who actually got contrast had less dialysis, and it became even with varied analysis. And then they split it into advanced kidney disease. Again, the numbers of patients that needed dialysis were high than the non-ICU patients. But the theory behind the paper was, perhaps we just haven't had a good control, and people with bad kidney diseases who get in car wrecks are going to go on to dialysis, whether or not they need the contrast or not. And so this has started to challenge some of the ways we think about how important the contrast is when we're worried about the kidneys. This comes from the American College of Radiology. This is their Bible on contrast media, so to speak. They say that contrast-induced kidney disease is real but rare. They're not sure that the IV form of using contrast actually leads to AKI, or at least worse outcomes. They do put a caveat: it's probably prudent if you can avoid it if possible. But that's not the case in trauma. A non-contrast scan for a patient that you're worried about bleeding is essentially worthless. Again, and they just kind of mentioned that failure to diagnose a clinical entity carries its own risk. And I would argue risk of death, looking at risks and benefits versus a possible, albeit rare, entity of worsening kidney disease, we in trauma field err on the side of getting the CAT scan with contrast. The other group that we think about is pregnant patients. Somewhat the contrast, but more the radiation. Radiation is bad, right? And we know that in a experimental situation, if you bombard cells or animals with radiation, they will have changes. But is that really the case in the kind of CAT scans, modern CAT scans we have, where we have limited our doses of radiation? First of all, just on contrast, it's really considered a category B medicine. We really have no evidence that causes, we know that it can cross the placenta, but we have no evidence that it causes any harm. Contrast itself, they don't recommend screening for pregnancy based on contrast alone. But the radiation, again, a lot of this came from atomic bomb studies where they followed pregnant patients in Hiroshima and noticed that there was a higher percent of people that developed leukemia. But again, is that really an apples to apples comparison? And this chart comes out of this American College of Radiology booklet. And what I want to point you out to, not to memorize the slide, but in the doses where we use for CAT scans, the risk of direct injury from radiation to the gestational age of the fetus is really thought to be none. And again, these high experimental doses definitely have some injury, but where we're using in our modern CAT scans, that's really less of a worry. Comparing that concern against internal bleeding from the mom, fetal mortality becomes exceptionally high. If patient is in shock, you have up to an 80% fetal mortality, and most of fetal deaths do come from car accidents. So again, in the trauma field, we really don't allow that to change our thinking. The best treatment for the fetus is to give the mother what she needs. Saving mom means saving baby. So, to summarize, thou shalt not be afraid to perform the tests you need in order to make the diagnosis. Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure to talk to you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
When Carson received his driver's license, he registered as an organ donor. So months later, when he was involved in a tragic car accident, we were able to save lives through organ donation.
By us following Carson's wishes, he was able to save 5 lives.
One short conversation gave me clear direction of what to do, and I'm not sure that direction would have been there if there hadn't been that conversation.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg, and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
For our next speaker, we're going to hear from Mr. Bobby Petrocelli. This is our keynote speaker that we offer every year. Mr. Petrocelli is a renowned motivational speaker, best-selling author, educator, and a coach. He's been described in many circles as having a zest for life and a sincere love for people that are communicated through his inspirational messages. He's inspired millions through his personal television, radio appearances, and he brings a special message to us today. His topic will be, You Matter, It Doesn't, Leave It Behind.
Hey, hello. I am absolutely honored to be part of this. I want to throw it out right away to thank Krista Norrid for making this happen and allowing me to be part of this. Number two, I want to thank the Ascension St. John Trauma Hospital for letting me come in and to share my heart, to share my story, and to thank every one of you who do what you do to bring hope and to bring healing and to bring help to the hurting of this world. I don't have to tell you, you know with trauma, there's varying degrees of trauma that all of us go through. And having the amazing people in your field, in this medical field, to not only treat their physical injuries and illnesses, but to go after the emotion and the hurt and the pain. I am so honored to be here. Tulsa is a very special place to me. I grew up, as you can tell by my accent, I grew up in the very deep South, part of Brooklyn, New York. I literally grew up in South Brooklyn. I was a baseball fan, a baseball player. My father's younger brother was a player for the Boston Red Sox for 15 years. His name was Rico Petrocelli. You can imagine my childhood growing up because he literally played my entire childhood till I was a junior in high school, from even right when I was born. And the reality was I was a Red Sox fan in New York City with all my Yankee friends. Well, the reality is I wanted to be like Uncle Rico. I probably went the furthest of anybody in the Petrocelli family with baseball. I traveled all the way out here to Tulsa, Oklahoma. The year was I came here to play college baseball at the time for one of the best programs in America. And I loved this school because I had learned about the school earlier. The school is Oral Roberts University. My junior year, in all honesty, in 1981, we had 15 guys drafted. Mike Moore of Eakley, Oklahoma was the #1 draft choice in the nation that year. I always joke with people and tell them I couldn't hit the curveball. That's why I'm talking to you today. But long story short, I get into the beginning of my senior year, and one of my buddies that I kind of grew up with in Brooklyn that came out a couple years after I started at Oral Roberts, my friend Jay came out to Oral Roberts, was my roommate. He introduced me to this young woman from Texas. Her name was Ava. Right away, I'm thinking, how am I going to get along with a girl from Texas? We talk different. I say, use guys. Ava says, y'all. We ever have children, they're going to say, yous all. Well, we hit it off real well. I graduate college. I moved to Texas. And within a year after I moved to Texas, Ava and I not only get engaged, we get married. And I'm working as a teacher and a coach in a high school at the time, counting every student, teacher, coach, counselor, administrator. There was between 11 to 1,200 people in that school every year that I was there. Well, I started there working, and I was loving it. I'm a teacher coach. Eventually, I became a guidance counselor, but I'm a teacher and a coach. I coached high school football in Texas, was new for me. Growing up in Brooklyn, man, we'd get 20 people to a game. Here in Texas, we're getting thousands. And I got exposed to that when I was here in Tulsa, seeing some of the local schools, like Broken Arrow High School and Union High School. And some of these local schools, how many fans would turn out? Well, I'm seeing this in Texas, and I'm blown away. I tell people my high school football team was so tough. As soon as we sacked the quarterback, we'd go in the stands and sack his family. But here in Texas, all these fans, Brooklyn, we had very few. The whole towns here would shut down. Towns in Texas would shut down. Well, I finally get home this Thursday night. Haven't seen Ava since early that morning. I taught Ava, and I don't say this rude because I'm Italian on my dad's side. I'm Swedish on my mom's side. You're looking at the original Swedish meatball, just so you know. But being Italian and from Brooklyn, I love Italian food. And I taught Ava how to make Italian food. So I get home late that night, literally, because we had a game on the road, a couple games. I was part of the freshman JV program. I finally get home. I'm sitting down after 11 o'clock at night eating 3 meatballs and a big bowl of pasta that Ava had for me in a really late dinner. I remember devouring it, talking to Ava about the day's events, talking to her about the upcoming events, and my family's going to be coming down for Thanksgiving, and we're going to go get some candy and goodies for the kids coming around in a few days for Halloween. And my family, I'm so excited, is going to come from New York and spend Thanksgiving with us in the house that we're renting. You know, we had been in that house for just like 2 months, and it was like, wow, I'm ecstatic. My family's going to come and enjoy Texas, enjoy League City, Texas, enjoy Friendswood, Texas, enjoy Galveston, Texas. Well, I finish eating. Ava's already in bed. I watch a little more television. I crawl into bed next to Ava. Maybe 20 minutes later, I kiss her on the cheek. I tell her I love her. She mumbles she loves me back. I remember literally rolling over on my back and noticing moonlight on the ceiling. Once a month, a full moon would be lined up behind our house, shining moonlight through the bedroom window onto the ceiling. It doesn't get any better than this. I'm a married man. I'm laying next to my beautiful wife alone in bed at night. Moonlight on the ceiling. I'm a man. I know what's important to me. Forget the romance. I'm a man. I end up putting up my hands and making animal figures on the ceiling. After my last who knows what, I check on Ava. She's out like a light. I close my eyes, and I wake up approximately an hour later. I'm sitting in my dining room window, looking for more pasta. 3 bowls were not enough, starting on breakfast at 12:30 in the morning, sleepwalking. I go to get off the ledge. I can't budge. It's like the dining room table has me pinned up against a window. To the right, there's a very bright light, so I'm thinking literally the moonlight is really shining through the house now. Right, I almost feel like it's up in my face. But something started to smell really bad to me, like it's burning. I'm thinking, did we leave the pasta or the sauce on the stove? There's like this haze, this fog, and this smoke all around me, and I begin to wave my arms to clear out this haze, this fog, and this smoke. And I realize the light to the right of me is not from the moon. Before I continue, how many people have ever heard the expression, take life one day at a time? I believe everybody has. It's been a figure and a phrase that's gone on for years. I don't know who came up with that phrase, but I've learned a lesson in my own life. When I speak to sports teams, when I speak to any group, including this amazing group, life does not happen one day at a time. Life happens one moment, one choice, one decision, one action, one reaction, one phrase, one word. Life happens within the moment. And then you have moment to moment to moment, and you eventually get a minute. And then eventually you get minutes. And eventually you get an hour. You get hours, and then eventually you have a day. Well, like when I talk to sports teams, I'll tell them all the time. You heard the expression, play your game one game at a time. Your game does not happen one game at a time. It happens one play at a time. It happens one hit, one catch, one shot, one swing, one pitch, one run, one slide. And every moment has the power to change, direct, and redirect a person's life, the outcome of life, a destiny, a future. In a game, the outcome of a game, the momentum of a game. Every moment matters. There's no throwaway moments. And I keep on learning this one very simple thing in life. The only thing I have control over is how I act, react, and respond to whatever comes my way. I have to tell you, I've been speaking for 30 years. I love when I get to speak to medical groups because you're going to see in a few moments why. I treasure every one of you. I bow in your presence for what you do. That's why I said earlier, I'm so grateful to Krista Norrid to bring me in. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to the Ascension St. John Trauma Hospital for letting me do this to impact lives. You even see on my shirt the words, you matter. You'll understand why for 30 years I've been speaking all over this nation, and my message stands for you matter. It doesn't. Leaving your it behind. You could even see that on one of my books that I wrote. You matter, it doesn't. Leaving your it behind. Everybody has its that try to control them, to define them, to redirect them. And many of those its are things that are hurting us, robbing us, stopping us. I've shared this story, and I'm not joking, close to 7,000 times in 30 years. I always share a little portion of it like I'm doing. I got to tell you how I wish the light to the right of me really was from the moon. The light to the right of me was from a full-size F-150 Ford pickup truck parked in the middle of my house. No joke, my first response was, oh! Drive-through service in Texas is different than New York. They drive through your house until a man steps out of the truck, and I'm getting off the ledge now, and he says to me, is there somebody else in the house? And I'm thinking, who the heck is this guy talking to me in the middle of my dining room? And what am I doing in the dining room window? And I start pacing, and all of a sudden it hits me, somebody else in the house. Ava. Where in the world is my wife, Ava? I remember frantically running around the house trying to turn on lights. No house lights go on until I get to the far side bathroom on the other side of the house. I get the lights to go on. I look in the bathroom mirror. I almost pass out. All I see is a waterfall of blood pouring down my face. Something big and red is on the right cheek of my face. And I grab a towel with my left hand. And I try to get it wet in the sink, and I can barely move, as you see this scar right here, which I'll get into in a moment. I finally get it wet. I grab it with my right hand, and I start for some reason on the left side of my face. And as I go, I can't go any further because there's blood pouring off of my face into the sink. Why can't I go any further? My tongue is literally sticking through my cheek. And all of a sudden, I step back in the main part of the house. That's when I see it. My blue sheets and mattress stuffed under the truck. Something moving in the blue sheets and the mattress, and my first response is, oh God, no, Ava's under the truck. I remember running up to the truck, trying to lift it, rock it, move it. I can't budge it. I look at this guy who came out of the truck. Hello, can you help me? The man doesn't move. I run past him, out the front door, down the block. I thought I ran to the neighbor's house. I did, but it was 3 houses down to a different house, and I'm pounding, banging, screaming. Somebody help me, there's a truck in my house. I turn to run back to my front of the house, and I see flashing lights. As I get back to the front of the house, I hear somebody yell, there he is. And 2 men grab me. I start to fight with them. I grew up in New York. I don't know why these guys are grabbing me from behind. I was always taught to protect my back. If I'm in trouble, back up against a wall. And I'm throwing elbows and fists. And they tell me to relax. They're the paramedics. Relax. There's a truck in my house. My wife could be under it. Take care of her. Leave me alone. Sir, 3 other paramedics are working on your wife. Please, we need to take care of you. Through the house, they bring me past the truck. They lay me on this couch in my front bedroom. The first words they say, he's got a broken left forearm. My forearm was the size of a watermelon, indentation that looked like a tire mark. And then they say something that freaks me out. I hear them say, wow, I haven't seen this before. I had burned rubber from the truck tires melted into my upper right arm, my chest, my abdominal area, my back, from below my kneecap to my hip, had rubber and is bubbling and sizzling. I'm freaking out. The next thing I know, they're talking about taking me out of there and I can't leave. My wife is still in the house. I am out the window on a stretcher in an ambulance, leaving my development. I don't know the most horrible thing that any of you have ever seen in your life, because I know you've seen some wild things, and I don't say that disrespectful. I am honored to who you are. For me, I'm looking at the back windows of the ambulance. My back brick bedroom wall is missing in the darkness of my bedroom. 2 red taillights of a pickup truck glowing in the night. Somewhere under that truck is my wife of 2.5 years. I get to the hospital. They treat me absolutely wonderful. In the middle of what I'm going through, I'm wanting to wake up. I hear them talking about these injuries, and they ended up putting a Band-Aid on the cuts, but wrapping up kind of a splint because they saw this was broken, knowing that I'm going to need surgery. They also talked about this. They tried to even get some of the rubber off. They realized they couldn't get it off. I'm going to need surgery to remove the burnt rubber that you see on the highway was melted into my skin. I finally asked them. They didn't want to let me go because infection started to set in my body. I had to get out. I had to get to the bottom of this. You see, growing up in Brooklyn, New York, okay, every Saturday we would have some different types of foods. Well, Saturday for me and Ava, we'd always get some Mexican food. And growing up in Brooklyn, my best friends that were Hispanic were Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican. I wasn't introduced to the Mexican-American community, fell in love with it when I moved to Texas. And I fell in love with Mexican food. And every Saturday night, we go to our favorite Mexican restaurant, Casa Olé. I'd get done with the football stuff at school, and we'd go. And literally, I'd meet her there about 6 o'clock at night. Well, before I know it, I'm out of the hospital. I'm back at Ava's parents' house, filled with family members and friends from around the nation. The next thing I know, they put me in a car. I'm thinking, yes, we're going to go meet Ava and go get some Casa Olé. And we're driving, and I see Casa Olé in the distance, and my heart is racing, and I'm excited. I'm going to get to see Ava, and they go right past it. I go, guys, where are you? Where you going? Ava's waiting for me. They pull in front of this building. They open the doors. They escort me out. I can't really see where I'm going, and then all of a sudden, they walk me in. And then they open 2 double doors, and they walk me into this long room, and I see a light purple-colored casket in the distance. The moment I realize it's Ava, I throw down my crutches. I run up to her. I grab her. I shake her. I go, Ava, honey, this is not where we're supposed to be having our date. You're supposed to be at Casa Olé. Why are you not there? I literally tried to pull my wife out of the casket, put her over my shoulder to leave that room when every friend and family member rushed in that room. And that Saturday night, that 26th day of October at 6:15 p.m., reality hits home. Ava is not sleeping. I'm not dreaming. My wife is dead. One moment, one choice, one decision has changed my life forever. 2 mornings later, funeral service at the church. A church that normally seated 500 people had over 2,000 people there. From the church, we go to downtown Houston. Right after Ava was killed, a small hurricane, not severe, enough to be a nuisance, came through the Houston area up from Galveston. It took us 2 hours because there was still some flooding. So many family members and friends came in from around the nation. We had to have the funeral service. We finally get to downtown Houston. They escort me out of the car. I'm under this green tent. The minister says a few words. And then he thanks us for coming. I'm not ready to leave. I jump on the casket. My friends pull me off. They say a few words. Bobby, I promise we'll come back tomorrow. They start to escort me back to the car, and as they escort me back to the car, I said, one last look, one final goodbye, because I know I come back tomorrow, that casket won't be above ground. And this is the number one reason why I speak all over this nation, why I love the audiences I speak to. When I look out in the cemetery, the 2,000 people that were basically at the church and now in the cemetery, most of them being the students from the high school where I had taught and coached. All 1,200 students, teachers, coaches, counselors, administrators, except the principal. It was an official school day, were there. There were even people from the hospital that were touched in the short time of being there for me showed up. There were people from the church I was part of. It was called Lakewood Church. The Osteen family was part of that church. They rallied around me, friends and family from around the country. And then I went back in the hospital for 23 days. I had to have 3 surgeries during those 23 days. One of the bones in my left forearm I had to have a bone graft and a steel plate put in. My face had already been stitched up earlier. Those stitches were all taken out. They had to take care of the surgery by removing the rubber that was melted into my skin. I spent 23 days in the hospital having 3 major surgeries. And I got to tell you right up front, because I need to say this right now, the staff of that hospital was impeccable. They were phenomenal. They were awesome. They were incredible. That's why I love talking to medical groups, because let me say this to you. They knew what they were doing medically and knew how to treat my injuries medically and did a phenomenal job. A phenomenal job. I could have been in so much worse shape, but they knew how to handle everything. But you know what took it to the whole other level? Was their bedside manner. The way they treated me, the way they loved on me. They knew I was going through emotional stuff. Let me tell you something. When I went back in the hospital for 23 days, I was put in a semi-private room. There was no other patient in there with me at that time. Guess what? For 22 out of the next 23 days, there was no other patient in there because they knew that students were coming in. They were sensitive to what I was going through. I remember they came in when I couldn't go to the bathroom after a surgery. I went in the bathroom. I begged them, just give me some time. They wanted to give me a catheter. No, I ended up going to the bathroom. They were consistently understanding, loving, and compassionate. And finally, the day before I get out of the hospital, it's my last night there. I'm getting out the next day. I'm excited to get out. One of the precious nurses comes to me. She goes, Bobby, you know you're in a semi-private room. We have no other beds in the hospital. We have worked really hard to keep it a private room for you, even though it's a semi-private room. They said to me, would it be okay if we put a patient? I said, absolutely. You nurses and doctors and hospital staff have been phenomenal. You have shown me how much I mattered. Like every one of those students showed me how much I mattered, that they were there for me. That's why they showed up. That's why that hospital staff treated me the way they did. And you know what I want to say to that hospital staff and to every hospital staff, including this phenomenal one that works on trauma and helping people through that trauma. You're amazing, but please always remember these words. Never be concerned with how somebody thinks about you. Be concerned with how they feel about themselves in your presence. Because then, when they feel they matter and they're valued and they're loved and they're more than just a sickness or a statistic, they're a human being that is hurting and is desperate, that needs that love and that help and that compassion. Of course, they need that medical treatment and maybe surgeries. But I'm telling you, it was those little things that those doctors, nurses, and hospital staff did for me that showed me how much I mattered, along with family, friends, and every one of those students from the high school I worked at. My life was changed in one moment. But in the middle of going through the adversity, going through the storm, going through the pain, going through the hurt, I tell people all the time, the hospital staff was amazing. And just like every one of you that work in Ascension and trauma hospitals around this nation and work in Ascension St. John's Trauma Hospital, every person who comes in there, yeah, they're going to have some physical illnesses and physical injuries, but they're also going to have some emotional hurt and pain and fear and rejection and brokenness and, of course, trauma. That, you know what, your bedside manner, your you matterness to them will make a world of a difference. Because you know as well as I do, there's a whole perspective mentally on how we approach these things and how we see ourselves and look at them. Situations that we go through. And it's amazing. That's why I'm so honored to be here. And that hospital staff was so instrumental in not taking care of my physical injuries, but helping me move forward, along with all those others that rallied around me. So let me cut to the chase. The man driving the truck was a drunk driver. He was considered doubly legally drunk. He had the equivalent, they said, of about 24 beers in a 2.5-hour time period, thought he could drive home. And in driving home, he ripped through my house, took my wife from me, changed my life forever, and brought severe trauma into my life. But here's what I want to tell people. Drinking and driving is not the reason Ava's dead. It had a part in her death. But I always say to people, you got to be drunk before you drive drunk. Why is he drunk in the first place? You know what we do many times? We go after symptoms. We go after behavior. I'm never here to condone symptoms or wrong behavior ever. But we got to get to the root, to the whys, to the root of the issue. You know why he was drunk? Let me make it clear. It's one of the biggest things I talk about. Every one of us, as I said many times, have been hurt, wounded, broken, traumatized, felt unloved, unaccepted, felt rejected. Our biggest fear in life, every person, is the fear of rejection, the fear of not being loved, the fear of not feeling we matter, we're important, we're valuable. We bring something special to the table. That's what everybody fears more than anything else. Well, here's their simple reality, okay? All those people showed me how much I mattered, but here's the thing. I say to everybody out there, the little things you do to show the love to others makes a difference. But remember this, you got to be drunk before you drive drunk. Why is he drunk? As I was alluding to, he was numbing the pain with his alcohol abuse. Numbing the pain with his alcohol abuse. No, we don't condone anything wrong he did and he drove drunk. And it was a joke he only served 4 months in jail when he was sentenced to 10 years. But literally his daughter, who was friends with one of my former students at the high school that I worked at, because she had been in the school with his daughter in junior high in a different district. She comes to me in the hospital one day and says, Coach, I just want to let you know, his daughter wants to tell you she is so sorry for what her dad did. She's devastated. It affected the entire family. Hundreds and hundreds, even millions of lives were somehow either directly or indirectly affected by this tragedy. But I'm grateful for those who rallied around me, and I'll get back to that in a moment. So quickly, how did I get through my tragedy? Number one, I had to have a greater faith. I don't force my faith on anybody else, but I knew that I needed to plug into that faith more than ever to help me through my tragedy moment by moment. Because when people would say to me, Bobby, take life one day at a time, I'm like, what? What? How? One day at a time, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't even know how I'm going to get to 11:10, 11:15. But I realized this, if I could get through the moment and then the next moment, before you know it, I've worked through a minute, several minutes, an hour, several hours, a day. I reached that day moment by moment. That's how I reached that day. The second part of faith is I had to believe in myself. I always tell people, if you have a dream or a desire in life, or you go through any kind of adversity, find people who got through it. And what do they do that you may not have done or are not doing, or what do they know that you don't know? And start to embrace that. Start to bring that into your life. Because there's always a pathway that leads to success and always a pathway that leads to failure. And whichever one you stay on more is what's going to play out more in your life. And I started to realize, wait a minute, I'm not better than anybody else, but nobody's better than me. And if other people can get through tragedy, so can I. And I was willing to rely on those that were willing to help pull me through and help work me through this. See, here's a simple reality in life, okay? Everybody's been hurt and wounded, as I've said over and over again, emotionally. And of course, many times physically. This bag represents our hurt, our pain, our brokenness, our rejection, our fear, our lack of love, our feeling that we don't matter. That's what this bag represents. My cell phone represents us. I have a smartphone. I don't know why. I'm not very smart in using it. I got to ask kids and people all the time to help me out. That's not one of my giftings. But let's pretend this cell phone represents us. If I take this cell phone, which represents us, and I put it in the bag, in other words, it's us being surrounded by all the hurt, pain, and brokenness, and rejection, and fear, and lack of love, and lack of feeling we matter. Is it still a cell phone while it's in the bag? Of course. But is the cell phone while it's in the bag, and if I kept it in the bag, is it being used for the purpose that it was created and manufactured to be used for? Of course not. The goal is to pull that cell phone out of the bag and use it for the purpose it was manufactured and created for. You know why I do what I do? You know why you're in the profession you're in? Is the greatest thing you could do in all the power and the might that you have, and the ability you have, and the authority you have, and the responsibility you have, is to help pull people out of that bag. So those things don't control and dictate, and don't chase after them to define them. Too many people have allowed what has happened to them to be their defining part of who they are. No, I'm not who I am because a drunk driver crashed through my house. It's what happened to me. It's not who I am. I have to respond in the best way I could. I got no control over him crashing through my house. I have control over how I respond to him crashing through my house. What do? The choice is up to me. How I act, react, and respond. And I always say this, it's okay to be angry up here. It's when that anger gets into our emotion, into what's called our soul, which I believe is made up of our mind, our will, and our emotion, as I've studied it. That's when we hurt ourselves. It's real simple, because I want to take you to number 2. That's forgiveness. I think the biggest problem in our world is when people hold on to offense and they let it control their life. Once again, it's okay to be angry up here. Don't let it get down in our emotion, in our heart, and control us. It's very simple. When I walk and live a life of offense and unforgiveness, I'm literally drinking poison, hoping the person who does wrong to me dies from the poison I drink. Duh? No, I'm hurting myself. It's okay to want to see justice, to want to see the right thing. And the person who has hurt you and really done wrong to you, you may not be in a relationship with them anymore. But the reality is you can't let what they did to you control who you are. It's like an analogy I use all the time. If I walked up to you and mistreated you, and your first 2 responses to me mistreating you are, what did I do wrong that Bobby's doing that? Or what's wrong with me that Bobby's doing that? Then I come back and say to you, guess what? You still have emotional areas that have to be healed. You know why? You're letting what I do, what I say, how I act, or how I react to define who you are. No. Well, that was a little high. Sorry. No. You are priceless. You are irreplaceable. You are unmistakable. You are one of a kind. There will never be another you. So you know what I say to my audience for 30 years? Will you be you? Because everybody else is already taken. You're not put on this earth to be anybody else but yourself. See, that's the reality when people really understand that. And forgiveness helps us to move forward, one moment at a time, one step at a time. My faith kicked in because I actually said a prayer, good Lord, I need you to help me to forgive. And that's the best prayer I ever said in that regard to help me through my tragedy, along with allowing the hospital staff and all those students and family and friends to rally around me. It's a team effort. It's just like this as I get to number 3. Who is your real family and who is your real friends? It's those that you could count on, that you could rely on. You don't have to always agree on everything, but I always say this to people all the time. I say it very simple. And I'm in Oklahoma, so let's pick on OU football. Is everybody on OU football the same height and weight? Do they all play the same position? Are they all the same skin color or ethnicity? Are they all from the same part of the state or part of the country? No. But they're all on the same team. You see, everyone who's tuned in, we're all on one team, the team of the human race. But that human race is made up of so many different people with so many different giftings and talents and abilities. So many different people that all have something different to bring to the table. Just like every one of you who are watching this, you're in the medical profession. You're in the trauma area to help those. It's awesome that you're doing what you're doing, but each one of you brings something different to the table, but you're all part of the same team. And any sports team has the desire to be successful, to be significant, to win, of course. Well, that's what every one of you got into the medical community in the first place because you wanted to help others. And you know what? If you've been mistreated or at times don't get paid what you deserve to be paid, or don't be appreciated by those you have helped and reached out to, that's out of your control. All you could do is what you could do. How you act, react, and respond is all you can do. Because you matter. You matter. You matter. As we would say in New York, yous matter. As they say in the South, y'all matter. As they say in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, yins matter. I want every one of you to know how much you matter. And the simple thing, which I love this phrase, is physician, heal thyself. If there's anything in your life that you're still struggling with, let's deal with it. Let's overcome it. Let's obliterate it and don't let it control and dictate your life and try to dictate who you are. Because you matter to too many people. There's too many lives you have saved. There's too many people that you have helped, which is phenomenal. Phenomenal that you've been part of saving and helping many lives. And there's things that are out of our control. And none of us are perfect. We all fall short. We all make mistakes. You know the difference between success and failure? Everybody who's ever succeeded in life has fallen down as many times as those who have failed in life or failed in what they're doing. You know the difference? They were willing to get up one more time. Growing up in Brooklyn, my Uncle Rico, who played professional baseball for 15 years, his first at bat in the major leagues, he struck out. Could he have walked away and said, that's it, I'm not good enough, I shouldn't play baseball? Turned out that Uncle Rico, literally, Uncle Rico played 15 years. 15 years in Major League Baseball. Because striking out, he could not control what anybody else does. He can only control how he responds to that situation. You see, I always say to people, we're one team, the human race, as you heard me say. We're all part of the team of the human race. And I always say to people, you know, even in the last, say, 40 minutes I've been speaking, did I say at least one thing that touched your heart, that spoke to you, that maybe made you look at yourself or life or your profession, your family, maybe just a little different? Because my goal is that everybody could walk away with at least one thing that touched them. And when I have an audience in front of me, they'll raise their hand and say, yeah, thank you so much. You touched my heart. You made me think different about myself, my family, my job, my career. Well, you know what I come back and say then to you? Is hear this carefully. If you liked anything I said up to this point, or what I may continually say, don't thank me. Thank people like Krista Norrid. Thank the Ascension St. John Trauma Hospital. They don't make this happen. They don't bring me in. You don't get to hear this. The wonderful people that are hooking me up to microphones and have all the video stuff that are working behind the scenes. You don't see them. You'll be watching me on this video and other people on the video, but there's others that have made this happen. They may not be up there speaking, and that might not be their gifting, and that's okay. They're not put on this earth to be Bobby Petroselli, and Bobby Petroselli's not put on this earth to be them, but they're part of the team. So I always thank them because I say very simply, anybody who's touched by anything I say, they're touched because the team that has come together, the team that has been willing to work together to make this event successful and to help lives to be touched. That's why when I talk to my audiences all the time, please remember this, okay? Just like when you drop a rock into the water, there's what's called a ripple effect. Well, the people you have in your life that are the closest are closest to the ripple that first occurs when that rock is dropped into the water. They're the closest to you, okay? Well, I always say to people, make sure those who are closest to you are those that you could count on in good, bad, right, wrong, thick or thin. That you know that they're there for you. I mean, I realized who my real friends were, that they went out of the way. You know how humbling it is when I was run over completely and when I got out of the hospital, my friends that I'd gone to Oral Roberts University with and some I grew up with, but literally, and those I had gotten to know in Texas, it was humbling when I was back at Ava's parents' house and I had to be washed up. They picked me up, they carried me into a bathroom, they laid me in a bathtub, and my friends were washing parts of my body that I never dreamed my friends would have to wash. And then they're arguing over who's going to wash which part. But they were there for me. I could count on them. I could count on them. And I started to plug into those things that could get me through, that could reiterate that I do matter, that I do count. It's amazing. This tragedy happened over 37 years ago. And those students from Santa Fe High School, and even some of the medical people, are still an active part of my life. And you know what's wild? You know, when I come to Oklahoma, you know, I eat according to what the ethnicity and what the climate is known for and what the area is known for. What food are they known for? I always joke around. I go to Birmingham, Alabama. They know I'm an Italian. Okay? I told you I'm a Swedish meatball, but I got to make this clear real quick. Being an Italian from New York, I have no family in the mafia. Okay? And number two, I really do have a cousin, Vinny, just so you know. Okay? And number three, as an Italian, I spit when I talk. That's why Italians talk with their hands to catch all the spit before it hits everybody. And during the whole pandemic, we as Italians were told we have to practice 12-foot social distance, not 6 foot. And sometimes we were asked to put on more than one mask. You know, I'm just playing. But the reality was that I realized those things. That, hey, who am I? What do I bring to the table? What do I have to offer? What does this encompass about me being who I am? And the reality is this: I can't change anything that has happened to me. But the reality is this: how could I take what I've been through to encourage every one of you, what you go through, the times that you've made mistakes, but you were willing to get back up, and how we learned from those mistakes. There was a movie that many kids would watch called The Lion King, and some of you might have watched him when you were younger, and you might have watched him with your kids. One of my favorite lines ever is Rafiki's a baboon with a big stick. He hits Simba over the head. Simba goes, "Ow, that hurt." Rafiki says, "Don't worry about it. It's in the past." Okay, Simba goes, "Yeah, it's in the past, but it's only seconds ago in the past, but it still hurts." And Rafiki makes the best statement. He goes, "That's right. The past can hurt. You either run from your past or you learn from your past." I always tell people, if we're running from our past will keep on running after us till it catches up to us, till it tries to destroy us, tries to derail us, tries to hurt us. You see, and one of the greatest detriments for all of us in life is fear. You know what? Fear brings torment. I do the worst when I let fear control my life. You know what I've learned? I should never be motivated by fear, but be motivated by wisdom, common sense, and experience. And that knowledge coming together will help me to understand, yeah, there's certain things I cannot change and I'm not happy about, but I can't control those things. I can only control how I act, react, and respond to the situation. Well, in my travels and the stuff I get to do, when I come to Oklahoma, and this is the point I wanted to get at, there's 3 things I eat in Oklahoma. I eat barbecue brisket, I eat Mexican food, and I eat Whataburger. And yes, I do go to Brahms to get ice cream. They got some of the best ice cream in the world. Well, yesterday, I went to a place real close to here called Mexicali in Tulsa. It was exceptional. The food was wonderful. I always get my fajitas with corn tortillas, and I love the food there. The food was exceptional. Here was the best part. My waitress, who was taking care of me, was absolutely wonderful. She was basically asking, "So, you know, what do? You from Tulsa?" And I told her I'm originally from New York. I went to Oral Roberts. "Oh, wow." I go, "What about you?" She goes, "Well, I went to Owasso High School. I graduated Owasso High School in 2004. I said, "That's awesome. Cool." I said, "I've actually spoken at Owasso. I've been speaking for 30 years. I literally have covered every high school and even some of the hospitals in the area, but every high school and college in this region, in this area, to some degree, within the whole Tulsa area, and many throughout the state of Oklahoma. But this whole area, I've covered every high school." And she goes, "Really? What do you speak about?" I told her a little part of my story. I was almost brought to tears. Well, she goes, "I graduated high school in 2004. And when I was a senior, I remember when you came to my high school and shared your story. Wow. I would have never dreamed I would have run into you again." And I was like, pretty much almost in tears, but I was so grateful, because you never know the impact you can have on somebody else's life. You never know. When I stand in front of audiences, I tell people, whether I'm speaking to one or I'm speaking to hundreds of thousands, I'm grateful. I want to pour my heart in, because I want to let people know how much they matter, how much they count, how valuable they are. And no matter what comes their way in life, they embrace that. It's like even when I go into a high school, I show kids that, and one of the greatest compliments, I say this honored, that, "Bobby, you got one of the best prevention programs there is out there, because you don't just say, no, don't drink and drive, don't take drugs, don't bully people, don't do this and that." Yeah, I cover those things. Before I do, I help them understand why they're willing to go down the negative path and make those bad choices and decisions. And it really comes down to the simplicity. The fear of rejection, the fear of not being loved, the fear of not fitting in, not thinking we're good enough or we measure up will cause us to go down. And I use one of these simple analogies in high school, which you could relate. I said, let's pretend I'm 18 years old and you, young lady, are a high school senior and I'm a high school senior. And I have a massive crush on you. You know what my biggest fear is? My biggest fear is the fear of rejection from you. Not being accepted, not thinking you like me or that I'm handsome or whatever else. So even if you go down the wrong path, I'm willing to go down that wrong path just to get your attention and acceptance. You see, I alluded to it a little before, but I'm going to spend a little more time on it now. Our brokenness and our hurt tells us we don't matter. We're not good enough. We don't count. Others are better than us. We don't measure up. We don't fit in. That's what it screams out. We focus so much on the bad more than we focus on the good. You know? We cannot change. That's one of the things I say all the time. Don't let the pain of the past or the fear of the future stop you from being present in the present. All we have is this present moment. We don't have the past. It's over. We don't have the future. It's not here yet. All I have is this present moment. And what am I going to do with this moment? And what I'm doing this moment is I'm either building towards success or building towards failure by the choices, the decisions, and how much I let my thoughts dominate, control, or dictate how I see myself, see others, or see the world. The choice is up to me. How do I respond to that? And all I can say is being in your presence. I'm so honored. I wish I could be with you in person. But I'm just honored enough to do this to every one of you that are watching, every one of you that are tuned in. Bobby Petrocelli wants you to know you matter. And the more I look back at my life, I know the toughest times in my life was when I didn't think I counted or that I mattered or there was something wrong with me or I didn't measure up or I wasn't good enough or I didn't fit in or I wasn't liked enough. When we understand what drives us to do the things we do. That's why I always try to have the attitude, and I'm not perfect, I'm far from it. That's why, you know what the greatest song about this? Michael Jackson. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. Before I start using others as an excuse and point fingers and blame others, I got to look at myself because I'm going to make a mistake. You know what's wild? Think about this. Could you imagine? Watch this, and I'm not being rude, I promise you, please hear me. The most successful baseball players in the history of baseball were only successful 1 out of every 3 at-bats. That's a .333 batting average. The other 2 times they failed as a hitter. They didn't do good. Could you imagine if me as a speaker, well, only 1 out of every 3 engagements I do, I'm going to be successful. I wouldn't have been doing this for 30 years. I don't mean that arrogant, but how about you in the medical profession? Could you imagine, for those of you who do surgery, 1 out of every 3 of your surgeries are going to be successful? People would be coming after you. No, because you work your backside off to be successful and to bring the best you can. That's what puts you in this profession in the first place. That's what makes you a trauma expert. Because you're there to show those people they matter. Yes, you want to get rid of their disease or their infirmity or their issue or do anything you can to help them cope with it or deal with it. You do it all. And you would do anything in your power to rid it. You know what I tell people the difference between having sympathy and having compassion? You know what sympathy is? Oh, I feel sorry for someone. I feel bad for them that they're going through that. No. I want compassion. And I believe every one of you out there watching have compassion. Because here's what compassion is. I hate what that person is going through. That I want to do everything in my power to help rid them of that problem, that obstacle, and that issue. And yes, sometimes when I say our hands are tied, there's only so much we can do because it does fall back on them, or there's things that we can't cure or can't bring about. But all we can do, again, is do what we can do. But having that compassion shows that deep love and that concern. to bring that healing, that hope, and that help to the hurting of this world. Once again, I want to keep on encouraging you about the wonderful bedside manner you have and that interaction and how those people will feel in your presence about themselves. Do they feel they count? Do they feel they matter? Do they feel they're important? You know what's so awesome for me for not giving up? The fact of not giving up, I now have 2 sons. I have a 30-year-old son who played college football at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He's been in coaching for the last year since he graduated college. And right now he took a position because he was actually in the Mr. Oklahoma event a few years back in strength training and bodybuilding and all that type of stuff. But right now he's at the University of Louisiana, Monroe, and he literally is the strength coach for the men's baseball team. They're a D1 school, for the women's tennis team, and an assistant strength coach for the football team. I would have never known that if I would have given up and let a tragedy dictate and control my life. My other son, Aaron just got engaged yesterday. He's 26, going to be 27 years old. He has such a heart. He always says to me this, and I want to allude to this a little bit. He always says, Dad, I love what you talk about. And he shared this a few years back. He says, make sure you bring more of the emotion and the soul and the mental wellness. It's okay for people to be physically sick, but they can't be mentally. And how come we've made mental illness and sickness all or nothing? Physical sickness and illness is not all or nothing. Just like mental sickness and illness is not all or nothing. I say to people all the time, you ever have a bad day? They go, yeah. I go, maybe that bad day you have a cold mentally, a virus mentally, an ingrown toenail mentally. Maybe you have a cramp mentally. There's varying degrees. And I always say to people, it's okay not to be okay, where you're willing to go to somebody. And please, of everything I even shared, remember this phrase for us to get well and to bring wellness to others. That which is hidden cannot be healed. When people try to cover up and protect, because they're so afraid to even bring emotional and mental issues forward, because they're so afraid of being judged or looking down on themselves or putting themselves down and thinking they're not good enough, whatever. Why is it okay that we could treat every form of physical illness, but mental illness becomes a taboo? I have people coming up to me all the time when I've shared these little things right now, and they'll say, wow, I always thought mental illness was all or nothing. And I thought, I can't have any mental sickness or illness because I don't think I'm crazy. And you made it clear, Bobby, this has nothing to do with being crazy. And I'll say to them, you ever have a bad day? They go, yeah. Well, once again, maybe that bad day is a cold mentally, a pulled finger mentally, a stomach ache mentally. We have to look at the full variance of that. I told you I have 2 sons, right? I actually have 3 sons. My third son's name is Kenneth. He's 51 years old. I had him when I was 5. No, I'm just joking on that. Kenneth is 51 years old. Kenneth has dealt with, maybe some little things himself in life. And Kenneth went to college with Aaron at Liberty University. Aaron was a freshman. Kenneth was in his master's program at the time. Kenneth is from Memphis, Tennessee. Kenneth right now lives in Lynchburg, Virginia, and he works at Liberty University and does some parts of their different events and sporting events they have on campus or concerts. Kenneth calls me up 3.5 years ago, right before him and Aaron graduated. Kenneth with a master's, Aaron with a bachelor's. Kenneth calls me up. He says, Mr. Bobby, thank you so much for being kind to me and always showing me how much I matter. Would it be okay that I ask you something? I said, sure, Kenneth, what is it? He said, Mr. Bobby, 20 years ago, my dad died. I haven't had my dad for 20 years. He said, the way you talk to me and treat me and show me how much I matter, would it be okay if I adopt you and you become my dad? I said, absolutely, Kenneth. I'm more than honored. So I have 3 sons, Alec, Aaron, and Kenneth. And I would have never known if I would have given up that I could go forward, that I could move forward. I would have never known that I could take a tragedy, turn it into a triumph. I would have never known, as my book says, that I do matter. It doesn't. Going through this tragedy does not define me. It's what happened to me. I got to leave it in the past. I could talk about it, but as I said earlier, you either learn from the past or you run from the past. I can't control that happened to me. It's out of my control. And even the mistakes I made along the line in my own life, I can't control and go back to change those mistakes. I can make the best to try to make the best of those mistakes. But you know what happens when we get older? You know what our biggest regret is? And I tell people this all the time. If you have a desire to try something, try it. Because your biggest regret when you get older is not what you did. Because you can't change that. It's done and over. Yeah, you could say, I wish I never did that. But our biggest regret is what we never tried, because we're at a place in certain parts of life that we can't go back and try that. Because I wanted to be like Uncle Rico so bad in baseball. As a freshman in high school, I used to throw the football 80 yards in the air. We didn't have a football team in the spring of my freshman year. They were getting ready to start a football team in the fall. So we had 4 individual teams playing against each other every day. My team won. But the next year, they still didn't have a football team. By the time it came my junior year, I decided I'm going to stay with baseball. I look back and say, why did I play football my junior and senior year? I can't go back. That's why I say to people, when you think about something, try it. It doesn't hurt. As long as it's not hurting you or hurting anybody else, give it a shot and try it. And I got to tell you something. My hope and prayer is that you've gotten some wonderful things out of this program. Okay, as being a keynote, but there's so many other precious, amazing, incredible people that are sharing that you will also get to hear. You will also get to feel what they're sharing to you and what they've learned. And you know what? Take at least 1 or 2 things from every person you hear. Write it down. Let it speak to you. Because you know what? We all bring something different, and maybe something I could bring or one of the other speakers can bring can really encourage you wherever you're at in life or whatever you're going through. That's what's so awesome about moving on. As I begin to wrap this up and close, I want to let everybody know, please, I'm all over social media. Do I know what I'm doing? Probably not, but I'm on social media. Feel free to check me out. You know what's so awesome about me being here today, which I love this. I'm so honored. I keep on throwing shout outs to Krista Norrid. She heard me at a different event and she wanted me to come and be part of this. I love when that happens, because that's where most of my engagements have come about. Any of you out there, feel free to reach out to me anytime if I could accommodate you or your hospital or your children's school or organization or whatever, because I want more than ever people to know how valuable they are and how much they matter. So let me close with one last story. A few years back, my son Aaron's getting ready to start his junior year of college. His best friend from high school was getting ready to start his freshman year of college. They went to high school together. Aaron, like me, have always embraced those with special needs. I love special needs people. I always say to somebody, you pick on a special needs person in my presence, I'm going to ask the good Lord living in me to get out of my life for 5 minutes and we're going to have a major confrontation. My favorite shirt I wear for those with Down syndrome, I love my homies with extra chromies, just so you know. I love them. I love all people. I am actually speaking today because the last school I was at in Chesapeake, Virginia, I was a teacher, coach, and guidance counselor at that school. That was my last job for 2 years, a guidance counselor in the early 90s. I hired 30 special needs kids for 2 summers, and they mailed out 35,000 brochures of Bobby Petrocelli to schools and organizations and hospitals around the state and around the nation. I'm speaking today full-time because of those kids. I treasure them. I love them. I adore them. I've always reached out to them. I remember when I was a guidance counselor, the special ed teacher came down to my office one time and said, you're not allowed to come see the kids anymore. What? I love the kids. They're the greatest in the world. Yeah, we understand they love you too so much, but you can't come. Why? She goes, every day you come in at 12 noon. I took 3 hours to get them doing their work and to calm down and relax. And you get them up dancing and jumping around, and then you walk out the door. You either come first thing in the morning or the end of the day. I said, that's fine. I love them dearly. I'll do whatever you ask. But these were the kids that I hired to do this for me. Well, My son Aaron, one of his best friends, he's like his dad. We love special people. And everybody has a need. Don't get me wrong, we all have needs. Some have a few extra needs or some extra special needs, okay? Well, long story short, his best friend in high school has Asperger's, okay? And long story short, I would take them out all the time when Aaron's home from college during the summer. He's getting ready to start his freshman year of college. Aaron's getting ready to start his junior year of college. I take him out for lunch, and as we go out, we go to his favorite restaurant, Davis's favorite restaurant in the world. We go. We have something to eat. On the way home, we're on the way home. Aaron's getting ready to go back to Virginia from Florida, and Davis is going to stay in Florida, start his freshman year, and I'm driving, and Davis turns to me and says, "Thank you, Mr. Bobby, for always telling me I matter. I appreciate you so much. Would it be okay if I say a little prayer for you?" I go, "Sure." He turns, as I'm driving, he goes, "Dear God, bless Mr. Bobby and his family." I go, "Davis, you are the best. Give me a high five." He goes, "I'm not done yet." The second part of his prayer, I had to pull off the road. I almost crashed. He goes, "And dear God, now that Aaron's going back to college and I won't see him for 4 months, could you please send somebody who will want to hang out with me even after my classes and after school? Because even from high school, friends were so good, but nobody ever wanted to hang out with me after school or on the weekends." You know what he was saying? Could you send somebody that'll show me I matter? That's a simple cry and prayer of every person in this world. So to everybody watching, it's simple. Please know that you matter. You count. You're of great value. Be who you are. You matter, you matter, you matter. And thank you so much for letting me know how much I matter by allowing me to even do this and share with you. Thank you so much. And thank you for letting every patient and every person you come in contact with know how much they matter. Never forget those two words. And thank you for showing so many how much they matter. Keep up the great work. And thank you for impacting, changing, helping, and saving the lives. Thank you so much. God bless every one of you. Have an amazing day.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
What masterpiece are we working on today?
I'm drawing a heart.
Where did you come up with that idea?
Right here.
Do you know what that heart means?
No.
Well, this little heart is a symbol of love. And because someone gave me this gift through organ donation, I'm able to run, play, and read with you. It is the greatest gift anyone can give.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Again, I want to thank you for joining us in this trauma symposium. Now it's my turn. There's a lot of things I really enjoy about being the trauma medical director at a trauma center. Probably one of the most favorite things I do year in and year out is to present what we call now a survivor story. This is a particular patient that we've sort of fallen in love with on the trauma service, that we've endured their pain, endured their trauma, and enjoyed their success at the end. And this year is no different. So again, thank you for joining us and letting me present this story to you. So I titled this one, The Incredible Journey of JW and the Dedicated Professionals Determined to Keep Him Alive. I should have said not keep him alive, but also restore his health. And you'll see that at the end of the presentation. And in doing so, it's an educational event, so I want to teach you a little bit about how we take care of trauma patients and what are the keys to success. And I want to dedicate this whole presentation to his wonderful wife and daughter, Tia and Ainsley. So let me introduce you a gentle giant of a man. You see him there with his child. He's a wonderful father. He's a provider for his family. He's a dedicated husband, overall good guy. And in doing so, he's a provider for his family. He goes to work every morning, wakes up, gets dressed, kisses his wife, his baby goodbye, goes to work at one of the local train yards here in town. However, this particular day, February 22nd, 2021, after he kissed his wife goodbye, his baby goes to work, he goes to work, his baby's asleep, there's been an accident. So at the trauma center, we get this beep. We get an incoming trauma beep on our beeper or our cell phone that says, man injured in a trail yard, 2 tourniquets applied. It gives us a little bit of date and time. And so my question to you in the audience is, if you were with me in the trauma bay at Ascension St. John, Tulsa, Oklahoma, you got this beep, what would you do? How would you prepare for this patient to come in? Okay? Well, there are some guiding principles. We're going to go through a lot of those today in the next 45 minutes about how to take care of the trauma patient. And they're mostly the guiding principles from the Committee on Trauma, airway, breathing, circulation, primary survey. But basically, the whole package says get the injured patient to the right people at the right place at the right time. This has been the Committee on Trauma. You can see our emblem down there for 100 years. This is our testament to taking care of patients. So what do we need to do? You heard the incoming code, 2 tourniquets, hypotensive patient, train yard accident. How do we restore this gentle giant of a man to recovery and back home to his wife, Tia, and his daughter, Ainsley? Okay? Well, we do that by having the right people at the right place at the right time. And I'm going to tell you the story of how we do it at Ascension St. John. It's no different than any other level 1, level 2 trauma center. But there's some real basic principles that I want to share with you about all trauma centers and how we do it and why I think we do it the right way to take care of these patients. And for the most part, we are up to that challenge. We welcome that challenge to take care of our patients. Okay, again, back to our story. JW. Survival story begins with the trauma activation. Level 1, that's our highest level. Here's the story. Besides the date and the time that you saw earlier on the screen, what we know is a 26-year-old male, crush injury, bilateral lower extremity partial amputation, ran over by a rail car. Ooh. How do we manage this trauma patient? How do we manage all trauma patients at a trauma center? You see the incoming helicopter and you see our wonderful trauma center at the bottom of the screen. And we are one of the top hospitals in Tulsa, in the state of Oklahoma. So how do we take care of the trauma patient? Again, we've got this level 1 activation coming in. We've got this 21-year-old male coming in. So there's some basic principles that I want to share with you. All trauma centers, and this is basically advanced trauma life support. We teach this in the course. We live it in our life. And you can see it on the right of the screen. Airway with C-spine protection, breathing, chest tubes if necessary, circulation, restore volume, disability, which is a neuro exam, and then environment exposure. So again, a little bit more history on the way in. You see our trauma team getting ready. You see the patient coming in on the right. Again, a 26-year-old male presenting with crushed injury to the right lower extremity, amputation, ran over by a rail car. We get these patients to us, even though we're a rural state, these patients often comes to us within about an hour. More information is not obtainable. So the first thing we do in any trauma center is to maintain what's called a primary survey. And you've heard this if you've taken ATLS or you manage trauma patients. And it's a basic treatment program, not the only way to treat a trauma patient as we teach in ATLS, but certainly a reproducible way that works. And in doing so, the first thing we want to do is maintain and establish a secure airway. In this particular patient, it was patent at the time. Now, he actually decompensated and got intubated. Talk about it in a second. Breath sounds were clear, so once we put the breathing tube in, he was breathing. Circulation was restored once we got IVs and blood into this patient. GCS, don't get into the weeds here, but basically that's a Glasgow Coma scale. That tells us the neurologic function of the patient. It goes from 3 to 15. 4 means that either he's got an injury or we've sedated him and perhaps even paralyzed him chemically to take care of him, and then we exposed him in detail. So again, primary surveys, the critical important. These are the parts of the trauma survey, the first survey, the primary survey, that will keep the patient alive. Okay, I apologize for the slide, but you need to see what we saw. This is, again, you see the story. 26-year-old male, crush injury. If you look at the very top by the blue screen there, you see bilateral tourniquets on his lower extremities. You see a severely crushed injury, partial amputation of his right leg just above the knee. We don't really see the left leg here, but it's also severely injured. And again, by now you can see the primary survey. We've been able to maintain a secure airway. In this particular patient's case, we intubated him, endotracheal intubation. We made sure breath sounds were heard both sides. I mean, this is all part of the primary survey. IVs were started, blood was given. So at this point, we were kind of getting everything stabilized, fully examined. So again, the trauma team is there on these level 1 activations. In our center, that's the highest level. It's a large team. It's the trauma attending, it's the senior trauma resident, the junior trauma resident, usually emergency department resident, medical students. Certainly the emergency department team is there with all of its nursing staff. It's a big team effort to take care of these patients. Okay, again, clinical findings. Again, I'm sorry for the slide, but again, I want to show you what we were up against with this particular patient. The impression, the clinical impression, you can read it there. Basically, right lower extremity amputation, just above the knee, left foot distal fracture, basically bad injuries below below the knee on the left and an amputation on the right. In addition, he actually had an injury. You can't see it on this one. You'll see it on a future slide where the injury occurred between his legs up in his perineum, and it was a significant open perineal wound, as they described here. This was seen both by examining him and certainly on the imaging studies that we had. Again, now you can see on the right side, this is the partial amputation on the right side. This is a little bit close-up of the left foot. Again, you can see that mangled extremity on the right, bleeding. On the left is this injury, and then he's got this perineal wound. Okay? So that's kind of what we're up against. Again, it's not a very good picture of it, but this is, the injury was proximal to the tourniquet of both the right and the left, up in the perineum region. And it looks like, you can see from the x-ray on the screen, there's a diastasis of the pubic symphysis, bleeding from the SI joint, those joints up near where the spinal column hits the ala. Anyway, he's bleeding in lots of different areas, and at this point, we're trying to control the bleeding and really save his life. Okay? So I'm going to go through now several slides that kind of talk about how we manage this guy. And really, his management was primary survey, airway, breathing, circulation, disability, exposure. Once we did that, then the secondary survey, which is the head-to-toe exam, where we figure out what else is wrong and then fix those things that are wrong. This is just an example picture on the right of a laparotomy incision. So we took him to the OR that first night. You can see 1,900 hours. That's all day zero. All this has happened, by the way, within the first couple of hours, him being in the hospital. So we go to the operating room that first night. We complete the guillotine amputation on the right, which, if you don't know that term, it's a sort of a life-saving maneuver where you just get rid of the extremity that's no longer viable, stop the bleeding, and kind of stop there. You don't do any reconstruction at that point. That's on the right side. The left side, we closed up whatever wounds we could on his left foot. And really, his big injury at this point wasn't the extremities, although that's the oh wow moment. The big extremity, the big issue, the threat to his life is the injury to his pelvis, the bleeding from his pelvis, and this open big perineal wound. So again, damage control laparotomy. I won't get into specifics on that, but that's a technique that we've used for many, many years, where you just go in on the trauma patient that's been severely injured. You pack wounds, you stop bleeding, you control sepsis, or you control soilage, and then you kind of get out and go to the ICU, where you can then resuscitate the patient. That's the term. Resuscitate means get him back to physiologic normality as much as you can. Okay, so we've done that. We've taken our patient to the operating room. We've done a guillotine amputation to the right to stop the bleeding and control that. We've done a partial repair and maybe an amputation on the left foot, and we've explored him and packed the wound to make sure that he's no longer bleeding in his pelvis. So now he's no longer bleeding, but where do we go next with this patient? Well, I can tell you what we do, and you'll see on the right the list of extremities. Traumatic amputation of his right lower extremity through the right femur, just above the right knee. Open fractures of his left forefoot, closed fractures of his forefoot, midfoot, soft tissue, thigh loss, perineal wound, active hemorrhage, packing there, so it's no longer bleeding. Diastasis means an opening, a splitting up of the pubic symphysis, that pelvic rim. He's got some transverse fractures. He's got some other issues. Hemorrhagic shock and respiratory failure. So this isn't the realm of the surgeons. This is the realm of the critical care team. So again, this patient now dealing with number 8 and 9, he's going to go to the neurotrauma ICU. Very, very dedicated, experienced staff of nurses that we have the blessing to have to enjoy the use of these folks. And this is what we call 70s. This is our neurotrauma ICU. So here's a picture of the ICU nurses. You know, I asked their nurse, I said, send me a picture of your wonderful nurses in action. Well, I got a Christmas picture of them throwing an axe. I don't know. But anyway, so that's the story. But again, I can tell you that they do enjoy their time off, but when they are there, they are dedicated. I believe, and I've worked in lots of places, that we have probably the best critical care nurses on the planet taking care of our patients. They're experienced, they're well-staffed. We maintain that 2-to-1 nursing the ACS wants us to do. Again, and the patients that we take care of. We can do our job in the OR, but unless they're taken care of in the ICU, we're going to fall through the cracks. But these nurses are very experienced at what they do. Okay. Again, let's go back now. We're day one. So that was late afternoon, early evening of that first day. We packed this perineal wound. You see it's kind of gross and nasty up in there. We stopped the bleeding. The next day, 9 a.m., we go back to the operating room to do more work. By now, he's resuscitated. His blood pressure's coming up. His heart rate's coming down. We correct things like base deficit and blood gases, and he's making urine, and all the above means that we're kind of on track with his resuscitation phase. Now we've got to go back and start making sure we didn't miss any injuries, and then now unpack the packing and stop and control the issue. Again, he had this destroyed perineal wound that really the best thing we could do with this is just what's called fecal diversion. It's a technical term. Don't get specific. Basically, it's where we do a diverting loop colostomy. You can see a cartoon of it there in the diagram. And basically, it's where all of the stool that's coming down is going to go outside into a colostomy bag and not down on top of this dirty wound. Okay, so that goes on. Again, sorry about the picture. This is I think this is a day or two later. Yeah, second day. Now we're back in the operating room. And what you'll notice is that we're in the operating room with this guy almost every day for day after day after day. So again, day two, February 24th, 2 days after he was injured, mid-afternoon, orthopedic surgery, Dr. DeMay, this is his record of operation. He goes to the OR to complete the amputation on the right, just above the knee. You can see this is the guillotine just means you just kind of chop it and then pack it. So now they're going to start doing some formalization of this wound and then get it to heal. But what you also see at the bottom of the screen is his left foot. This is not a viable foot. It's dark, it's dusky, there's no blood supply. This ends up being something that's not going to survive. So this ends up being, I'll give you a little hint, it's going to be a left side below knee amputation and a right side above knee amputation. And I think they go ahead and do that at this point. Again, in the operating room, day 5, he's in and out of the OR either every day or every other day at this point. This is, I think, myself and some of the other team members were washing out wounds and controlling the bleeding and doing more wound care. At this point, actually, the blessing of a trauma center like we have lots of specialists. Dr. Kiefer is one of our fellowship-trained colorectal surgeons. So with this large open perineal wound that's no longer bleeding, but is there enough tissue down there? Are there all of the sphincters and stuff going to work to where at someday he can get sphincter control back? And I get Dr. Kiefer in to look this over. It's actually beyond repairable at this point. So at this point, Dr. Kiefer and ourselves, we clean things out and just let him maintain that colostomy diversion. Okay. Again, here, Dr. Norris now, one of our other trauma orthopedic surgeons. You've heard from Dr. Norris, I think, or maybe you'll hear from him soon in this conference. One of our trauma fellowship-trained orthopedic surgeons. He's taken him back, and now they're having to amputate this left foot. You see, this is not viable. Now, this is just before they actually end up having to take that left foot below the knee. Okay. Again, not getting real specific here, but this is just a description of how Dr. Norris, you can see the cartoons on the left, how he basically takes this non-viable, and you can't leave dead tissue behind. It'll get you in trouble from a standpoint of physiology and survivability. So once the decision is made that this is not going to be a tissue plane, a foot that's going to survive, the thing to do is to get rid of that, and they did that. So at the end of this day, March 3rd, he ends up having a right above knee amputation that's now beginning to be reconstructed. You're going to see slides in a second, and a left below knee amputation that's actually going to heal up quite nicely. Okay, now the big issue, the big wound with him was the abdomen, the pelvis, the perineum. And I'm going to spend some time on this because this is really where we used our specialists. And you're going to see that we're going to use trauma surgeons, we're going to use reconstructive plastic surgeons, we're going to use the ICU care for wound management and so forth. But you can see that this big extensive injury that started off in his perineum on the day of injury, now because of tissue planes being disrupted and bleeding and so forth, we're losing tissue on his hide. And again, I don't want to get specific here, but you can see his lower extremities at the base and you can see his back up top. And we ended up having to take a lot of this tissue down, and you just have to go back to the OR day after day after day to clean out more and more and pack it open. And that's what we did. Here we are taking him to the operating room, I think every other day or every day. You can see Dr. Schinner is one of our trauma surgeons. He and I shared the duty. Whenever he was on, he took him back. When I was on, I took him back. We went back and forth and did this large excisional debridement of the perineum, buttocks, flank, skin, fascia, fat. You see muscle. It ends up being just a large amount of debridement. You can see from the bottom screen, then my arrow up to the top of the screen, after multiple ins and outs of the OR, operative debridement, cleaning this mess up, now we finally get healthy tissue. I know it kind of looks like something else up there, but basically it's a healthy tissue up top that now we can begin the reconstructive effort. Now, the reconstructive effort is interesting. This is where it's beyond us. This is where we get our advanced plastic surgeon, reconstructive surgeons, where they move tissue around. Dr. Alamar is going to talk about that at the end of the day, and he and his team played a major role in this man's recovery. Okay. Back to the stump. Now, Doctor, this is the surgeons taking care of his right stump. Far left is the amputated right stump below the just above the knee. The tissue is looking healthier as we move from left to right. We do a skin graft. This is a skin graft taken from the left side. We borrow skin, split thickness, and put it over. Trauma team does all this, and so you can see we're getting good skin coverage on the right amputation. So the picture on the far right and the picture on the far left are the same picture with now it covered with new skin. Okay? Back to the back again. So again, you remember the picture a couple of slides ago. We had this big open perineal wound. Now, again, just to orient you, this patient is laying on his tummy. At the top is his head. At the bottom is his legs. You can see you see on the left, on the side where the blue stripes are, amputation just above the knee on the right, and the left side, of course, is below the knee. But here, the plastic surgeons, time and time again, go to the OR, debride more tissue, start to rotate flaps around. Dr. Alamari has a wonderful discussion later on in the afternoon talking about how they do that, how they move tissue and planes, and not just skin, but whole myocutaneous flaps from one side to the other to get all this covered up. It's a very interesting way of doing things, and it actually will heal up nicely. Okay, now, soft tissue, okay, we once again employ our orthopedic surgeons, Dr. DeMay. This happened a little bit sooner than maybe, so this happened midway through all the other procedures. You remember that on that pelvic x-ray early on, he had this widened pelvic brim. That was no longer bleeding, but again, that wasn't going to support his weight in the future. So you can see that the orthopedic surgeons have gone in and put these special screws in, both at the bottom, the ring, and the top, the long screw. And again, we're blessed in this hospital to have fellowship-trained orthopedic trauma surgeons who really are experts at reconstructing this acetabulum. These are complex injuries. Whenever you injure this acetabulum, this pelvic brim, where all these muscles and joints all come together structurally to support the patient, you got to have the right team that does this work day in and day out. And again, we're blessed with that group of the orthopedic trauma surgeons led by Dr. Norris. Okay, surgery's done. Okay, no more surgery at this point. Now we're going to get him better. So I've told you about great care he got in the ED, the OR, the ICU. There's one part that I kind of overlooked. What is a fundamental piece of a patient's recovery? It's a wife and a daughter. You can see her hand reaching up, holding his hand. You've got to have the support. You've got to give this man something to live for. He did, obviously. But our role as trauma providers is to make sure we recognize the need and the value of family support. And we do that. We have a family life specialist in our ICU who kind of reminds us daily to make sure we talk to families and make sure we tell them where we are, what we're doing, and really to make sure that the families are supported along with the patients. Okay, so a little bit more detailed, as happens with patients who've been in the hospital for a long time, they get infectious disease, they get maybe pneumonias, they get wound care issues. Again, you don't have to read all this, but basically we had lots of specialists, including infectious disease specialists that were involved, making sure that we had the right antibiotics at the right time, stopping at the right time. That's also important, but we make sure that we have all the packages, all the check marks checked to do the right thing for our patient. Can you imagine this injury? There is a component of a depression, anxiety. We're again blessed with at the trauma center to have psychiatric evaluation. Now, he didn't need psychiatric evaluation in the sense of that, but he did need to remind us as trauma providers, open the lines, give him the lights, talk to the family, maintain the sleep-wake cycles. There are some pharmacological advantages to certain medications. I don't know that he used a lot of these, but again, the psychiatrist just made sure that the patient, the wife, the family, the doctors, the staff were all on the same page getting his health back. Okay, so here we are in the ICU again. So, intensive care unit, you got a lot of help, right? You got this character who is in his white coat, looking with this nice big smile, managing this equipment, right? No, I don't think so. There's no way. I'm a doctor. I can look at all that stuff. I don't know what all that means. What we need here is a real nurse. We need a real ICU nurse. We got those people. You can see them on the left and the middle. We've got well-trained staff, intensive care nurses that can make sense of this collage of bells, whistles, buzzers, pumps. Again, you don't want that guy with the big, pretty smile. You want the nurses in the trenches that know what they're doing. We've got that staff here. Okay, let's move forward. All the surgery's done. Now we're into, maybe even a couple of months. Week after week, recovery continues. More trips to the OR, aggressive physical therapy. You see on the right, these four folks just work in the ICU just for speech, occupational, and physical therapy. Again, a well-oiled machine of trauma ICU care is to have all the people in place, including occupational, physical therapy, all the staff in. And we support the patient as well as family. He's ready to go. He's beginning to move. You see on the left-hand side, he moves out of the ICU over to our well-trained and dedicated step-down unit, what we call in our hospital our 10 West staff. Basically, this is a step-down where the emphasis now is not really on things that like operations and all that. It's now on beginning to work with physical therapy and getting him moving in that direction. Okay? A little bit of depression is expected. You can see the ICU team there. He's now in a chair. You can see that on the right side, the amputation is pretty high on his right leg. The left side, below the knee. Back wounds are healing, belly's healing, colostomy's working. All the rotational flaps are beginning to heal. So now again, our emphasis is changing from all the acute care needs to some of the chronic needs, really the physical therapy part. That's really our goal at this point. Okay, best medicine sometimes. This brought a tear to most of us, our eyes. This is our patient, I won't mention his name, holding his precious daughter, Ansley. So sometimes the best medicine is found in a little bucket like that. So again, made sure we would, oftentimes on weekends, you don't want to hear this ACS staff, but we'd sneak them in and it would sneak daughter in and let them be together on the floor. Again, give this man something to live for. But this is important medicine in my book. Okay. Let's see here. Again, physical therapy. You've seen this slide on the bottom. Basically, we don't cuddle these patients. Nor does he want them. We want them to get up and get moving, out of bed by 9 a.m., back in bed 9 p.m., 2-hour nap in between. We really begin to work on getting this gentleman mobile, making sure we don't have things like blood clots, pneumonias, sores, whatever. So all that is really managed by physical therapy, okay? Oh, so at this point now, we're several months into this. He's doing great. There's a couple of really fancy and wonderful rehab centers. The TIER program in Houston, Texas is a terrific one. You see in the middle slide there. Their one and only focus is to get these patients that have had usually these amputations of some type back to health again and get them working with therapy and basically learn how to navigate their prosthetics. Okay? More pictures of the TIER program. I mean, again, it's a very intensive physical therapy program. They work with them daily. They go outside. Of course, his family, Tia and Ainsley are down there with him, and so it's a global program to really work on the therapy part, and it worked quite well. So again, just a couple of slides of where we were, where we came from, where we're going. So in a trauma care, in a well-oiled trauma system, ACS, verified level 2 center like we are in Tulsa, our global care begins at the point of injury, pre-hospital, emergency department, extends to recovery, and integration back into society. It all works well when we work together, okay? More pictures of that integration back to society. So again, let's just kind of recap the staff, the people, the providers, the institution that was involved to get JW back to health again. Well, pre-hospital EMS personnel picked him up at the scene, put the tourniquets on, critical. He was bleeding from these amputations and these injuries. Stopping the bleeding with pressure, tourniquets, getting the patients to our emergency department as quick as possible within an hour is important. Once in the trauma bay, we treat them with advanced trauma life support, ATLS, we teach it. Once in the trauma bay, we did ATLS, airway, breathing, circulation, disability, exposure. Then we realized this guy needed to go straight to the operating room. We have a quick entry to the operating room between the trauma bay, the elevator, and the OR is just one swoop up. We have a trauma OR waiting for us 24/7 with well-staffed OR nurses and dedicated staff. From there, ICU, multiple trips in and out of the OR, then of course back to the med staff floor and then to rehab. Caring, compassionate nurses. I can't say enough about how important this is. You know, the doctors often can be the heroes in this world, but the reality is the work is done by the nursing staff, the respiratory therapy, rehabilitation, dietary, pharmacy, and many, many others. So always a shout out to these people that really do the lion's share of the work. We may write the order or two, but again, all the work is on their shoulders. Okay, and again, doctors and surgeons play a role here too. But so let's kind of do a final recap. 153 days in the hospital from the day of the injury till he goes to TIER in Houston. 153 days in the hospital. 49 trips to the operating room. Okay? Multiple specialists, trauma surgery, orthopedic surgery, plastic surgery, reconstructive orthopedic surgery, reconstructive plastic surgery, and so forth. I'm going to go through now about 5 or 6 slides, just kind of show you all the operations, okay? So operation 1 through 6, you see the dates up there, damage control, resuscitation, keeping him alive. In and out of the ICU, back to the OR, damage control, stopping the bleeding. Operation 7 through 13, February 26th to May 5th. Colon diversion, wound care, sepsis control, debridement of tissue that's no longer viable, including leg and foot and whatnot. Okay? Operations 14 through 18, and each of these are in sequence. March 6th through March 12th. This is the definitive orthopedic reconstructive effort. This is the wound care. This is where we get involved with the plastic surgeons starting to figure out how to finish up this posterior wound and do flap reconstruction. Okay, operations 19 through 24. You see the dates up there, March 15th through March 24th. Sepsis control, more wound debridement, getting mainly the back ready to do these flap reconstructions. Okay, operations 25 through 31, beginning of the plastic surgery, wound care, and the flap reconstruction. You see the dates up there. Operations 32 through 37, my goodness, April 29 through May 17th. Reconstructive plastic surgery, wound development, flap rotation, again, over and over and over again. Operations 38 through 43, May to June 8th. Complex reconstructive advancement flaps, soft tissue coverage. You see the commitment that the team, the whole team, trauma team, multiple services, nursing staff, rehab, OR staff, blood bank, everybody has in getting our patients healthy again. Operations 44 through 49, again, more complex plastic surgery, advancement flap, soft tissue coverage. 49 operations to July 2nd. My goodness. Who do we have to thank for that? Well, we have Ascension St. John for giving us the tools to do what we do. In that light, we have emergency room providers and staff, operating room staff, neurotrauma intensive care unit, in all of its departments, respiratory therapy, dietary, pharmacy, med surg, physical therapy, many unnamed peripheral services, all working together in concert to get these patients from the day of the injury through 49 operations to recovery. Okay? Again, providers. These are just the physician providers. ED, trauma surgery, surgical critical care, orthopedic trauma, colorectal, plastics, infectious disease, psychiatry. That's just the physician provider services. So that's the story. That's where we are. You know, we got him back to tier rehab. He's doing well. He's working with rehab. I've given you sort of the nuts and bolts of how a dedicated team of professionals will keep a patient alive. But is this the only thing that's important? Is this the only thing that we need to make our patient better? What else is needed for success? I've got a couple of thoughts on that one. Okay, faith. We're a faith-based organization. We believe in faith. Okay, faith is important. These are non-medical ingredients. So faith. Hope. Always have hope. Hope that you can do the right thing for your patient. And love. Faith, hope, and love. By far, that's an important part. Probably the most important of these is the love of you for your patient for their family, and for the success that you're trying to garnish. Okay? And of course, dedicated medical trauma professionals like those seen at Ascension St. John. Again, I put that at the bottom for a reason, because faith, hope, and love is what's important as well. Okay. So, family restored. Here he is with his daughter, Ainsley. You can see he's now developing on his left side. He's got this prosthetic. I didn't have a picture of him on the right side. He's got an above-knee prosthetic, working with physical rehab. It's just a wonderful success story. And I got a little treat for you here after I finish my presentation. Then we're going to transition into a conversation that I'm going to have with this patient about his trials and tribulations, and we'll do that next. So again, I think that's an incredible story of JW, the dedicated professionals determined to keep him alive, the ingredients to success, including faith, hope, and love. And again, thank you for listening to his story. Okay, thank you all again for listening to the story of the survivor story for this year for Jeremiah West. When we left Jeremiah, if you remember, he had moved to Houston, working with TIER, which is the Advanced Physical Rehab Facility. And so, again, the treat now is we have a chance to visit with Jeremiah, his lovely wife, Tia, the daughter, Ansley, and we're going to see if we can maybe get some interaction as to how life is now. It's been a long time. It's been actually almost 2 years since the injury. So Jeremiah, Tia, again, welcome. I'm glad you're able to join us, at least by Zoom. And maybe you can kind of pick it up from there and we had several pictures of you on the machines and at TIER and learning how to use your prosthetics. Kind of, if maybe you just kind of, we'll give you the floor and just kind of tell us how things are now.
It's going. Just trying to stay adjusted to our new normal life. I do my prosthetics here probably 2 times a day, maybe 20 to 40 minutes. I'm not in outpatient therapy right now because I have HO growing in my back, and it was hindering my progress in therapy. So kind of took a break from it.
So how are they treating that injury in your back? Is that just is that an infection that you're on antibiotics for, or is that do they have to do like surgical procedure or anything?
That's the ossification, heterotopic ossification. Yeah.
I misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, and you were starting to develop that even prior to leaving Tulsa at sites along your back wound. That's correct.
Yeah.
So have they had to do anything for it?
Last year, they went in and took some out, and then I think right around September or so, and then it started growing back, and that's when I took a break from therapy. And right now, they're getting CTs and MRIs to see like what they want to do with it.
So, you said you're not doing therapy, but you are able to at least work with your prosthetics. Tell me how that's going. I mean, that's people that have had prosthetics. You know, there's a sequence. You go from the injury to the shrinker to one prosthetic to the next, and you know, you have, of course, a double prosthetic. You know, above knee on the left and a below knee on the right. Kind of give us an update on how that's doing, even though it's perhaps only a few minutes or maybe up to an hour a day.
It's going pretty good. So I don't want to say it's super easy because it's really not, but it goes pretty well. It's a little challenging, but it's I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but it's going well.
Yeah. So are you know, obviously do well when you're up on your prosthetics. How's your mobility and activity as far as when you're not using them? Are you getting out and doing the things you want to do? And what about driving?
Yeah, I have my license. It's converted over to handicap, but I don't have a van as of yet. The company, they're looking into getting me one.
So I guess, therefore, a lot of your time is probably spent in a wheelchair at this point as you're slowly working towards the prosthetics and ambulation, right? Yeah, good. All right. Well, Tia, tell us how things are in your life. I mean, you know, I bragged about you during the presentation that you know, you were up there almost as much as all we were up there. So I know it was hard on you, but you know, this is what you do and what we do. And so tell us kind of how life is with you.
Things are going good. I found a school that's really similar to what I was working at here in Houston. So I still work full time. But we're just able to do a lot more things here in Houston and really just living our normal new life, as we call it.
Beautiful. Yeah. She's growing up. Last time, again, she was just a little teeny thing last time. One of the pictures that, if you recall, one of the pictures in the presentation was Jeremiah, you holding the baby at your chest, and a sweet one it was. And boy, she's growing up for sure.
Just one thing to throw in so we don't forget. I think the 10th floor has some mail for you guys that was addressed to your prior address in 1039. But I think about it. Every time we walked in on that corner, I mean, that was your room for months, and you know how far you've come.
Yeah, it's just wonderful. And so, and you know, Jeremiah, the other thing I talked about during the presentation was, with all that had happened, you know, of course, you really never lost your spirit. There was moments when things were bad and things were down, and you know, it was difficult for everybody, including T and the baby. But you really never lost that spark to get better and that spunk. And you know, that's one of the reasons why the team decided to choose you as our survivor story, because the medical side, a lot of people get through. But having this will to live like you had, and having this drive to get better, you know, with all that had happened to you, and of course the love of Tia, all made the difference. And so we're just so happy that we were able to share that experience with you. Well, do you have anything you'd like to add? We won't keep you too long. I just want to make sure that you don't have anything you want to add to us. And again, I'll thank you for allowing us to share the story. And if we just wanted to have the audience a chance to meet you guys now that it's been a couple of years and you're back up and moving again.
I just want to thank you guys for even acknowledging it. But
well, and of course, we've always said this to you when we've talked to you since, the invitation's open. And, if you guys ever come up to Tulsa again, that, we'll show you around and parade you around the hospital and everybody will ooh and ah about how good you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, you still have, people still ask about you regularly. Yeah. You're, I don't know if you called them your friends, but the people in the operating room, the nurses, the techs, there's a patient care tech named Steve. He just retired a month or so ago, but he asked about you regularly. He moved you from the bed to the OR table and the OR table to the bed 6 days a week for the better part of 2 months. Yeah, we counted up 26 times that he moved you. So it's you touch those people and they could see it in your eyes, and I think that I'm hoping a lot of them log in and are logged in currently to this so that they can see how well you're doing, because we don't often get to see that and tell you how proud of you we are, but how well, everybody a part of our team. It's not just the doctors and the nurses. It goes down to the people that brought you food, the OR staff, across the board. Just everybody was as invested in your care and wanting to see you to the finish line. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of them, when we made the announcement that who that survivor story was this year, and your name came up, lots of people said, "Oh, terrific!" That kind of give them a reason to sign on to listen to the program today. So, again, thank you for letting us share that story with you. And the baby's getting real big, by the way. All right. Well, again, thank you for letting us share your story and for being with us today at this symposium. And if there's anything else you'd like to add, if not, then we want to extend an invitation again to come to Tulsa. Bring the whole crew, come up, and we'll show you around and show you off.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Bye, guys.
When Carson received his driver's license, he registered as an organ donor. So months later, when he was involved in a tragic car accident, we were able to save lives through organ donation.
By us following Carson's wishes, he was able to save 5 lives.
One short conversation gave me clear direction of what to do, and I'm not sure that direction would have been there if there hadn't been that conversation.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
For our next speaker, Dr. Brent Norris is going to share his expertise and his knowledge as an orthopedic surgeon. He's the clinical professor, Oklahoma State University School of Medicine, Department of Orthopedic Surgery, Tulsa, Oklahoma, from December 2019 until present. He's the founding member of the Orthopedic and Trauma Services of Oklahoma. Dr. Norris trained in Baltimore, Maryland at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and then went on to do a residency and fellowship also in Maryland, and then did an orthopedic trauma fellowship at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. All that was several years ago. He did then fellowship at Orthopedic Trauma Fellow, Carolinas Medical Center, Charlotte, North Carolina. Dr. Norris's discussion this afternoon will be mass casualty, active shooter scenario, orthopedic trauma surgeon's perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Charles, and good afternoon. I want to kind of give you a perspective from an orthopedic trauma surgeon about a topic that Dr. Charles asked me to speak on, mass casualty and active shooter scenario. This is something I've been doing for about 25 years, so I think hopefully there'll be some information that I can impart to you guys. So again, thanks for being here with us today. These are my disclosures. These are all different entities that support what we do at OSU and St. John and some of the academic appointments that I have. None of that is pertinent to today's talk, though. So, mass casualty active shooter scenario. Unfortunately, these events are becoming more and more common, and because they're likely multifactorial, they're going to be very difficult to kind of solve. They can affect just about anybody at any time, and as Leah Pasteur said, fortune favors the prepared, at least the ones prepared in the mind. Unfortunately, in Tulsa in June of 2021, we actually had an active shooter at one of the medical buildings in St. Francis campus. It was a disgruntled patient, and it was 5 deaths: an orthopedic surgeon, an orthopedic family medicine doctor, a receptionist, a family member, I think protecting his wife, and then the shooter himself took himself out. So these target attacks are becoming very common, and if it wasn't for a mission this guy was on, it would have been a much worse scenario. So we all have to be more prepared for these kind of events. Other mass casualty events, you hear them all the time. Probably one of the more common ones are massive motor vehicle pileups on the expressways from fog or smoke, and obviously natural disasters that occur, hurricanes, tornadoes. But we're getting enough warning on those. A lot of times we're prepared for that. So the other ones we're not. Explosions, industrial activities, bombings, gang warfare, all these things are potential areas where mass casualties can occur. So in a disaster setting, we have to be prepared for it. And the hospitals have their own systems in place to affect immediate preparedness when knowledge of an event occurs. So what happens then is the resources are gathered and through protocols that have been set up, people are assigned to certain spaces, and the frontline workers are actually triaged down to the ER, and everybody gets involved. Orthopedic surgeons become triage doctors, family medicine doctors become triage doctors, and you're down there determining how we're going to utilize our limited resources. And that's probably the hardest part of managing a disaster. Resources are usually overrun pretty quickly. So early on, all clinicians are utilized and brought to bear to take care of the disaster that's ongoing. ATLS obviously guides all of our treatment, airway, breathing, circulation. Secondary surveys obviously need to occur, but way down the list is musculoskeletal injury. And I say that because as an orthopedic surgeon, that's something I'm tuned to, but it's not a priority. The priorities are airway, breathing, and circulation. The caveat is that in patients with severe trauma, pelvic trauma, and open extremity bleeding, obviously they can be part of the circulation and shock that's setting in. So those areas we need to really kind of center on hemorrhage control, i.e. pelvic fracture or open bleeding from an extremity. Those are critical areas that we need to intervene quickly to help save people's lives. So the lethal triad, hypotension is usually from blood loss, hypothermia, and coagulopathy. If you look at this triad, it just goes around. So you have a hypotension, you wind up getting the coagulopathic. And if you become cold, you're actually more coagulopathic, and then it gives you more hypotension. So you just have to kind of prevent these things from happening. So blood loss is treated with transfusions now, not so much saline and whatnot. Coagulopathies are treated with platelets and fresh frozen plasma, and hypothermia. We always try to keep our patients warm when they show up. So these are all being actively treated in this situation. Pelvic trauma, we all know now we use binders pretty regularly. And when patients have active bleeding from the pelvis, we usually try to take them to an angiogram to see if we can embolize something. And if they're going to the OR for some other reason, then we'll usually put on an external fixture. This is a picture of that external frame holding the pelvis together. The timing of trauma surgery is acute, usually in the first hour. Obviously, decompression of organ cavities, meaning the cerebral, thoracic, abdominal, and actually pelvic cavities. So we can do what they call pelvic packing. And then obviously external hemorrhage control. So any active bleeding from an extremity would need to be placed under a tourniquet or somehow the bleeding stopped. So emergency fracture surgery timing, emergent resuscitative is stabilization of the exsanguinating pelvic fracture and completion amputations for hemorrhage control. That's really the two areas that we can help in these massive trauma settings with victims that may come in. So emergency surgery, you can see this is pelvic fracture, open pelvic fracture actually, trying to be stabilized and then cleaned out. And these are tourniquets applied to exsanguinating injuries and sometimes completion amputations that need to occur. These are all different areas that we can actually help people from passing. Other orthopedic injuries, in my mind, are probably distracting injuries. I would tell you, try not to get distracted by the dislocated hip or knee or something. It's really follow the ABCs. You want to definitely make sure you get the airway, the breathing, and the circulation taken care of. X-rays can be obtained later. Wounds should be dressed, gross debris taken out of the wound if there is one, betadine dressings, closed reductions if you can get something, reduce, great. If you can't, really we just tell folks to help pull the limb straight and apply splints. Really it's meant to temporarily stabilize something until we can get their bleeding under control. Where did the term damage control come by? Well, it's a naval terminology over 100 years ago. This is USS Cole near Yemen that was attacked and had a 30 by 40 hull breach. And the damage control is salvage of the ship by just shutting down all other areas that are not critical to keeping the ship afloat. So you can see that this is fires on board. You're shutting the fire down. You're shutting down anything that's not pertinent to keeping the ship afloat. So that's essentially what we're trying to do with orthopedic trauma, and I'm sure some of the trauma doctors are spoken to that as well. So the first 24 hours, damage control ortho, we've already talked about these. These are open injuries. You want to try to make sure you stop the bleeding, get the open injury under control, start the antibiotics right away. If you have to, you can do an IND at the bedside or even in the OR if they're going to the OR for some other reason. And you want to try to stabilize the bony injury without too much time and effort. So that could be a splint in the ER or it can be an external fixture in the OR. Excuse me. The benefits of bone stabilization, well, number one, if you can prevent the bone from moving a lot, it's less painful. But number two, it really prevents further damage to an already damaged soft tissue injury. So if you have a bone that's really badly damaged and displaced and easily it's unstable, you can injure further structures like a vessel or a nerve by transporting the patient, moving around to a CT scan. So if you think in terms of a fracture, and I try to teach my residents that it's really a soft tissue injury that happens to actually have a broken bone, because you can't really break a bone without having some extensive soft tissue injury. And if you look at our outcomes of fractures and how we treat them, they're almost always determined by the soft tissue injury. So if you have an open tibia fracture, if you have a loss of muscle or the motor units, that limb's not going to function well. If you have a acetabular fracture and you have a posterior sciatic nerve injury from the dislocation and the foot doesn't work, that's not going to do very well. So vessel injuries, obviously, anytime you can't restore blood flow to an extremity, you're going to have a potential risk for amputation. So these are all soft tissues that are injured in a fractured setting. So really assessing the soft tissues and treating soft tissues is probably as important or more important than treating the actual skeleton. I want to go over the second hit because patients come in with trauma. That's their initial first hit. The second hit is what we do when we try to help them. And that's a surgical intervention. And so the type of surgery that we choose to perform is going to produce a second hit. And if you catch them when they're already in a revved up hyperimmune response state, it's similar to an allergic reaction, and that would cause a hyperimmune response. It may get you into a negative feedback, and that's that lower right-hand corner. The injury has occurred. You can see the amount of inflammatory mediators that are going up in the green line, and time is 24 hours or so. If you insult them again with a second surgery, then those inflammatory mediators and the tissue necrosis may go higher, whereas if you wait on the bottom left until some of that initial immune response has occurred, that may be 4 or 5 days, and then time your bigger surgery after that, then they can recover and not have this hyperimmune response. And we know for a fact the Moore brothers looked at it and they show that this SIRS response, this systemic immune response, can be multiplied by orthopedic interventions, okay? And it's some obnoxious secondary inflammatory response that precipitates this systemic immune response, or SIRS. And in their research, we know that primary femoral stabilization by an intramedullary nail can impose that additional burden on the patient. And so something relatively simple that we can do can actually make the patient worse. So we have to kind of evaluate where they're at and know their immune response and try not to insult them further before we definitively stabilize their injuries. So hence damage control. So next steps for ortho, definitive long bone management, femur and tibia. We try to get that taken care of as quickly as possible, but only when they're adequately resuscitated and then immune response is under control. We'll percutaneously stabilize pelvic fractures, and sometimes we even call this resuscitative screws, and we'll complete amputations when we have to. So I'll kind of go over a couple of those things here. So primary timing of trauma surgery, primary, we consider that 3 hours to 72 hours. Again, it all depends on their inflammatory response, but if you can nail a femur, you want to try to do that. If you need to, can salvage a limb, then you want to try to. If they can't, if they're in a polytrauma setting and they have this mangled extremity, amputation might be the best way to go. I actually look for compartment syndromes, because if you miss one of those, you're going to wind up losing the limb late anyway, because the compartment syndrome will knock out the blood supply and the nerve function and cause necrosis of the muscles. Open fractures, obviously you want to get to those timely so infection doesn't set up. All these things have been well documented by Dr. Cherny and Dr. Kredick out of Germany. These resuscitative screws are emergent placement of sacroiliac screws that stabilize an SI joint disruption, which in order to get an SI joint disruption, that's a significant amount of pelvic trauma. So we can do what they call provisional reductions and screws through the S1 vestibule. It does require a little bit of time, and it does require x-ray vision, and you have to have it fairly close in order to place those screws, or it's too risky. And so we'll place these screws around the L5 and S1 nerve roots. There's some iliac vessels in the front of the sacrum, and the colon sits right in front of the sacrum as well. So dangerous structures, if you put the screws in the wrong spot, you can damage a lot of stuff and make things worse. But here's an example of resuscitative screws. This is a pretty badly injured pelvic fracture on both sides. You can see there's an acetabular fracture on the left as well. But both SI joints were blown, so we put a right-sided SI screw in. And then the left side, we put a left SI screw in. We left the acetabulum alone, and I think we added a frame in the front, maybe put a little bit of traction for his hip joint on the left. But we've got controlled bony stabilization of the skeleton at this point. And post-operatively, we look at the CT scan to see how close we are and make sure those screws are in the right spot. And you can see that on the left side, we're very close. The right side's not anatomic, but it really has closed the SI joint down, which will help stabilize bleeding. And if you look in the iliopsoas fossas, there's not huge hematomas here. So it's actually done its job. And what we'll do a lot of times is we'll come back and we'll take that screw out on the right side, reduce the SI joint better, and replace it with either another screw or some plates to help hold that in a more anatomic position. But it's done its job for helping resuscitate the patient. And then timing of other trauma surgery for orthopedic injuries is, secondary is, 3 to 8 days out. These are wound closures, soft tissue reconstruction, a lot of upper extremity fracture work. Upper extremity kind of gets neglected because you can usually splint that, and you can mobilize people with splints on their arms, but you can't really mobilize them with splints or traction on the lower extremities. So we do upper extremity work late. We do complex joint reconstructions late as well because they take time and resources that a lot of times you don't have early on. So this is the secondary fracture. Upper extremity, you have a joint injury to the elbow, and that definitive articular work is done usually 6 to 8 days out. It's pretty common. So here's an elective surgical secondary procedure where you have a humeral shaft fracture, and you have a subtle fracture into the joint requiring joint reconstruction with some small plates and screws as well. So this is takes probably 3 to 4 hours in the OR, and this is not something you want to do right after they're badly traumatized. So this is, you let them stabilize, you let them get through their hyperimmune response, and then you actually stabilize their fractures late. Tertiary timing of trauma surgery in orthopedics is all these elective procedures. So if they have bone loss, you'll plan a bone grafting procedure. If they have complex soft tissue reconstruction, you can add that to it at the time as well. And procedures that are postponed for whatever reason, they're not stable enough, then you start talking about doing those procedures as well. These are sometimes, weeks to months later, okay? So the orthopedic care and the polytrauma, when to delay, when to temporize, when to apply definitive care. It all depends on the hemodynamic instability in these inadequately resuscitated patients. And we assess that by base deficits and lactic acid levels. We assess it by their hypothermia. We assess it by their PO2, FiO2 ratios. Anything under 200 is a bad harbinger of lung injury, and further insult to the musculoskeletal system that we do can insult the lung even further. Head injuries with labile intracranial pressures, we don't want to do anything to those patients until those things are stable. And major thoracic trauma, really want to try to make sure we've assessed the thoracic cavity and the lung function before we take on, especially any intramedullary nailing. In Europe, they're using IL-6 as a marker. Anything over 200, they're really backing off major surgery on those patients until it drops below 200. It kind of is a marker that those graphs, if you remember that hyperimmune response, it starts to turn down at 200. That might be a key for you to consider moving forward and doing surgical intervention to help stabilize them. So as you can see, in a mass casualty polytrauma setting, you can apply those principles that we try to do to individuals as well. So daily training, the ABCs, prepares for the worst in the mass casualty events. And the reverse is also true. The individual patient that rolls in with specific injuries benefits from that preparedness and protocols that we've set up to help in those mass casualty events as well. So damage control orthopedics, we try to clinically stratify our patients from a stable, euvolemic, no coagulopathy, normal temperature patient to the patient that's in extremis, which is class 3 or 4 shock, impending death. And then there's 2 categories in between, borderline and unstable. And those are the ones where you pump the brakes. So in a stable patient, you can pretty much do what you need to. If you have a femur fracture, if you have some foot injuries, you can take them to the OR, spend a couple hours, get everything fixed. In the patient in extremis, it's almost a no touch. I mean, you're completing amputations to stop bleeding. You're putting a binder on. You may be putting an X-fix on the pelvis. You do everything you can to help resuscitate the patient. The 2 in between, the borderline and the unstable, is where you have to make a decision how much is too much. And in those situations, that's where damage control comes in. In the borderline patient, maybe you can take on something and get out of the OR within a couple hours. In the unstable setting, when the base deficit starts to approach 8, 9, 10, that's one where you're probably not going to be in there more than 15, 20 minutes to try to get them off the table. So it's really quick procedures at that point, external fixers, things like that. So our patient today we're talking about, this is a 20-year-old who was working in a steel plant and he had a rail car accident. He had a pelvic fracture and he had bilateral lower extremity injuries, both of which were open, and one which was dysvascular, and a left-sided open foot, midfoot fractures and a crush injury to the foot as well. So again, all the things we just talked about, pelvic trauma, open extremity injuries, active bleeding. So here's his pelvic injury. Looks fairly subtle, but you can see disruption of the anterior symphysis and widening of the SI joint on the right side. So this is a fracture that would bleed because of the posterior injury, and so there's some hemorrhage associated with this. If you look at this, this is the best we could do. When he came in, we didn't get plain films of the extremities, but on the right side, I want to point out the image of the right femur with a big soft tissue defect right in the supracondylar region just above his knee, which tells you that he's had a pretty significant soft tissue injury and bone loss in that area. And this is a limb that was dysvascular as well, so I think there was arterial interruption. And on the right side, you can barely see the foot. The foot shows midfoot fractures as well, which were also open. So initial management, as with disaster management, is need to assess resources, triage, and control bleeding, airway, breathing, and circulation. So he gets a binder to help control bleeding. And I think the trauma surgeons helped us with the right-sided mid-guillotine amputation because of the active bleeding on that side. And the left side wound up receiving a midfoot guillotine amputation, I think a day later. So once he had the pilot binder on and the right-sided amputation, completion amputation, left foot was kind of dressed and splinted and sent to the ICU for further resuscitation. First 24 hours, he went back and I think he had an external frame put on in the front. And the completion amputation, again, said was already done on the right side. And I think we did a completion amputation on the left foot as well, left the wounds open. And here's some pictures of the pelvis treated days later. Again, this was after he's been adequately resuscitated, not in the first 24 hours, but likely the first 4 or 5 days, maybe 6 days, where the right-sided SI joints were stabilized with 2 screws and a plate in the front to help stabilize his symphysis. And this is the completion amputation of his left midfoot. So we've left the tail and navicular joint, which is kind of important for foot function, what's left of the foot at least. And we left him a long femoral stump in hopes of allowing for a better fitting prosthesis later, and started closure of the soft tissues over there. Post-operative management, obviously both lower extremities can be non-weight bearing until the soft tissues heal. And the pelvic heals, especially on the right side. The pelvis is probably going to take at least 8 weeks to heal. The soft tissue healing might be a little bit sooner for the amputated stumps, but certainly the restricted weight bearing on the right side. He'll need resources to get prosthesis. He'll need resources for grief counseling and limb loss. He'll need a support system to help him get through his trauma and to try to reintegrate him into life in a work environment. Orthopedic surgeons in the relationship with their trauma patients, we're probably one of the few providers that has the longest dialogue or intercourse with the patients that survive traumatic events. And I've seen this in 25 years of doing this. I've seen the long-term consequences of traumatic injuries and how they affect someone physically, psychologically, socially, familial, economic. I mean, these are disasters that occur that put some people into a tailspin. So there's the good and the bad, and I'll tell you that obviously trauma changes everybody. You're not normal after a trauma event, and depending on how bad the traumatic event is, you're permanently changed. But what's real important is how people perceive that trauma and what they do with it. And I think as clinicians, I certainly, one that I interact with my patients for 9 months, a year, sometimes 2 years, we can influence that course to some extent. So in a good response, the patient channels that energy that they have in trying to get out and live the rest of their life and take nothing else for granted. In a bad situation, I've seen people allow this tragedy to just kind of consume them, and they'll spiral down even further. So go into depression, just their whole life kind of falls apart. And as clinicians, we need to try to intervene and help them, and that requires resources. So as we said, the biggest primary determinants of outcome are obviously soft tissue injury and what happens with the nerves and muscle damage, well-executed fracture surgery, and motivating patients to get the rehab that they need and giving the resources that they need. Those three things are probably the most important things we can do to help get patients back into the flow of things and back into life and participating in life. So if you think about it, we're not just carpenters fixing sawbones. We're actually patients that are trying to, surgeons that are trying to help our patients have the best outcomes that they can. And they depend on the state-of-the-art orthopedic care, but also on the resources that are allocated to them. So take-home message, as an orthopedic surgeon, I subscribe to the ABCs in both mass casualty settings and individually. I kind of drill down and take it to each individual that we take care of as they come through the ER. And it's life over limb, okay? So we just kind of remember that and put that in our mantra, even though we're trying to do limb salvage whenever we can. It's, stabilize the patient and help them get through the traumatic event they've been. Early intervention from our standpoint, from orthopedic surgeon standpoint, is for the pelvic injury that's bleeding and for open injuries to the extremities that are bleeding. So it's all about damage control for bleeding. And we can do damage control orthopedics in almost any setting, and that's usually what prevails, especially when they're in extremis or unstable. And so we allow them to recover from their trauma, and then we take on the mantra of trying to fix them in a triage setting where we actually titrate how much surgery we give the patient on any given day. So we're not putting them into further jeopardy. The secondary surgeries have to be timed so it's past the peak inflammatory state so that we don't, again, create that second hit that often happens. And finally, these delayed reconstructions are important to help upper extremity, foot and ankle, major joint reconstructive procedures. Sometimes it means we actually do joint replacement surgery. I've had patients with horrible acetabular fractures that wind up needing a total hip, even though we've done our best job to try to salvage the hip joint. It's not salvageable, so they wind up getting a joint replacement. So because we have such a long relationship with our trauma survivors, we need to try to do the best we can to prevent the barriers that occur to help us get those good functional outcomes. So we need mental health resources. Sometimes it's easy to assess with the family what their pre-injury mental health status was. That's a good baseline for us to start with, but we need resources to help them get past any mental health issues they may have and some of the mental health that may occur from the trauma, like post-traumatic stress disorder. You need financial resources. We need to somehow get them into state-funded Medicare, Medicaid, so that they have insurance for the soft goods and the secondary surgery that they're going to need, so it's not a burden to them and society. And we need social services to help support them the best we can psychologically as well. So these are all things that I continue to work on and hopefully shed some light on some of the things that occur with our trauma patients. So at this point, I'd like to thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those. Thank you.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg, and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
What masterpiece are we working on today?
I'm drawing a heart.
Where did you come up with that idea?
Right here.
Do you know what that heart means?
No.
Well, this little heart is a symbol of love. And because someone gave me this gift through organ donation, I'm able to run, play, and read with you. It is the greatest gift anyone can give.
For our next speaker, we have one of the vascular surgeons that we employ here in trauma service, Dr. Prasmith Iyer. He's a clinical assistant professor of vascular surgery from September of last year until present, new on our staff. He trained in Galveston, Texas at the UTMB branch from 2013 to 2017, where he got his doctorate of medicine at that facility in 2017. Stayed on there after his residency to do vascular surgery fellowship in that same facility. His personal interests include racquetball, music in general, music performance. He's a bassoon player along with the baritone, frisbee golf, and he's a snow skier. Dr. Iyer's topic will be vascular trauma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles, for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present at this year's symposium. I'm Prashant Iyer, and I will be presenting on vascular trauma. I have no financial interests or disclosures. So before we delve into vascular trauma, let's take a step back and discuss what vascular surgery actually is and what we as vascular surgeons do. Sometimes it surprises me how little people know about what we actually do and how much we can do. So vascular surgery is surgery on arteries and veins outside the heart and the brain. So we deal with everything from operating on the neck and preventing stroke with doing carotid surgery to doing big aneurysms, whether that be endovascularly through pokes in the groin or with big incisions, all the way down to dialysis access and varicose veins. So there's a list of, on your screen, there's a list of different things that we do, including cerebrovascular disease, aneurysm disease, peripheral arterial disease, from lower extremity bypasses and limb salvage to fixing leg pain due to arterial blockages with stents and angioplasties with balloons. Unfortunately, on the opposite side of that, we also take care of limb amputation if limbs are not salvageable. We deal with mesenteric revascularization for patients with mesenteric ischemia and pain with eating. And like I said before, we do dialysis access and troubleshooting, as well as venous disease. So we operate on the arms, we operate on the neck, we operate in the belly, and we operate on the legs. So we do quite a bit. And now let's take a step back again and approach the trauma patient from a trauma standpoint. So before discussing vascular trauma, the mainstay of how to triage a trauma patient are the A, B, C, D, E of trauma care. First, you assess their airway, make sure they have a good airway. You assess that they're breathing. Then you assess their circulation. You do a pulse exam. You get vitals. And then you assess disability and exposure. So from a vascular standpoint, we deal mostly with the circulation aspect of it, which might make sense to you. So when we delve into circulation, the first thing we can look at is vitals. And if anything is abnormal with the vitals, if the blood pressure is low, if the heart rate is really high, there might be some concern for active bleeding. That's the first sign. The second sign, anytime somebody comes into the trauma bay, you always do a peripheral pulse exam. So you check their pedal pulses, you check their pulses at the wrists, and if they're absent or if they're decreased, then there's some concern for a level of vascular compromise. When that's the case, if the patient's stable, you can take them to the CT scanner and get a CT angiogram with contrast that shows, it lights up all the vessels and you can see if there are any arterial injuries. But at the same time, sometimes these trauma patients come in and they have a lot of other injuries and they have to go straight to the operating room for other surgeries by other surgeons. And if that's the case, we as vascular surgeons can still be available. And while they're in the operating room on the operating table, we can bring in a C-arm and we can shoot an intraoperative angiogram to assess their blood flow. It is a little bit more invasive and requires us to get access to the arterial vasculature, but it's something that we can do in a bind that will save time for the patient. So, hard signs of arterial injury. You can have pulsatile bleeding, and if you see it, that's an obvious sign of an arterial injury. If you have a thrill or an audible bruit, that's a sign of an arterial injury, and it's more so a sign of turbulent flow, which can be an attachment of an artery in a vein, or a fistula, an arteriovenous fistula. If you have a pulse deficit, you could have a blockage in an artery, you can have a dissection, you can have a transection, and an expanding hematoma it goes almost hand in hand with pulsatile bleeding, and you can have a larger arterial injury. So those hard signs they're called hard signs because they're hard and fast. You have an arterial injury. Soft signs, they can be hit or miss, but they raise some red flags. So if you have a history of bleeding, if the EMS says that the patient was bleeding on the way to the hospital, but then by the time they got there, you didn't notice any bleeding, then it raises some red flags. So you want to look into it a little bit more. If you have a non-pulsatile hematoma, that could also mean that they did bleed before, but they might not be bleeding right now, and they have basically tamponaded themselves. Another thing is proximity of injury to a named artery. So if you have a big slash on your groin by the femoral artery, then it raises a red flag. You might want to look into the femoral artery a little bit more, make sure it's not injured. So that's circulation. Now to the D, disability. If you see an obvious limb deformity, then that also raises red flags. If you have weakness or numbness, that can be a sign of some nerve injury, or it could also be a sign of some level of compartment syndrome or some level of bleeding that you're not getting enough perfusion to the muscles in that limb. And then pain is always one of the most obvious signs that something is wrong with the patient in that area. So I wrote at the bottom that we work very closely with orthopedic surgeons in the trauma setting. And this is very true. When you have a limb deformity, the ortho is going to be there. They're going to get a bunch of x-rays. And we also have to get a pulse exam, because many times when you have a bone injury, you have a concomitant arterial injury just from malposition of the bone. And sometimes if ortho resets it, does an X-fix, does their issue, fixes it, then many times the arterial injury is also fixed. But sometimes we have to look into it further. So we work pretty hand in hand with ortho to make sure that we give our trauma patients the best care. So now, types of vascular trauma. The two main categories are blunt trauma and penetrating trauma. So blunt trauma, you can have injuries from aortic injuries. There is a ligament on the aorta right at the top after the branches come off that feeds your arm and your brain. It's called the ligamentum arteriosum, and you have it from birth. And ultimately, when you have a deceleration injury, like a car wreck from you're going 90 miles an hour down to 0, that ligament can actually pull on the aorta and tear parts of the aorta and cause an aortic injury. And we'll discuss that in a little bit about how we treat that. Another thing, like I mentioned before, are arterial injuries that are associated with orthopedic injuries. Some examples, you can have a humeral fracture, that you could have a brachial or axillary artery injury in your arm. Posterior knee dislocations are very common after car wrecks, and those can damage the popliteal artery behind your knee. And same with tibial plateau fractures. So with blunt traumas, you have more intimal injuries than complete transections of arteries. So our arteries have 3 layers. They have the intima, which is the most inside layer. They have the media, and then they have the adventitia. So if you think about a gunshot wound or stab wound, a gunshot, the bullet can go through the entire artery, the entire arterial wall, and injure all 3 of the layers, and you can have bleeding. With blunt injuries, many times these arteries get crushed or the inside of it gets damaged just from either mass effect or a bone that sticks out, but not so much frequently to completely go through all 3 layers of the artery. So these are associated, blunt injuries are associated with intimal injuries, intimal flaps, dissections, which means not complete transections of the artery, but damage to the inside 1 or 2 layers to where you could have a blockage in the artery that wasn't there previously. And then you can have intramural hematomas, which is basically bleeding, contained bleeding inside the artery itself, because that outer layer, the adventitia, has not been disrupted. So just like there's blunt trauma, there's penetrating trauma, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and like I discussed before, associated with defects of the complete wall, all 3 layers, complete transection, and also you can get arteriovenous fistulas. If a knife or a bullet goes through the artery and through the vein, it could create a connection between that artery and the vein that needs repair. So, management of vascular trauma. That was a whole lot of information about how you can have trauma, but it does not really address how to manage the trauma. So the wonderful thing about vascular surgery is there are so many different ways to tackle the same problem. Whether it be from old school methods, back in the 60s and 70s, where you made big incisions, you get proximal and distal control, you control the bleeding, and then you repair the artery. Either primarily, you put a patch on it, you get some vein from the leg, and you harvest it, and you make a little bypass if you need to. To now, you can do endovascular therapies, which is a little bit newer, but if you have something that's bleeding underneath the clavicle and you can't get to it, it might not be in the patient's best interest to take the clavicle out, make some huge incision, do an open sternotomy just so you can get control of the artery, where you could potentially poke them in the groin, shoot an arteriogram, get a wire past the bleeding, and just cover it with a stent. So the way that we can manage vascular trauma now is completely different than what we had to do 15, 20, 30 years ago. There's a lot more options. So, like I said before, open surgical management. The mainstay of open surgical management is you get proximal control, you get distal control, you clamp the artery so that wherever it's bleeding, it stops bleeding, and then you can breathe, take a step back, figure out how to repair it. If the defect is really big, you might have to take a patch, a vein patch from the leg, and put it on there. If it's a complete transection and you have two ends of an artery and you need to put it back together, many times you can't just pull it back together. So you get a jump graft, you get a piece of tubular vein attached to both sides, and then you're connected again. Sometimes, if you are bleeding from a vein or an artery that is not necessary for survival or survival of your limb, then you can also just tie it off. You can ligate it. Sometimes in unstable patients, this is not that frequent anymore, especially because now we can do stents, like I said. You can put in a stent in less than an hour, in less than 30 minutes, and just cover something that's bleeding anywhere in the body, really. But before, and in war times, people used to shunt unstable patients. So if you had to just get them resuscitated, and you don't have time to do this really extensive bypass and harvest vein, all this stuff, you just get a plastic tube, you hook it from one end to the other end so blood's flowing through, and you just tie it, and you wait until they're stable, and you fix all their other injuries, and then you come back and live to fight another day and fix that at a later time. So this is a photo of a transection of a brachial artery. The white arrows are pointing to two spots on the brachial artery. You can see that it's disconnected. The green arrow is the median nerve, so that's not what we're concerned about right now. But you can see on the left image on A, they have control of it, and they see the two ends, but it's not coming together. So then on B, they actually harvested a piece of saphenous vein from the leg and used it as a jump graft. So you can see on either side of the arrow in image B, there's an anastomosis with Prolene suture to connect the two sides of the brachial artery. So they basically reconstructed it. And this is an image of a shunt. So I don't know what other injuries this patient had, but ultimately they thought it was prudent to put a shunt in and not do the whole bypass because he probably had to have other surgeries, had other interventions. So you see that plastic tube. It's plugged into the artery on one side, plugged into the artery on the other side, and then kind of tied in. So it's not some long, elaborate procedure to just get the shunt in, but it reroutes the blood flow, gets the blood flow to the arm, gets it done, what it needs to get done, and then you live to fight another day, you come back, and then in B you can see a little vein graft that they put in that connected point A to B. So that's open management. Now endovascular management. This is where people started getting creative, and we can do a lot of different things from pokes in the groin. So the first thing that you would always do with endovascular management is you would perform an arteriogram, an angiogram. So the most common place to access is the femoral artery. You go with wires and catheters, and you shoot contrast dye, and you just get a lay of the land, and you see what injuries there are, what arteries are open, what arteries are bleeding, what arteries are dissected, what arteries are occluded. You get a lay of the land and you see what's going on. And then based on what you see, what's kind of exciting about endovascular management is you diagnose it with the angiogram, and while you're there, you simultaneously are able to treat the problem. Whether that is a covered stent, if you have a hole in an artery and you just cover it, whether it's coil embolization, so if something's bleeding in the pelvis and you have a blush of contrast, then you can put some coils in, you can put gel foam slurry, you can put whatever you need to do to embolize the bleeding, so that stops. You can also put balloon occlusion. So if you do need to cut down and you need to make an incision, to temporarily stop the bleeding, you just get a big balloon and you put it up and you cover the hole, and then you can get down a little bit more freely. You can cut down on whatever's bleeding. So this is an image of somebody's leg after a tibial fracture. You can see these are kind of AP shots. There's an X-fix in place by orthopedic surgery, and you can see that shattered tibia in all the images. So ultimately, what you want to see is, if we jump forward in image C, that's what looks almost normal, where you have contrast flowing through. If you take a picture and shoot an angiogram, you see contrast flowing through this entire tube, going down without any injuries, without any extravasation. But now if we take a step back, it started out at B and A. So you can see at B, there's kind of a hard stop in the popliteal artery at the knee. The knee is at the top of the image. And then just the blood goes nowhere. So this is an example of a dissection. So you don't see that it's bleeding out into the leg, but from that bone injury, that orthopedic injury, it compressed the arteries and caused some sort of intimal injury inside the artery that caused the artery to block off. So when we see this, what we can do is we can get through it with a wire and a catheter, and ultimately what they did in this image is they put little tacking stents to open up the artery and fix the dissection. So what's nice is all of this entire arterial reconstruction basically is done from one poke in the groin. This is an example of bleeding from a subclavian artery after a subclavian artery transection. This is also a blunt injury, a car accident. But you can see in image B, that's what contrast extravasation looks like. So it's not going through the tube that you would think that the contrast goes through. It's kind of, the contrast is going into the soft tissue and it's just staying there. So that's not supposed to happen. That's not right. So ultimately, what happened was they got a wire past the transection and they were able to place a covered stent across the transection. And you can see in image E, they finally got the wire through. And in image F, that's after the covered stent was placed. And you can see at the level of the injury, there's no more bleeding. And this is also just done through a poke in the groin. So this is an example of an aortic injury. So that blunt aortic injury that I was mentioning from that ligament on your aorta, this is how it looks like on an x-ray in an angiogram. So what that arrow is pointing to in A is the arterial injury, the aortic injury. It's called a pseudoaneurysm right there. But you can see even before that, in A, at the top of the image, those are where the branches come off that go and feed your arms and feed your brain. So what we can do is access the groin and basically go with wires and catheters, and you can see the deployment of a stent in image B, a covered stent. So it's got a PTFE lining that basically excludes the blood flow into that injured area. And you can see in C, with a repeat shot, it doesn't light up that pseudoaneurysm that's pointed to in A. It's completely covered. So one more example of what we can do with endovascular techniques. So this is a digital subtraction angiogram of somebody's pelvis. In the left image, at the very top of the screen, before you see the split, that's the aorta. At the level of your belly button, it splits into both of your iliac arteries, your common iliac arteries, and then you can see another split into your internal iliacs and your external iliacs. So this is basically a pelvic arteriogram. And what all of those arrows are pointing to are little areas of blush. So this was a patient that was in a car accident, has pelvic hemorrhage, and you can see it from those areas of blush. If you just shoot contrast, that contrast is going somewhere that's not a branch of an artery. So ultimately, they're bleeding. You need to stop the bleeding. This is one of the examples in which we can use embolization techniques. So they didn't actually use coils in this case, but we used a gel foam slurry to embolize these branches. So you can see the difference between the left and the right image. The right image, a lot of the tiny branches aren't shown because they also had to be embolized, but the most important thing in a trauma situation, you don't see any more bleeding. And that's what's important. So, through a poke in the groin, you're also able to go up and embolize little bleeders in the pelvis to ultimately save this patient from hemorrhage. So in conclusion, we as vascular surgeons have a lot of tools in our toolbox, and we can do a lot to work in conjunction with trauma surgery and orthopedic surgery to give patients and trauma patients the best care. There's a broad range of procedures in vascular, which we discussed, from minimally invasive that you saw with those images to maximally invasive. I didn't show you some of the pictures of some of the most maximally invasive, but maybe for another day. There's a necessary place for a vascular surgeon within a multidisciplinary trauma team. You can see that we work very closely with trauma surgeons, orthopedic surgeons. There's a lot of triaging to figure out which injuries are the most unstable and the most emergent in needing to be fixed first. If somebody has an aortic injury but then has a crushed leg, how do we decide what we fix first? And that is how important it is that we have communication between all of the different types of surgeons so that we can figure out how to do what's best for the patient every single time. So communication and teamwork are key to successful vascular trauma program. Those are my references. Thank you all again for allowing me to participate in this year's symposium. Thanks.
Waking up with part of my leg amputated was a definite shock, and I've been through a lot in my life, but it took a lot out of me. I broke down in actual tears. When the doctors come to me for socket and plans to move forward, they just left brochures and left me in the dark. Michael sat down for about an hour, talked to me. Then he sent a guy up, had the same amputation I did, to tell me the healing process and what was going to go through getting fitted for a leg, and how he was still, able to do as much as he ever could. I've been 2.5 years now amputee, and I am still able to run. I dance better than I ever could dance, to believe it or not. I still play basketball. I'm just as active as I ever was. I love my prosthetics from Progressive because they feel just like my other shoe on my foot. Progressive has helped me get my healthy, active lifestyle back.
As a prosthetic or orthotic patient, you want the best care possible. At Hanger Clinic, that's exactly what we provide. We are the nation's leading provider of orthotic and prosthetic care, treating thousands of patients a year across more than 800 locations. Our expert clinicians deliver innovative, customized solutions with compassion and empathy, as well as the resources and support needed to help you thrive. That's the difference you'll find at Hanger Clinic.
When Carson received his driver's license, he registered as an organ donor. So months later, when he was involved in a tragic car accident, we were able to save lives through organ donation.
By us following Carson's wishes, he was able to save 5 lives.
One short conversation gave me clear direction of what to do, and I'm not sure that direction would have been there if there hadn't been that conversation.
Okay, for our next speaker, we've got Dr. Nasser Alamari. He's Assistant Professor of Surgery, Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery at the University of Oklahoma Community School of Medicine here in Tulsa. His training is extensive. Surgery residency at OU School of Medicine, Oklahoma City, General Surgery residency, University of Oklahoma, Tulsa. He's a master teacher and educator. You're going to really enjoy his talk, I think. And he's won the Outstanding Teacher Award several years in OKC since 2015. Dr. Alamari's hobbies include playing guitar, writing music, playing squash, and traveling. Dr. Alamari's topic, very relevant to today's survivor story, will be plastic and reconstructive surgery and the trauma service.
Good morning. I'm Nasser Alamiri. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Oklahoma and a plastic and reconstructive surgeon at the University of Oklahoma in Tulsa, the School of Community Medicine. Today, I will be talking about plastic and reconstructive surgery in the setting of trauma. The outline of my talk would be as follows. We're going to talk about general principles about reconstructive surgery. We're going to talk about reconstruction by anatomical region. That includes the head and neck, the torso, the perineum, upper and lower extremities, and then we'll lead into a conclusion. So starting by the main principle of plastic surgery, which is preservation and maintenance of form and function. Form in how the appearance looks, aesthetics, function in preservation of functionality of the involved organ, whether it is an extremity or a facial skeleton or cranial vault. The way we approach this is by defining the problem first. Is it a skin and soft tissue problem, which is, in the trauma setting, the most common reason a plastic surgeon is involved, or one of the most common reasons? Extensive wounds is an example. Loss of skin over bone, or loss of skin and soft tissue over bone, over a cranial vault. Skeletal support is another one, which comes to play when there is segmental loss of bone that would otherwise lead to an amputation. That could be reconstructed as well. Are we trying to preserve is the functionality affected, and is that what we're trying to preserve? And that can be caused by either a major nerve injury or a tendon or muscle injury. The other thing is exposure of vital organs. Brain, heart, lungs, intra-abdominal organs. Exposure of these due to loss of muscle, loss of soft tissue, loss of bone. That also is something that a plastic surgeon thinks about addressing. And that leads to the main question in a trauma setting is to when is the best time to involve a plastic surgeon? There is no set rule for this. However, whenever there is an anticipation of a major wound that will need reconstruction, that would be the time to involve a plastic surgeon. The earlier, the better. because that allows for preservation of different options, and we'll talk about these options in the coming slides. Next, I want to talk about the differences between a flap and a graft. There's a big misunderstanding when it comes to flaps versus grafts. Flaps are tissue that is moved from one place in the body to another while carrying its own blood supply with it. And these can be local, from the same region of the wound. These can be distal, from a different part of the body while still connected to their original blood supply. Or they can be free tissue, which is a part of the body that is detached while maintaining its own artery and vein and transferred to a different part and being connected to those arteries and vein in that new region. A graft, on the other hand, does not have its own blood supply and derives its vascularity from the recipient site. That could be the most common known example is a skin graft. There are also bone grafts, fat graft, and tendon graft as well. I want to talk a little bit about the evolution of the reconstructive algorithms. On the far left side, you'll see the reconstructive triangle, which was one of the earlier algorithms that were proposed for reconstruction. And it was limited by what we had at the time. It looked at flaps, tissue expansion, and microsurgery as three major areas that are offered. The one that you will hear about the most is the middle column, which is the reconstructive ladder. And that goes, or looked at in the most or least complex at the bottom to the most complex at the top. And if you're looking at it from the bottom, healing by secondary intention, allowing things to heal on their own, is the least invasive. Primary closure is a step up from that. Moving up, we have newer things that were introduced and added to the ladder, including negative pressure wound therapy, skin grafting, dermal matrices, which are usually xenografts and sometimes allografts. And moving up, now we are talking about flaps. Local is less invasive than regional or distant, which is less invasive than free flap. And finally, we have tissue transplantation, and the two examples we have on that is hand transplant and facial transplant. So, looking at the reconstructive ladder, there was a further evolution and moved it into the reconstructive elevator, which took the principle of starting least invasive to most invasive and changed it into choosing the best surgery that will lead to the best outcome regardless of its location on the ladder. And that's why it was renamed an elevator, because you can move freely between these steps without thinking about what less complex to most complex. Another principle I want to touch on is spare parts surgery, and that is using parts that would otherwise be discarded in reconstruction. An example is somebody that comes in with, or somebody that has a near amputation. However, the skin and muscles are still involved. However, the bone is significantly impacted to where that limb is non-salvageable. The muscle and skin may still be used for closure of that wound, or if they are a multi-trauma patient, they can be used for closure of other wounds in their body. Also, avulsed skin that is not really attached to anything can also be used and repurposed as a skin graft without causing a new donor site in the patient. These are general principles, and it's not always easy to achieve, but it's good to think about when we're dealing with trauma patients. The most important thing is we always want to set ourselves up for success in terms of reconstruction. The main principle is life over limb, so there's no point of addressing a limb if this is a life-threatening situation. Plastic surgeons usually come in after the ATLS protocols have been initiated and life-threatening injuries have been addressed, but we always start with the ATLS protocol, and ABC always stands. And when addressing a wound that needs reconstruction in a trauma setting, multiple debridements and multiple washouts with multiple trips to the operating room if necessary is the rule. It is not the exception. These wounds need to be cleaned thoroughly before attempting to close them, cover them, reconstruct them, or graft them in any way to ensure the best chance of success. That leads us to the third point, which is clean wounds are wounds that will heal with minimal complication. And that is the goal. It is not that we don't expect complications. We want to minimize complications so that we have the best chance of success. We always think about diversion if necessary, and that is diversion of stool, diversion of urine, if that area requires that. If a wound will be soiled and that will interfere with healing, it will cause contamination, we always think about diversion. We always want to assess the vascularity of the involved area. If it is a lower extremity, it is with a CT angiography, arterial duplex. We always want to check and ensure that what flap we're bringing will be vascularized and it will be transferred to a healthy tissue that is also vascularized. And we can't overstate this. We need to ensure that appropriate support is present, preoperatively and postoperatively. That is one part of the equation that is so valuable that we have to ensure that our surgery is successful by optimizing the patients preoperatively, ensuring that they are able to be, one, care for themselves, be cared for, have home support, and access to care if needed in order for our reconstruction effort not to fail. Now I want to talk about the options per anatomical area. What do we deal with in different anatomical regions? And I'll start with the head and neck. This can involve the cranial vault, where we have skeletal loss, and that can be by plating, it could be by flaps, it could be by different materials. Scalp reconstruction, if we have exposed bone or exposed brain, this can be with local flaps, with moving of the scalp or releasing it. It could be with a free flap. We move on to facial soft tissue reconstruction, involving any part of the face, the eyelid, upper or lower, the ears, the cartilages, the lips, or any other part that can be reconstructed to ensure, and in this situation, to ensure both, again, form and function. Face is the first thing we look at when we see somebody, and we do want to make sure that patients can feel like themselves after they have the reconstruction done. An area that's not very common to talk about in the acute trauma setting, however, in the long-term setting, is facial paralysis. Injury to the facial nerve or branches of it can lead to significant morbidities afterwards. And these are areas that can be reconstructed either with a free flap or for static or dynamic reconstruction and improvement of the facial paralysis and function. Facial skeletal support. We always want to maintain facial width and facial height to give the patient, one, function by maintaining their occlusion and maintaining their bite so that they are able to eat, they're able to chew, and another one is maintain their vision by ensuring their eye is not sinking if they have a significant orbital floor fracture, for example, and maintaining the proportions of the face so that the form is maintained as well. In the neck, most of the needed reconstruction would be for coverage of vital organs if there is an exposed artery or exposed major organ. Moving to the torso, you have chest wall, and we always think skin, muscle, skeletal support, and underlying organs. Again, the chest wall the rib cage can be reconstructed with mostly plating. The soft tissue can be reconstructed with flaps or skin grafts if needed. The abdominal wall, if we have loss of domain, that can be reconstructed with tissue separation and component separations if needed. And tissue transfer if we have significant loss of tissue as well. Back wounds are usually either healed by secondary intention or with skin grafting. However, if there's exposed spine, then more involved reconstruction need to be done. One of the challenging areas is the perineum, and the reason is it is difficult to have a free flap to the perineum, so you lose some options. However, there's many regional options for soft tissue support, and most of the perineal injury are soft tissue support, soft tissue reconstruction, unless they extend to bone or they violate into the abdominal cavity and the peritoneum, in which case now we have to ensure that we prevent herniation, we prevent the wound from involving or affecting any other intra-abdominal organs, and that's when distant flaps come into play as well. The upper and lower extremity have similar problems in trauma situation. Coverage of exposed bones, that can be with most commonly, it depends on the anatomical region, but a lot of times a flap is required. A graft will not suffice. Coverage of exposed hardware after bone fracture, and that will be in a Gastio 3 type injuries. Nerve repair, if you have major nerve, median, ulnar, or radial nerves that are injured, that could be either by direct repair or in the future with a nerve transfer to restore function of the hand. And then hand fractures, wrist fractures, carpal bone, metacarpals, tendon injuries distal to the level of the elbow, nerve and vessel repair in the hand to maintain the maximum function of the hand. In the lower extremities, most commonly things are a result of an open fracture, and coverage of these exposed bone fractures or hardware, again, depends on which part of the lower extremity it is in. And local flaps is the first attempted, free flaps is an option, and that's part of what we can do in limb salvage to minimize the amputation rate that we can have. Lastly, in a non-salvageable limb, there's always things that we can do, which is targeted muscle reinnervation that aims to minimize phantom limb, phantom pain, or development of neuroma, and that allows for patients to have less problems after the amputation and even sometimes better prosthetic use. So in conclusion, wrapping up the plastic surgery role in a trauma patient, number one, we define the problem and the extent of the problem. That will allow us to choose the best reconstructive option based on the reconstructive elevator. That takes us to point two. Always think of the best operation, not just the least invasive. And when I say the best, it is the best for the patient overall, not just for the local wound, because patients are different. And always have a backup plan for reconstruction. Don't forget spare parts. Always set yourself up for success by ensuring that all the things preoperatively are optimized and we have a clear postoperative plan. And lastly, organize thoughts based on anatomical area. Once that framework is there, then we can deviate and be a little more creative. With that, I will end my slide. Thank you, and I hope this was informative.
So thank you for joining us. for this year's 2023 Symposium. I hope you have enjoyed our speakers. And I want to, again, thank you for tuning in and spending your day with us. I want a personal thank you to a couple of people for putting on this 2023 Symposium and making it all that it could be. Mainly our speakers for their expertise and their willingness to share their wisdom. I also want to thank Ascension Marketing and our ministries locally for the support, not only for their symposium, but for our trauma service year in and year out. So I really want to thank our video specialists, Grassfire Creative, for their awesome video performance and their awesome video platform. Again, all that you've seen, all that we've done in this virtual world that we live in now is a courtesy to their professionalism and all the things they do. We're so lucky to have them in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The entire trauma team, led by Krista Norrid, our program manager, with a special shout out to those behind the scenes that you may not even heard of, but basically they put on this program. They really do the heavy lifting of this program, getting it together, getting it organized, keeping all of us in line year in and year out. So again, thank you for Krista and her staff. I really want to put out a thank you for Mr. West, his fabulous wife Tia, gracious daughter Ainsley, for letting me share their remarkable story. Mostly I want to thank you for joining us today, our audience. We're very proud of what we do in the trauma service. We do it because it's our passion, but also our passion is to share what we do with others that may not have the same exposure to this sort of line of work that we do. So again, thank you for joining us today and for being with us. And lastly, if you have questions, emails, comments, whatnot, you've seen through the day, through the screen, Krista Norrid's email as well as mine. Shoot us a text, shoot us an email, and we'll see if we can get back to you. Again, thank you. My sincere hope that you've enjoyed this program, and we hope to see you again in 2024.